You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only Twin Solar System podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, everybody. Hey, welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast, and I'm very happy you are here. I'm Rebecca. I'm one of your many hosts that we have for you all today. We have a really big show, and I'm excited to show you who all we have in store. So let's go ahead and get people pulled up here. First, we'll start with Samuel Hofman. Hi, Sam.
Hello, everybody.
I know. It's good to see you.
Wow, yeah. Really bright, beautiful, sunny day outside here in Montana today. It's 28
awesome.
degrees. And, you know, oddly, the ground ice is melting and then refreezing as it runs away.
Awesome. Well, good. Let's see who else we have in store. So no particular order, but let's go ahead and get Gillian in here. Hey, Gillian in Scotland. She's our correspondent in Scotland. And then we have Christoper in Las Vegas.
Hi everybody.
Awesome to see you.
Hello.
And let's go ahead and get Rocket Man in here. He's our IT guy.
Hi everybody.
Good to see you, Rocket Man. Always nice to have you with us.
Thank you.
And we have a new, not new, but renew guest, or not even guest. You're our new host. Leighandra Gordley. Hi, Leighandra. I had to stop and think about it for a minute. I mean, you're not just here for today.
Yeah,
you're going to be here with us on Saturdays.
On our Facebook, on your Facebook site. Throw that in there.
Co-admin my Facebook group.
Very busy lady. Very wonderful human being as well.
I know.
Glad you're here.
She is. And she's worked it into her schedule because she's a busy lady, you know, and she's made it a priority to be with us on our Saturday shows.
Thank you
so
for being here.
That was the best news all week.
I'm trying to come back. By the way, Joe, thank you. I got your package.
You got the package.
You know, with my fisherman's friend, I just had one in my mouth. Oh my God, those things are wild.
Yes.
That's a throat lozenge.
That is something else, eh?
Yeah, she sent me some throat lozenges from Scotland, everybody. Just, you know, so anyway, I know we got other stuff to do, Rebecca. Go ahead.
That's
We're
nice.
For what?
Okay.
I want to try
Scottish
throat lozenge.
Right.
Yeah, we have one more person to bring on, and this is a new guest for the show, and it's Nicolle vonTemsky. I hope I'm saying that right. She can correct me. And here she is. Hi, Nicolle.
How you doing?
Hello, Nicolle.
Hi, Nicolle.
Yeah,
thank you again for the wonderful Christmas present.
Yes, Nicolle is in Colorado, and she has really been sharing. You know, Jesus and I were talking a couple of days ago about how much awesome pictures the last few days, especially. I mean, I used one of them today as a cover shot on the Facebook page.
Great.
It was so good. Yeah, it's really been.
We can barely hear you. Are you muted or are you just not close to your mic?
Let me know if you can hear me now.
That's good.
Now I can hear you.
That's better. Yes. Okay. Let's look and see who is in the comment section. We already have quite a show of people here already, but looks like first in line was Experimental Elemental, and I know that she gets that spot often, so I'm happy she's always
first. She's so
I know. Here she
Hi,
is.
Experimental.
How you doing?
And next in line was Michelle, and it's good to see Michelle again. And she's been on the show before. We'll have to have her back.
Hi, Michelle.
Yeah, for sure. And then Karina. Karina is here. Good to see you, Karina. And Thomas in Germany. Hi, my friend Thomas.
Thomas.
He communicated with me this week about how he's looking forward to having translation capabilities. You know,
Thomas and I talk regularly.
Thomas, yeah. Hi, Thomas.
If we could ever have him on the show and translate him, I don't know if that's possible, but that would be a desire. That way he could be a guest.
He would be speaking German to us, and we would
trying
to be playing catch up. But
I know.
You know, I understand about every fifth or sixth word in German. Other than that, I get lost. You know.
Okay, and then Thunda. Hi, Thunda.
Hi, Thunda.
Good to see you. Oh boy, and my friend Maria in Alaska. Hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
And Facebook user. Hi, Facebook user.
Rob from Australia.
Katie Joe.
Is it Katie Joe? That
It's
happens
Katie
to her
Joe.
sometime. Okay, Katie. I'm glad
Hey,
you can
Katie.
see it right away. Hi, Katie. And Audrey in South Africa. I'm always wondering what time it is for her. She's way ahead.
Way ahead.
So,
2 hours
and
ahead of me. So 10 o'clock.
who's this, Leighandra?
That
Facebook
is
says hello.
Claudia.
It's only.
Who is
I
it?
don't know how to say her last name, but that's Claudia.
Claudia. Oh,
Yep.
right. I know you're talking about. Hi, Claudia. Perfect. And Robin. Hi, Robin. Good to see you. Another Facebook user. For those of you that are wanting to reveal your name, you go to StreamYard/Facebook and you just click, that you approve to let them reveal your name and identity. And it's a one-time thing, and then it stays for every show. It's supposed to, at least. So if you want to do that, you can. You don't have to. Or you can type your name, whatever. And good evening to you, Facebook user. And we have hello, guys. Hi there. Belgium is here. Hi, Belgium.
Hi, Belgium.
On Facebook. Neat.
Welcome,
and
welcome.
Australia is here. Hi, Facebook Australia. Now we got Katie Joe. And this person is having a good time.
And hello, team of
And another
experts.
hi,
Boy, we got a
guys.
whole handful of you guys today.
It's a big show already. It's just wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bar T96
We all have to practice,
party.
me included. Listen to me do it right as Rebecca is talking. Let's all try not to talk over the top of each other today. Sam, me, meaning me, not Rocket Man.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I do
Right.
too.
I'm chiding myself ahead of time. I've got my throat lozenges, my half cup of coffee, my Coca-Cola, and
Yeah.
oh my God, what a week!
What a week.
crap.
I know. Listen, I got everybody here. Hang on a second. Here's another
All right,
Facebook
all right.
user. And then Rocket Man is
They don't
addressing
count. I'm joking.
the group.
Um,
And hi, everyone, to you back. Oh, it's Thomas. That's my son, Thomas. He's a Facebook
Hi,
user.
Hey, Thomas.
Hey, Thomas.
Yeah, good to see you, Thomas.
Everybody's here.
He's definitely, I think, interested in all of this. I think he's, curious.
Well,
Obviously, he's
Thomas,
here, but
at any point in time, I don't know if you're on my friend list or not. Anytime that you would like private tutorial, holler. That's kind of what
Nice.
we do on the side.
Yeah.
There's a lot of folks out there I've been talking to around, our other Thomas in Germany and Maria and everything else. And we've had a little bit drama on the side last week, but I also have to point out that today is the 17th. So as of the 15th, there is a new Montana
There's a new
Skywatcher
drawing. Let me
Nibiru
get
Followers
going here.
Anonymous
Yeah.
Citizen Science Project monthly site drawing, in case that
Had it.
Rebecca has that.
I got it. I do have it. Let me get it. I had it and then I lost it, but I'm getting it back. So
And we can
That's
talk
how it
about
goes.
that for starters if you'd like.
Sure. Let me I got Brendan here. Hi, Brendan. And Felipe.
Yeah.
And this person
From the
agrees. It's
Azores.
been,
Azores.
I know.
Awesome.
We have
Awesome.
people, literally all around the world, all together right now. I'm
Incredible.
loving
Hey,
that part
welcome.
of it all.
It's wonderful that we have a person in the Azores. We'd like to always hear what's going on in your area.
Oh,
Yes.
he's been sending in some phenomenal pictures.
It's got a great
It's
location.
incredible.
Okay, well then I
Yeah.
better, I better note his name and look for his material.
Me too. Well, I already have been, but I know who you're
Felipe,
talking about.
I don't know what his last name is. I'll have to look that for.
Well, I apologize. I talk to so many people. Sometimes
I know.
they blend in.
Right.
I think one person is another person, and another person is another person, and it happens a lot. And I apologize to
Yeah.
everybody, but I do talk to
does.
so many people regularly. Anyway,
Yeah.
would you like me to go, or has anybody got anything else?
Sure.
To say?
I'll say hi to Amy. Amy just arrived. So hello, Amy. And yeah, Sam, go ahead and talk about your new drawing.
Okay, in this drawing, we have moved Saturn's yellow moon forward to the left. It is actually bigger than drawn here, but I had to fit it in. So I unfortunately occasionally will adjust size of something so I can fit the rest of everything else in. But the yellow moon is now crossing over the top of the sun and cutting the sun off in a half cutoff, literally even going farther to the left than drawn here. I did that as a generalization because I try to run in the middle sometimes because some people in the northern hemisphere see different than what they do in the southern hemisphere. And of course, remember that the angles are partially different, but in generic, the objects and planets on the left are always generically on the left. The objects and planets on the right are always generically on the right from morning till night. They always stay on the same size with minor variations. Now, the breaking of the rule is this is the Saturn and the Saturn yellow moon's first major close pass. We've never seen in the entire, since 2011 on, we have never seen a Saturn this close. So we're also getting some really amazing shots. I got quite a few this week. Look for one or two to say.
That one.
That one is incredible.
Oh, this is exactly where I was going.
This is the one. Uh-huh.
I will point out to everybody, this is not two suns.
Mm-mm.
Don't look at the two suns. Look at the dark area first, where she's got YM. That is where the yellow moon is cutting off the over the top or in front of just what I was describing in the drawing. And then at the horizon, the sunshine is shining from below on the right and on the left of the yellow moon. And you can see where she's got marked on the right-hand picture. You can actually see the illuminated top edge of a Saturn's yellow moon with a Saturn behind it to the right.
Incredible.
Isn't that so cool? That was the same day, or at least
came out the day
right when the drawing came out.
Of the site drawing. Yeah, and of course we've talked about this for a week and a half now that this was occurring. So, and here's ta-da! I mean,
there it is.
You cannot get this effect if that freaking yellow moon wasn't there.
Right.
You can see there's a round object.
That there is the yellow moon. We've been talking about the movement. We've been drawing it from 1 month to the next. This is absolute proof that my drawings match. Period. Go ahead and argue with me. I dare you. I doggone down dare you.
That's
every one of those people out there that says these planets are not real. We'd be dead if they were that close to us. Well, we have shown, and I have shown you, and all of us, our experts have shown you examples that this is real. This is happening. No matter what modern academia wants to ram down your throat because, well, we don't believe you. Excuse me, this is happening. That big purple blue thing there is actually Saturn's yellow moon is the slightly illuminated area in the middle on the left-hand side of that blue. And the pinkish, orangish area is Nibiru.
Right,
the white
and here it is.
Normal
the
sky.
Same. Right there.
Wow.
Yeah, and we have there's another good example. We have these like last 2 days, absolutely clear skies, sunny, beautiful, awesome, wonderful. Sort of cold. When we have clear skies, it of course gets very cold because the heat doesn't stay into the valleys and then it leaves. And so we've had in the 19s and the 12s and the 10s, but we're supposed to be 40 below right now, and we're not, and we barely have any snow on the ground. Although. Hey, Leighandra, did it start raining at 11 o'clock this morning for you?
Yes, it did.
So you're getting the first
storm.
storm.
Heavy, but it's happening.
Wait, it's coming.
Oh, I know.
It's coming. You guys are going to be...
happy days. Welcome to my world.
Did you carefully park your car off the main street and hopefully in a driveway that's raised above what could happen?
Yes. Luckily, I have a garage area that we're allowed to park in. So
and lawn furniture's put away and all of that, and
no lawn for no furniture, unfortunately.
Well, then you're lucky. You're lucky.
And I'm up like 4 stories high. So
well, more flooding is coming in, and there's 2 storms coming in, and there's another rotational storm that they're making light of. It of course is it's way more than what they're telling everybody. Yeah. And I haven't looked at the jet stream today. Oh, and I laughed. Because, on all of Southern California and all the Northern California weathers that I did my homework. I got up way early again. And I was watching local weather in California and San Diego and San Francisco and LA and a couple other Sacramento weather and this and that. And they're portraying the jet stream, and they're talking about how the jet stream's coming straight across like it used to.
Yeah.
Like, oh, normal, yeah, And then
I have Freezy Peach.
and they've got this little
Yeah, hi,
sort of
Freezy.
hint
Sorry.
on the map of talking about the Pineapple Express scenario that they're sort of mentioning is still there and flowing. And that is directly driving all of that rainfall that's coming in this rotational outbanding of this rotational superstorm that has, believe it or not, 2 major lows in it. So you're going to get the first one, and that's going to hit you today. And then in between tomorrow morning on Sunday, you're going to have a short period of time where it doesn't rain. And then the onset is going to start raining again come Sunday evening and all the way through Monday to Tuesday.
Oh.
And
Wow.
you're going to get increased
That's not-
wind and a super, sort of a semi-superstorm. It's big,
I
but
was
it's
going
not.
to say
not
California
as
is
big as last one.
drenched.
Anyway,
Yeah.
that's my weather
They've had
study
enough.
this morning.
They've had enough water. I feel terrible for them. I've seen so many videos,
It's
just
only going to continue.
water everywhere.
The Pineapple Express connection is actually the jet stream, and it's in this north-south harmonic wave trajectory that we've never seen, and that has directly relation to the Schumann resonance, the planet magnetosphere. All of this is directly connected because we talked about it before the show. There is a harmonic hum going on, and there is an Earth hum generally. Earth does have a sound, and tectonic plates and all of this do part of this hum.
You want me to play an example real quick?
If you'd like.
I mean, just for a moment, just for to give people
let's
don't
hear
know what we're
Earth.
talking about.
Yeah.
Which is,
Absolutely. The sky. If you have the Sky Sounds video, great.
I do.
Play it.
Right.
I love that. I watched it this morning.
Hi, Shelly.
The hell is that?
Good to have you.
This is what I hear still every day.
Is that coming from the clouds?
I don't know, it's somewhere up there.
Now, this video is in Australia. It was taken in 2011. Now, this video is in Australia. It was taken in 2011. Oh, we've got doubling. It's in Australia. It was taken in 2011. Tripling. Wow, cool.
Yeah, weird.
My camera's frozen, like delayed.
Power of the source, reaching out the message 3 times, not just once.
Oh,
This
wow.
This is a newer video. This, I think, happened this year or last. And this, of course, is again in Australia. Or I think. No, it might be the South.
Yeah, they always swear when they hear it the first time. It's so funny. It's like, excuse me.
And I
Theo's
hear
acting out. Yeah?
I hear this right now.
Cool.
In
I
my
heard
house.
it for 2 days now. Here, yeah, you can hear the weird noise here. Like jets rushing.
I just noticed poor Nicolle sitting there down at the bottom of the screen here. Now that the captions were gone. And
well, that's okay.
I just figured we ought to actually spend a moment talking to her.
I know. I was thinking that, and I wanted to get an update from Rocket Man. So let's bring this down. And
hi, Andrea.
I know we've been keeping up with, and I'll say hi to Andrea. Make sure I got everybody covered. Aaliyah, hey Aaliyah. Good to have you here, girl. And perfect. And here's a question, real quick. Sam says, "Did you hear about the theory
I was just reading that
Europe can have a temperature difference?" He's wondering what you think about that.
With the odd Earth tip that has occurred currently, and I believe we're majorly tipped. Yeah, well, look what's going on in China and Russia, and they are literally the North Pole right now. And we saw that in different computer graphic representations, especially that weather thing that I think it was like 2 or 3 shows ago. We actually had a picture. And if you look at it, literally the United States is literally in the equatorial center.
Oh, great.
Which is why our temperature, why we're way, way warmer this year in this weird, freaky El Nino and this really weird jet stream. Speaking of which, I should actually click on the jet stream real fast for, my generic on nulsk.net, earth.nullschool.net is all.
Yeah,
God,
I can have a banner for
that
that.
stream is so spread out. It's unbelievable. It is literally, it's coming across the Pacific Ocean. It's going down. Actually, it's going over the top of Hawaii, which it wasn't doing last week. So it was below before. And then it's so spread and flattened out. It's actually hitting Northern California all the way out to the middle of the Yucatan Peninsula, doing a down drop hook and then dumping up north into the Gulf of Mexico and into Texas, and then all the way up until DC, New York, and then over across the Atlantic off into this weird division thing. Wow. Which is spreading downward south to the eastern edge of South America and across Africa, all the way up into Russia and China. And then it splits off also and then goes north up to Iceland, Scotland, and Spain, and then takes a big dump down south off of Spain into western northern Africa. Very weird, very heavy.
The screenshots I had them. I don't remember.
I've never ever seen this before. And the middle troposphere is weird, and then of course the southern Arctic, Antarctic region. The jet stream is a dual 2-bander. And it only used to be one that was circular normal. Now it's wavy and mop top. Looks like a splat rather than a circle. So the jet stream is really weird. And that's,
what do you think about this, Sam? Hang on.
Yeah, I got to come back.
I got this on the. I've seen this happen a few times over the past few years. We've seen these circular patterns before. I have.
Everybody was freaking out about that. They were all saying it's HARP and it's a HARP signature, and I shouldn't say that. HAARP. That's a radar signature refraction. Sometimes a focaling will bounce back and have a reverberation, and I believe that's what this is.
Wow.
So are you saying it's just a technical?
It's possible, but it's most likely a technical glitch. Now, remember, we're looking at a computer graphic. Now, if you were seeing that and you were actually seeing clouds and land masses and water and all of that, then I would go, "Oh, hey, it's real." But you're looking at a rounded graphic design here, and it's showing you something that the computer itself can't read properly. Did you hear about the theory in Europe? Yeah, it's entirely possible that we are so tipped that Europe and England and all of that area is farther to the north than you used to be, and that could be a 30-degree variant.
Oh, whoa.
Okay. Wow. It's always changing. Every day.
There's we will wobble
more
again.
weather events.
We are in, and I'm because of Jesus, and he's of course not here to hear this. We are in supposedly the first quarter moon, and that started Friday. And of course, their depiction graphic was showing a half. It's a quarter moon, yet the depiction on the people that were showing it on TV showed it as a half moon cut off, and then it was also being illuminated from the bottom angle instead of the normal side angle that it used to be. So the disinfo from either intentional or actually cognizant, not knowing what the hell they're talking about, is showing a graphic that doesn't even match what a real quarter crescent moon should look like. So I think they're fooling people, and anybody who hasn't been around that long to know the difference between what a quarter moon should look like and what they were depicting in their graphic.
How hot is it there in South Africa, I wonder? Audrey was saying that there's a heat wave again.
Yes.
Well, yeah, they're at summer, and they're coming into fall here, so they're at their hot
Hey,
point.
Robert. I've been saving some of your pictures, Robert, to show. I've been, as you post them, I've been saving them to a folder. So you may send me extras, but I may already have them. So we'll find out here shortly.
Nicole's smiling and ready. I think we gotta let her.
I know. Well, I was going to say let's touch base first with Rocket Man.
Okay.
And I'm going to play our little video about, an intro. I think most of you have seen it, but let's look at it again because I like it. It's about our new platform that we're creating. Rocket Man is, mainly creating it, not so much, but me and Jesus are, working on it as well. So
you're helping out a lot, providing us with really good input.
Because
I'm fascinated. I can't wait to see.
I know, me too. Hang on a second. Let me get this little clip pulled up, and we'll start there.
Breathe with me.
Yeah, I watched that this morning about 5 times again.
Yeah.
I was driving to
Citizen
the
Science
store.
Project. Yes.
I went to the post office and I came back and I was actually humming that song even though I wasn't watching it.
Cool. Get you pumped up. But yeah, I mean, what we're doing is we're creating our own platform, so no one can come along and give us community guidelines anymore. There are no, people like that, or it's us, and Rocket Man. So, and it's going to, be a place for all of our videos. We're going to do our podcasts from there, that will branch out to many other places. And you explain more what you're doing, Rocket Man.
Yeah. So I hired another person to help me. I hired Pamela. She's our woman on the ground in Medellin, Colombia, and I've been working with her off and on for the past 4 years, and she's an excellent engineer. And she's going to be working on the all of the artwork, the banners
Awesome.
for the website, any content that would need to be added to the website that is being provided by Rebecca, which is great. So we'll add all those links or those drop down menus to take you to those certain pages where you're going to find what you're looking for, organized, not scattered all over the place, but you'll have drop down with every planet, the Empire Orb, the Long Box Cube, Texas Cube, photos, videos. So we're using this product called Movie, MUVI, Movie One, and Movie Live. So we'll also be using another product called Streamlabs, which is about 1,000 times better than StreamYard, and which allows us to be able to do lots of stuff.
Thank you, StreamYard. Thank you for what we have received from StreamYard.
No, it taught us a lot. It taught us.
Right.
It taught us what
we've used their service. We do appreciate the use of their service so far.
No, it's widely used. Yeah, absolutely.
It's nice because it's kind of simple. It's anybody.
Disclaimer.
Could do it.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
So we're going to be moving to new technologies for streaming. We're going to be streaming to the same places, but more like so Facebook, TikTok, Trovo is one that I have never heard about. We'll be streaming to YouTube, and then we'll also be streaming to our own streaming server in North Virginia that's going to record our live stream and automatically put it on our platform. And then Rebecca will probably have to go in and do some content editing and the title of the video and the description, stuff like that. So I'll be meeting with Pamela later today at 5:30 my time, and we're going to do some training. I'm going to be training her on the customization of the website template. You can go out there and take a look at already. It looks like there's been 30 people that have already registered, which is great. Thank you so much. And so, yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it's great. You know,
That's wild. That's awesome.
Wait,
we
so
have.
you can register right now, or
You can actually see the site now?
Oh yeah, yeah. You can see it in its evolution. That's what I'm kind of allowing you guys to do. I normally don't do this. I could have said coming soon, but you'll start to see it evolve. You know,
Right.
into what it is,
Kind of like a baby in the womb.
which is like we're going to be doing e-learning. So we're going to have an online citizen science academy where Rebecca and Sam and we'll be able to put together a curriculum.
That's great.
We'll be able to do it's a professional e-learning online learning platform.
Citizen
that will
Science
be-
Boot Camp.
And
They'll be able to
and-
train our new sky jockeys, our new apprentices.
Yes. You'll get to graduate too. After so many lessons, it'll build up to a certificate, and you get a reward, which we're still determining, but it'll be nice.
Oatmeal
you
raisin
get-
cookies for
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, you know, Rebecca, you posted that link out on Facebook. I don't know what you did, but when you posted it out there, that's where we started getting a lot of people to register on our website. So if you want to go to post it in the chat, for people to go out there and take a look at it,
I can do that.
the face of it looks pretty good, but a lot of it is not working right now. It's in progress. So if you click
It's
on
just
something,
for viewing only. It's not
yeah,
functional.
yeah, it's not fully functional yet. But you can go in and register, and you can upload your little logo for your username.
Oh,
and,
cool.
And so you will also be able to upload your own content, your own videos, and store in your own playlist for other members to
That's
watch and see
awesome.
too. So you will have that ability later on.
Yeah.
And then eventually we're going to have our own application that you can download and install from Play Store.
Cool.
Sorry,
Cool.
I was just going to say, and how things are going to be translated. Explain how it's going to be what subtitles and audio.
Yeah. So what we're going to have is on all of our videos, we're going to have subtitles in every possible language that exists in this world today. That is provided by Movie One. We'll be able to, based on their IP address where they're pulling up the video and watching it, it's going to translate it to their language.
That's
and there's
amazing.
subtitles.
That's
So
wow. What a
it's
gift.
It's like magic. So we're going to be able to be
I'm
heard
even more excited.
in every country.
Yes, that's going to be a
Wow.
first for us. I mean, really. So it's just going to
And
branch out from there.
and also we'll be able to accept currency from every country too.
Cool.
Major.
Perfect.
Very, very.
That'll be great for
It's
the people
exciting.
signing up because there's going to be so many people interested now. It's going to spread out all over just like
Absolutely.
Sam wanted.
Mhm.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep,
it's
we're go-
literally a binary twin solar system platform
Yeah.
based on the findings and works of Samuel Hofman.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
really, that's a huge deal.
absolutely. Yeah. And,
Special. Wow.
you know,
Congratulations.
and a lot of people are moving away off of Facebook.
Mhm.
It's censorship and all of the filth and all that whatever.
Mhm.
Terrible.
And they're also moving away from YouTube. They're actually going to their own platforms like this. For example, I watched this guy, follow him. I don't agree with 100% everything he says, but I do agree with a lot of what he says. It's called A Call for an Uprising. It used to be, but he had to
I watch
change his
him.
channel so many times because they kept on canceling every one of his channels. So he's already decided to completely move off of YouTube. I'm a member on his paid platform.
Mhm.
Outside of YouTube, I registered just like what you're going to do to register on our platform. I've already been a paid member on his platform for like 6 months already. So he's already gaining customers, members. He's selling merchandise. He's doing a lot of this stuff, and he's giving me ideas. He's a smart guy. He's smart. I give it to him, and so we're doing what he's doing, but better, way better.
So Sam, can I ask you, like, how are people that don't know about this information going to be able to find this website? You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, perfect.
Oh,
Good
like,
answer.
talk,
Good answer.
It just came. So
perfect answer. Yeah.
Right, right. How are people going to find out we're existing?
Yeah. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be streaming over an RSS feed to Spotify Radio, to iHeart Radio, to XM Radio, and eventually to Smart TV, where you can pull up and that we'll be able to start marketing by branching out and to all these other platforms like Trovo.
And an app.
Twitch.
There'll be an app also for your phone.
Yeah, and then we're going to have an application out in Play Store that everybody will be able to download so that they can interact with our website. Instead of having to go to the website and deal with the slowness, you'll be able to, have your own like Facebook app on your phone. We'll have our own CSP
our own platform. You just click on Citizen Science Project platform.
Yeah, and
you just go straight to class.
And it's not going to be bombarded with bots. Like Facebook.
No.
I've had over 7,000 new member requests in the last 24 hours, and they're just fake accounts.
We have our own
as fast as I can delete them, I delete hundreds at a time every couple of hours.
Yeah, we have our own bots. We have our own protection.
I'm really disappointed with Facebook for going this direction, and I'm disappointed with YouTube for how they treated me, and not looking at it from, a decent perspective, just taking somebody's word for things, know. So I'm ready. I've had my, issues.
Eventually, those platforms are just going to be self-help and porn. That's it.
Oh.
That's all they're going to be, like self-help and how-to and stuff. But it's not going to be anywhere.
People are going to get tired of it.
We can't go there.
Yeah.
They don't want us.
But,
So I'm excited.
Thank you. So we'll keep you posted. You'll see some additional changes. We'll start to upload more content or more videos, but the ones that I'm going to be uploading, they're not going to be perfect. But Rebecca will come behind and fix them up so that they're all pretty and they have the description and all that stuff right. But I'm going to start putting stuff out there as free content so people can start going out there and looking at some of the videos.
Perfect.
But that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
So much for doing all of this, and
no, it's all good. It's a worthwhile investment.
It is in many ways, and it helped. The way I see it is Rocket Man, he's been following Sam and this information for 10 years.
More.
You add that. He's got the passion behind it, and he's financially able to do this, and he's got the mental know-how to do all this. It's just like
maybe you could explain his notion behind what he's been following for 10 years for new folks. Rocket Man, go ahead.
No, I've been following your work.
What have you learned in that 10 years?
Oh God, I started off listening to you on that radio show. What is that? Tip my tongue.
Radio Wasteland.
Radio Wasteland. Okay, I started listening to you on Radio Wasteland, and I was like, who is this guy? And I was like, God, it's like after that, I just started listening to all your radio shows out there until I came across Rebecca. And as she was putting, the drawings and the overlays, and she was showing with your work, and it better help me to really understand what the planets are, sky fillers, everything. I've been on top of this, obsessed with Nibiru for almost 11 plus years, ever since I found you, Sam.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
All right. He told me it was a lot exactly like Jesus and myself, when we found you on YouTube and those radio interviews, you could just hear, you could tell by the way Sam was talking that he was being honest. You could just hear it in his voice, and you could tell he was highly confident about it. And that caught my attention. You can tell he's not like reading off a script or
he's the only authority out there.
It's true. It's true.
Well, I imagine
It
there
really
are
is.
people out there that know more, but they're not publicly speaking. So, of course, I don't think anybody knows what I know because of my daily study presence with Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2, and then Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, and then all the collective sister sites that Rebecca and Gillian and Carol Ann and all these, and Andrea Adams is around, and all these Facebook users that have been around we're going on our 14th year come April. So all these people that have been around have formulated all of this information and which has laid out the platform that we're working off and we're going to continue to grow with.
Yeah, I found you on Facebook, Sam.
Yep. Well, that's the only place I was for the longest time.
Yeah, that's where I found you first.
And of course, I've had trouble accessing my own personal, even my own YouTube. So for some reason, my email account doesn't exist, oddly, and yet here I am using it. Okay.
That's weird. I can't find it on.
We got to get Sam an email address, Rebecca.
Yes,
yeah,
that's easy to do.
Switch my computer to do that one instead of this one. I have to figure all of that crap out again. Windows 11, everything changes. Anyway, I had wanted actually to get to Nicolle and let her tell her story.
Sure.
Give her a little mic time.
I know. I'm happy that she's here. Let me get her pictures pulled up.
And then we can tease Leighandra to
I wish I could make our pictures bigger, but we all see you down there, Nicolle.
Yeah. Go ahead and just let as many people go register out there. It's totally fine. You can. There's stuff you can go look around at. Check it out to see what functionality we're going to be having to come soon.
I'm excited that there's already, like you said, 30 people. For
And if you are feeling shy, you're also allowed to say that as well.
Yeah.
Right. Right. We've all been there.
Right.
Each and every one of us knows that feeling, Nicolle. If you're nervous, don't worry.
Every time we come on mic, we get a little nervous.
Every time. If you notice, I almost kind of stutter when I first start the show because it hits me. I'm like, the camera's on. There's people looking at me.
Hey, Nicolle. Hey, Nicolle. What part of Colorado are you in? I'm in Durango.
Okay, nice. I'm way north of you, so I'm just outside of Boulder, really.
Oh, you're way up there. You're far. You're way
far away from you. Yes.
Yeah, I know where that is.
Where are you, Rocket Man?
Durango.
I'm in Durango.
Is that south?
Southwest.
That's southwest. Yep.
I'm trying to make sense of how big your country is, that you can actually have a state where one of you's in the north and one of you's in the south.
Yes.
She's really far. Nicole's far away.
Yeah,
and I have to go over
them.
Yeah, she's so far away from me.
And I'm way north of those guys by 2 states. You get to Wyoming and then you get to Montana.
Yeah,
and then you go over.
I just got a map. I just got a map of America, so I can remember where you all are.
Start studying the U.S.
Good job.
Yeah. I study your area all the time.
I know.
I had to learn where Inverness was and all of that. And then
here I'm busy. I was researching as well. Got me a map.
Yeah.
I'm over there in the corner, about to fall off into the water.
No. Yeah. I'm in the very center. Right in the very, very center. Me and Tracy Moses and JD Martinez. We're all kind of close together.
You're going to have to get a little magic marker to mark you all in now.
Yes, you will.
The little red pins, Get a cork board, put the map on the cork board, and then start adding red push pins.
And then you won't be able to see it anymore.
There you go.
Hey, teleporter mission. Hi there. Hey, Rocket Man. I've had a couple other people mention that they are getting a message like this when they try to.
Yeah, well, it's probably because I don't have certificates set up on. We're eventually we're going to have our own www.citizenscienceproject.com.
I think I got that link too. It said it was
there you can still go to it. It's just it's a site in development. So it's because we'll eventually have our own domain name.
Yeah, my computer says it's unsecure also.
Yeah, mine just said the same thing on my other phone.
Yeah, it's not secure. It's not set up with secure SSL certificates, like the certificates. Yeah, where you have that little lock up on the top of your browser. It's locked. Ours will eventually have a lock on it.
Okay.
But you can go
So
check out
so
the
that
development.
message will go away. I see.
Yeah, it'll go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the warning
Cool.
flag.
All right. So don't have to worry about things.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
safe. It's all safe.
Good. Well, I want to ask Nicolle a couple of questions and get to know her a little bit more because, we visit on Facebook, but it's nice to be able to see you face to face finally. So
Likewise.
It's a pleasure to have you here with us. But I guess my first question, and I'm always curious with everybody, is how you found Sam. Like how did you come across Sam? And when was it?
I've really actually been trying to remember, and I came across someone else initially because I saw the sky. I saw things that I'd never seen, and internally, like in the soul, I knew that there is something that's not right, and I started seeing it back in January of 2018. So it was my birthday that year that I found this other source. My birthday, I was on my way to birthday dinner and I found him on YouTube. And then I want to say that he must have mentioned Sam's name. And so I started looking for Sam because this one had some information, but not a lot of information. And it was very Chicken Little, the sky's falling. And I spent quite a while in I don't want to be alive for this. I don't want to be here for this, panic and fear. Sure. So anyways, I had to find somebody else. And he mentioned Sam's name. Someone said Sam's name and in Montana. So I went looking and the only Sam I found was a deceased Sam. And I thought, oh my, I'm too late. I'm too late.
Oh, geez.
Oh my God, I didn't know.
And so
nobody told me.
Well, the birthday didn't seem to match up with the picture that you have as your picture. So I figured maybe it was like an older relative or something. But I ended up finding the group, and somehow I found you guys. I did not end up. I don't know when my date was that I joined Montana Skywatch. It used to say 1-2 when I got there, but I want to say it was probably around November of 2021 when I finally got to the Facebook group.
And it's lucky you got in because a lot of people are not. I got another 300 requests on Skywatcher 2 alone in the last 2 days. So, and unfortunately, a lot of them are from India, and we've got the hacking scenario going on with those folks. Sadly.
What's that? All the clowns with the happy faces, the ones that are sending all the haha.
You can see when they answer the questions of whether or not they will read and look up the background information in the files. And then there's this little code at the bottom of them. They say yes, and then there's this code, and it's just like it's on all of these people, and it's the same code over and over again. And Rebecca's gone through this, and I've gone through this, and we know they're bots. Because there's that answering questions code, and it's like, what the hell?
They'll use the very same answers to the same questions repeatedly, different accounts.
Admin such and such a code, and
it's like
we see that over and over. So last week, long story short, last week I literally ended up just throwing 400 requests out the window because there was so many of them, and I'd already spent like an hour and a half going through the ones that I did let in. And I went, okay, I'm done. Everybody else is just going to have to re-request. And I'm sorry if you've requested a few times, but I'm getting bombed by so many bots that it's really, really difficult to vet through everybody. And if you're serious about becoming a member of Montana Skywatcher 2, just keep trying, and I'll try to get to you. And go ahead, Nicolle.
Right.
Well, I just stopped inviting people when you said that there was all that unnecessary people applying to be in there. So
I've had people message me who are sincerely trying to get in,
I think that's the way to
people
go.
I know. I'm like, so that would help if it's like a real person that really wants to get in They can message one of us. And then I turn around and I message Andy, which is Sam's moderator. And
I do add people when they are affiliated with Nibiru Followers Anonymous or other sites, or if they're close friends that I know the name, like friend of so-and-so. And then, of course, there's people that know 30 and 40 people that are my friends. And so they're going to, they'll pop in a little easier in the vetting. But I have to go through to each person's page and actually look to see if they're real.
Yep.
And that takes, anywhere. Go ahead.
I always tell people, if you're going to try to apply to be in the groups, make sure that your page looks legit. It looks like you're active on it.
Yeah, anyone without a picture, I automatically, that white, silhouette of a person, they absolutely do not get entered whatsoever. If I see that, I don't care what's on your page, you're gone. If you don't have your real face there, then we're less likely to add you. And if you have some weird name, you are less likely. The idea
all of the bots have such weird.
Hey, Sam.
It's so weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna tease you, Leighandra, because you were in a dream of mine, and I told you that I typed that to you, and you were like working.
Must have known I was coming on today.
You were working in a scholastic, like, university scenario. I was walking through all of these buildings with university arches and large, and you were working your butt off. And in the dream, you said, "Okay, I will meet you here." And then so I went to your house and knocked on your front door, and then you were laying sort of in your kitchen and on your kitchen table, half asleep. And it's like, that poor girl works too hard. And then it was, we were spending some time talking, and then we were going to go someplace, and then the dream ended. And so that's what I saw in a dream. And I don't normally dream about a lot of individuals, but I thought it was surprising that you were actually in the dream. So
I think you must
figured
have
I'd share
that I was coming on to the show soon.
Yeah. It was like 2 days beforehand. Yeah, it was a premiere.
And I love the teaching and explaining this stuff to other people. So it's funny that it was a scholastic setting.
Well, it was. It was like a university, and I went through these multiple different buildings. How they have different buildings for this and that and the other thing.
Yeah.
And there you were working, and I tried to talk to you, and you said, "Well, I can't talk right now. I'm working, so I'll meet you here." And then the dream progressed from me leaving the university and then going to this thing and seeing a white house with, this little white picket fence front porch, and knocking on a screen door, and there you are, past the living room, half asleep on the table between the kitchen and the living room, sitting on this flat, table-like thing, and you were very, very tired. And so anyway, that was the dream.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yes.
I guess she gave you the secure link for our website. It's in the private chat. I tried to post it in the chat, but it wouldn't let me. But
Okay.
that's the one that they need to be. That's secure.
Okay, let me see if I can.
Yeah.
So it's two different links?
Here, let me share it and see. Oh, wait, that's back where I was. Hold up.
Yeah, I tried to share it out there, but it wouldn't let me. Yeah, you got it.
There it is.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, let's click on that, and that's what you. So it's a little different than no www, but the HTTPS. I need to fix that.
Yeah, that means it's the S means secure.
Is it ever going to be www, or is that not?
It will be eventually.
Later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Got it. Good to know, because I didn't know that.
Yeah, I have a GoDaddy account, and I've got some domain names, and we'll just go ahead and purchase a domain name. It doesn't cost that much.
Yeah. Awesome.
I'll go there. I'll go there and take a look at it, and I just have to redirect this one to that one.
Okay, that'd be nice to have, and it'd be easy for people to remember.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, it'll change.
Perfect. Okay, thank you for clarifying, because I have had a couple of people, ask me about that.
Yeah, I know. This will fix it.
Cool. Thank you. One thing, Christopher, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to send an email.
Yeah, are you? You're good. Well, you're fine. You're fine. I just wanted to also announce that yesterday, Christoper, I asked him to help moderate our group on Facebook, be a moderator. And without hesitation, he said yes. So I just want to, announce that and thank you for, agreeing to do that, because I know it's work.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't expect all of the group members to write so many amazing comments. I was shocked. Thank you all so much.
Right. They are. We have seriously the nicest group of worldwide people. They're just kind-hearted really people.
All those comments. Thank you.
Perfect. And I appreciate it. And he's been at work ever since. We were talking last night, and he's trying to fight off the bots. With us. And
these bots, I don't get it. Their name. All of these bots have really weird names. One of the bots' names was Booty Jews. It's Booty Jews. It was spelled BOOTY.
Yeah.
JUS.
A mess.
Yeah.
A mess.
Right. I know. Very creative people out there.
What's going on with those things? And I don't know. Figure it out later.
Hey, my name is Incontinentia.
Right. There's some weird names.
That's disgusting.
And who are these people? Who are these people in the picture?
Well, hey, I have a question for Rocket Man when he comes back. But I'm just I'm just curious if you can tell us from a technical view. Why is Facebook doing that? What is there a reason that you know of that they would do this?
Well, they're terrorizing you. They're harassing you. They're doing this because
making you think you're crazy.
They're trying to censor. It's part of their censorship. They're harassing you. They know what you're talking about. They want to keep you silent and they want to bug you like Alex Lujan Jr.
Keep you busy.
And it's not gonna work.
Alex, like Alex. Like Alex is a bot. He's a nasty bot.
Yeah. Right.
And the drama continues.
Yeah, the
drama continues.
It does. And we know that they are desperate to try to hide this information, and there's really nothing. They'll stop at nothing. I think they're going to use every tactic.
One member at a time away, which we've seen a lot of recently from the peanut gallery, and it's rather. I have a minor comment on that. After I also say, okay, remember that this video is created for informational purposes and entertainment.
That's right.
We are not attempting to make money off of people's copyrighted pictures. If you send material to Montana Skywatcher or to Nibiru Followers Anonymous or any part of this show from the Citizen Science Project, your material will be used for teaching purposes only, and therefore become the property of said previous sites. To continue, there's been a lot of talk about why they continue to do it. And sociopaths get bored easy, and they like to stay busy, and
you're so right. I know a sociopath.
Right. And if they can't be busy harassing somebody and creating a controversy and some sort of a mind game,
God, you're so right, Sam.
Then they're not comfortable. So and I for years searched for that answer, and I kept trying to look at it logically, and it's actually far more simple than that. They're just bored.
It sounds like
and we happen to be the best people to mess with because we're fun.
They literally cannot help themselves.
They have to mess with us because it goes against their thing. Go ahead, Rocket.
Yeah, it sounds like my ex.
Well, sir, one of my deep studies is sociology. I have spent a great deal of time studying sociology.
You're so smart.
Trying to come to terms with me.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in a scenario where because of my God, I hate to go here. Because of my atypical neurosis, I'm different. I think that I have way more energy. I think at 1,000 miles an hour, 300 miles an hour. And I'm annoying to a lot of people sitting in the same room with them because of my speed. And I spent a lifetime viewing this as something I was doing wrong. And in actuality, I was not doing anything wrong. It was just everybody around me was not able to handle me. And for the longest time, I kept that as a primer that would limit my exterior public communication to even people around me. So sociologically speaking, that I've spent a lifetime trying to learn how to tone myself down. And when in actuality, it wasn't me that needed to. Because I need to be me, and I hope everybody out there that follows us regularly understands me by now. And yes, I'm a little left field, and I think a little fast, and I talk too fast, and I apologize, but this is normal.
Sam, you're totally right. What you said about you needed to be you, like you needed to start learning who you were. You need, and it was never about me. It was always about that other person. It's like. I'm starting to learn who I am, and I'm starting to love myself. And
I regularly tell everybody, you're here for a reason. You found us this information. Nicolle, Leighandra, Rebecca, you, Christoper, Jesus, everybody has found this because you guys are at the right place where you're supposed to be. Look at the percentage. We are, unfortunately, a very small percentage of the know out there. And you special people are here because it's important and you're supposed to be here. And that's why I always say, long story short, trust you. Trust you. You guys are here. You're all smart. You're here because you're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. It's about you first.
Well, trust you. And I had to take years to do that. And this has happened, and Gillian and Rebecca and my older friends have all noticed that I can do certain things, and only when I had the interaction between people at long distances was I able to understand that this was actually happening, and yes, I was correct. And previously, when I had dealings with the government, we never got proof of what our work was. We never, we would write out our yellow pad and we'd go through 5, 8, 10, 12 sheets of paper writing what we saw down, but we never got anyone to tell us whether or not we were accurate, correct, incorrect, whatever, ever. We never got answers. We just set the information up and it never came back down. So only after, going public and being on the internet and talking to people around the world was I able to learn that my gifts do work, my far-seeing abilities do work in a measure that, I couldn't even fashionably perceive ahead of time. And I'm still learning. And I learn every day just watching the planets, and I learn from you people. And sociologically speaking, I finally figured out that these people who are out to get us are just bored.
Yeah,
there's no right or wrong or rhyme or reason to it. They're screwing with us.
They're bored. You're right.
They're bored.
Bored and miserable. Extremely, extremely, extremely miserable.
Yeah.
And they want to share it. They want to share that with you.
And also this comes along with being that sociopath. They're weak people.
Yeah.
Well, let's always pray that there might be a little hope for them to grow and learn and trust themselves rather than try to create drama in order to have a sense of self-achievement. Anyway, let's move back to what
I think the only thing I would add to that is, I wouldn't think about going after somebody just because I disagree with them. Right. It's like a super personal thing that certain people have towards us. And because there's a lot of people I don't agree with, but I don't go around creating a Facebook group and making a YouTube channel just to talk about how I don't agree with these people.
Let's one individual and make their life rough. Yeah.
It's very strange.
That's because you're not evil. That's because you're good.
Yeah, and it is really hard and difficult to perceive evil. I'm not going to go evil. Let's just say worldly uncomfortable, so that they live in a world that we don't even see. We don't walk through crowds going, "Oh, I hate you, you bastard," or any of that. We don't live like that.
There's just a difference of people out there. There's varieties.
Yeah. Well, it takes all kinds to fill the boat. So let's go back
There
to
is
what
all
we're
kinds.
looking at here. These awesome comparatives that
These are from Jesus, both of them, and he's going to be joining us here momentarily. He said he's going to hop on for a little bit, so that'd be a treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Right side of the sun, left side of the sun, and you even figured out how to do that correctly on the posting. Well done, Rebecca.
Oh,
always working,
thank you,
always
Sam.
so busy, doing a good job, doing an excellent job.
I never stop, never. So, but thank
my
you.
job
I
is sort of
appreciate
kind
that.
of easier in some ways because I stare at all this
Well,
stuff.
you've
You
done
have
your
to
work.
send me an app to do that. Sorry, you said you would send me an app to.
I will. I'll show you which ones I use, and I can help you make these if you want. So it's just, I've taught myself over time, and I use like multiple apps just to create, one image. Usually I do something here, and then I put it over in a different app and add to, and it's just figuring things out.
But it's amazing how we learn, how many different things we learn because of this. It's really quite cool.
Yes, for sure. Let's see. Yeah, Freezy.
I love this
Jesus
shot
is
on the
not
right.
on here yet.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Tell everybody.
Yeah,
Looks like someone on a speed bike.
A couple of days old. And the lead asteroid, and I believe the red asteroid is the dark cloud on the left above the lead asteroid.
That oval shape that it has, the red.
I sent you one on Facebook already, I believe, Rebecca. I was just grabbing up. It's from Robert in New Zealand, and
okay, I might have it already.
I sent it to you about 5 minutes ago or so. I was just sort of lost, and and then we got lost in downing sociopaths, which we shouldn't be downing anyone, but they do well. The game is afoot. The game is on, and they do send us. They send us their level of fun and activity too, and sadly, we don't have time to deal with them, and so I've tried to ignore them as a general rule anymore.
That's the best.
And I don't even read or answer them any longer because we've worked long enough over the last almost 14 years now to know what we're talking about and how we're vastly volumes ahead of anyone else out there talking about the Nibiru system. I keep seeing all these YouTube videos that they keep, putting the Book of Enki and Eliel and all of that out over and over again. And those guys get upward of 20 and 30 and 40,000 views within a couple of weeks. And so, I think we have to maybe think about our clickbait show facing. Speaking of which, that was just up there with the alien ship, and I like that Stonehenge thing today. It was definitely very cool. But we maybe we need a hot chick in a bikini. I'm joking.
we had the alien guy that Andy made.
Hey, I got it. Tribute. We gotta get female aliens in bikinis. Fake click.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have a question actually for Nicolle. I think it was like 2 or 3 shows ago now. I was in the comments and you were in the comments too, and we were talking. And I know now you're connected more so with Sam, but you said that you had some questions that you put in the comments before and they weren't answered. I was wondering if you had any of those questions today that you wanted to ask while you're on here.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up, and it's very nice to see you face to face as well. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
Likewise. I do recall a few of those. One was about Long Valley Caldera, and if Sam felt that that was going to be posing it.
Long Valley Caldera, is that in California?
Yes, that's another one of the.
Is that the
super
one that
volcanoes? That's not.
Well, yeah. Okay. Do you? Is that Southern California caldera?
I don't think it's necessarily far.
There is. Well, there's a huge. Actually, there's a caldera that literally runs from California to Texas.
Wow! Really?
Yeah, underground. As part of the New Mexico Valley of the Gods, or whatever they call it, all those pillars. Those are all volcanic cores. There's volcanic activity in Arizona that is pretty much ignored, and they haven't gone off in about 300,000 years. There is the Salton Sea area all the way to Mexicali, all the way down through the Sea of Cortez between Baja, is that fault line that connects to the San Andreas and the other minor westerly smaller fault lines from the San Andreas. And that activity recently has been hyper active. And we talked about this in a couple of shows ago, where that new water weight that is pouring from San Francisco all the way down to San Diego, all that weight that is landing on those tectonic plates that have been empty for many years, including the center area of entire state of California. That whole submerged circular area in the center of the state used to be a vast, huge inland lake, almost inland sea, but it was fresh water. And that comes from the melting snow all off the Mammoth Mountains and all of that, and that runs up into the Cascades and all the way up into that mountain range. So that whole area used to be a very large lake, and then it over 100,000 year period of time, it dropped all the way down to the south, and then that was drained from the 1930s on. So the average man doesn't even realize the whole center of California used to be a huge, massive lake, which is what carved open San Francisco Bay, for instance, which what opened up where Monterey is, and all of these valleys from that massive lake draining over the last 200,000 years. So all of those waterways and valleys were carved over time by water coming from that central California massive inland, very large. It was literally bigger than like the Great Lakes. It was huge.
So,
go ahead.
According to the map, Long Valley Caldera is kind of in eastern California, like I guess that's northern eastern California. It borders Nevada very close.
Okay. Yeah, that caldera does actually reach. There's an arm reach that runs literally all the way to Texas.
Wow.
It's a small. It's a subdermal, deeper than normal volcanic line, but that whole area is a caldera. And then you have lava chambers above the caldera, which get fed or not fed, which is what causes grounding upheavals and uprising, which will actually create certain mountain ranges. Or when they spread apart, then you get a break apart, which is where you have a subduction in between the two plates that are moving away from each other or towards each other. And that has to do with whether or not there's subductive plates. And it's about 150 miles to 200 miles in the case of West Coast. The subduction plate goes underneath from the eastern or the western Pacific, and it goes underneath us. And then the North American plate is moving one direction, and the California plate is moving the opposite direction. And yet there's that subduction going offshore. And that's where the Juan de Fuca and all that up in Seattle plays into play with Northern California, and that line where it goes off into the ocean, off of the major San Andreas. Now, anywhere 150 to 200 miles, because of the subduction goes, that land is being pushed down underneath the North American plate, and it becomes hot. And all of that material that is hot melts, and that's where you get the lava pool or the caldera developing from that land being shoved down and melts. And then the gases create this chamber pool. And then above that would be the lava dome or a welling up through the fractured geology into other thinner bands closer to the crust of Earth, which is why you always check when you check earthquake activity. You check how deep it is, because if it's lower, then that will tell you magma moving under the surface, or if it's deeper, it'll tell you earthquakes, depending on if you're in a magma-rich zone or not. And you're just at a fracture zone or what. There's a difference, and this is part of geology that you learn to look at. But yeah, there's been some activity in that pressurization of the weight of the North American plate moving one direction, and the California plate moving the other direction. California plate is going northward. The North American plate is heading southwest. And the subduction is causing a whole bunch of interesting stuff. Now, at the Salton Sea, there is a magma mud area that it has shown itself at the bottom of the Salton Sea. And if you go to Google Space or Google Earth or whatever, you see me Google Earth, I'm sorry, not Google Space. But if you go to Google Earth and you look at the bottom of the Salton Sea area, at the bottom of the lake, the southern area, and that's a big salty, briny lake. It smells to high hell right now because they've been draining it. They haven't been getting any fresh water from. That's where the Colorado used to flow out too, and it doesn't anymore. That's man has stopped the water to the Salton Sea. It used to go down there, and now it's just a briny stinkhole where pelicans poop. And all those poor people lost all of their money because that whole area went into depression because it smells so bad. You don't want to go there. So anyway, it's great. It's a great place to live as long as you can't smell it. You know, walk around with clothes in, and it's hot and dry. But anyway, that whole area at the southern edge of the lake, and including there's been a swarm of earthquakes running all the way down to Mexicali. Yeah. So along that fault line, and they are seeing minor tremor factions all the way up through San Francisco, and there's a huge stream of cluster harmonic I'm trying to remember exactly what they call them. There's difference between earthquakes and then harmonic tremor quake. It's a tremor quake. In Seattle, Portland, and Southern Oregon, just north of San Francisco at the connection of the Juan de Fuca and all that, there's tremor quaking going on, which shows movement in subduction. So that whole line all the way from Seattle all the way down to Mexicali and the Sierra Cortez in the Baja region.
I heard there was one in Texas as well.
There's a lot in Texas. There's been I was getting to that next. There's a cluster going on in Texas, and actually it's moved more to the west. And a lot of that is fracking earthquake scenario. So but there's an area there moving, and that is the connective same area that leads all the way due west to Los Angeles fracturing, where that lava collective is underneath, way deep, and it does run from under Texas. And if you go really, really deep under Texas, you're going to run into lava. But there is an old lava dome under Texas, because we know that geologically from New Mexico and Arizona there is numerous volcanoes, including Utah and Utah and Nevada have a whole bunch of cones standing all over the place, and people don't realize that there's connective volcanoes everywhere, except that the North American plate is moving, so that changes where the actual deep down lava domes are, and so. Well, there's a lot of anywhere 150 miles to 200 miles to the east of San Andreas Fault, you're going to have lava and volcanoes.
Hey, Sam.
Thanks.
Yes.
I used to. I was born and raised in Lancaster, California.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I know.
I'm kidding.
No, seriously, I'm sorry too. Yeah, I was born in the desert.
Don't talk about California, man.
What is it about Lancaster? I'm not familiar.
Lancaster, it's the high desert. It's nothing but dirt. We don't have any trees.
We gotta keep this picture.
Tumbleweeds. Tumbleweeds.
Talk about this picture. This is what I was looking for when I first sent you that first one, and I didn't find this one.
Oh, okay, perfect.
What are those tiny flame-like clouds?
Those are flame-like clouds of Saturn's yellow moon.
Yep.
Dead center is the green asteroid.
Wow.
Where?
Dead center.
So,
the wee nose on it.
And these are from from Robert in New Zealand, like I just had here.
Yep.
But
look,
and so here, like
go ahead.
that.
Those flame-like clouds are absolutely unmistakable. Except Saturn's yellow moon is way bigger than drawn here.
But that's the yellow moon.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the yellow moon goes from the tree all the way to the other.
Yeah,
tree
I
see
it. I see. You're right. You're right.
Everything dark is Saturn's yellow moon, And the only difference is that the green asteroid is dead center in the middle of this picture.
Yeah.
And
The green asteroid we talked about
that's
in the
that
last
thumb-sized circle in the middle, just lower of center, is the green asteroid.
Oh, gotcha.
and that's the one we talked about. It's like it kind of looks like a virus, maybe.
Yeah,
with
it's
the white
blotchy.
clouds.
Yeah, virus. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I always
But it's
called
not
it
gonna
like
look like that every time you see
space
it,
satellite, but a
obviously,
virus would. Yeah,
That's a funny
Yeah,
way to
it's
try to
trying to get
describe
these
it.
asteroids and what they look like individually. You
hey,
know,
wouldn't that be freaky if it was a space virus,
I
but the size of a planet?
Don't start.
What would a space virus look like? It would be
or
huge.
don't
you
need
know,
that.
or maybe it
Nobody
looked like a
needs to go
cell
there.
with receptors on it. That's what I saw when we saw it last podcast.
Yeah, I've always shook my head when it comes to the green asteroid. It's
Yeah,
just
it's pretty weird.
Ever since day one, since we even saw, like 2016, 17, when we started actually defining the object cluster group to say that, oh, hey, wait a minute, it's object cluster groups, plural.
Groups.
Groups. And then because before they were so small, we thought they were one group.
Okay.
And then as they got closer and closer and closer, we saw they were actually different groups, and they were spread out, and they would actually, depending on our out view, they would change positions and sizes. And this is where we learned about the big three, and this is where we learned about lead. The lead asteroid was called the lead asteroid because it was usually visually first seen from the beginning. And now, of course, it's all seen in the mixed. And you could actually say, if you were to take into who's actually in front coming from left to right, it's actually the green asteroid has now moved farther out in front of the lead asteroid. But we call it the lead asteroid A because it's the biggest. But it's and in this picture here from Robert, you can see the lead asteroid and the green asteroid literally as drawn.
Yeah,
that's cool. That's really cool.
Everything
I hadn't noticed that until just
so
now.
much.
Gee,
It lines up perfect.
I can draw these things. How do I do it?
I know. Look at the lead object. You can see the lead object really well when you look at those. It's a round object, right of the sun, just right in the middle, and it's got those stripes, just like you draw it.
There are some places around the
I
world
can't believe
that
it.
have the perfect viewing spot to see these
But it's
planets.
because they move. Like we all get our turn, but
Yeah, last 2 days we had these ultimate blue skies, a really weird cutoff sun, but you could barely see any of the planets. We'd call that an away week, but actually I did see there was a whole bunch of sea trails to the southwest today, like they were really trying to hide something. So and then maybe
we've been going bonkers here all week. Well, when you could actually see
we
stuff.
had absolutely, literally cloud-free blue skies last 2 days. It was weird. It was. You can see the dark areas out there, but I didn't actually. Of course, I didn't spend a lot of time out either. I might have missed some really awesome shots if I had more time to sit outside. But because I was working on a new video series and my minor binge watching. Yeah. Anyway, I finally bought myself a movie I've been looking forward to for a very long time, and I said, okay, I'm going to buy it. Couldn't afford it, but I did anyway. Because it was on the shelf, and if I don't buy it now, I'll never get a copy. Anyway, I still buy DVDs. I don't, of course, have any streaming services to pay television. I would love to get the Disney Channel, but I can't do that here.
Can't you get it?
We're in Montana. We're still in caveman days.
Can't you get it?
I have not figured out. Well, see, I don't have cable TV. And
I don't. I just use computer as well.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't have any banking through my computer either.
All right.
If I did, the hackers would have me poor. And I learned long ago never to bank on my computer. My computer is for work only.
Okay.
And I don't have my personal life on this computer other than my my Facebook page. And oh, look at that.
Look at
Yeah,
that.
ain't that grand? That, of course, is Attu's moon, and Attu, and on the lower left, in white cloudy, is the object cluster group.
Oh, I've also got one like that.
Actually, the red asteroid, and behind it, of course, is the Texas cube, but
It's
it's
there.
in that shot. It's in that shot too.
Time.
Yeah.
It's in the middle, behind the white streak on the lower left.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's
the object cluster group under Atu's moon and Atu, it's like when I first started, looking at the planets, and I think I wasn't trying to see the big picture, and there's so many asteroids and objects up there. It's
tons.
That can kind of get confusing sometimes, and you're like, well, why are there 30 spheres in the sky? Where's the planet? And it's like, oh, those are asteroids. It's hard to wrap your head around when you.
Yeah, they're in front of and they're attached to, and then sometimes as they rotate, those asteroids will actually bank turn.
Oh,
and that's why we see them sometimes coming in from the left, and then sometimes we see them vertically going straight down, and then sometimes we see them almost. It's more rare that we see them coming in from the right and then orbiting around as the planet turns. Yeah. But that's usually by the dark part of the evening, where you've seen one rotation cycle, and during or they actually spin faster. I don't spend a lot of time out there watching the orbitation anymore because I'm
there's so much going on with them.
Well, no, and I'm doing laundry or dealing with the kids and cooking. I got my new stove, and I already have a burner problem again. It's a brand new freaking stove.
What are you doing to your stuff, Sam?
It's the new stuff. It's not made like it was.
It's the new stuff that's doing it.
I was browning a pound of hamburger, and the burner just turned off.
Man.
Huh?
Well, I'm freaking out with the top powder of my new stove because I cleaned it all over, but all it wants to do is smoke, so I can't use the top part of that grill.
You better lift the facial lid on front under the burners because you have a collection of grease which can catch fire.
Yeah, so I haven't been using that part.
Get your landlord in there to clean underneath that stove for you, or get a service guy, or do it yourself if you can. Learn how the faceplate on the bottom at the top of the stove will lift up, but you have to be very careful not to break it.
And those fires burn fast and quick.
Where you have to pull on slowly.
Yeah. So be careful if you are.
Or have a stronger male come in and do that for you, because you can cut yourself doing it as well.
Yeah, I don't want to do anything scary,
Every stove is different, and you have to be careful of your plug-in in the back if it's an electric stove, or if you have a gas stove, you have to be very careful of your gas line, because anytime you mess with that, you can cause a internal house fire from hell.
I don't want a fire, so I just didn't use the top grill thing. I just used bake.
Right. Well, so you have obviously there's something underneath in the main pan above the oven, and there's a pan under there, and you have to clean it. You have to clean it regularly, and a lot of people don't. And that's where you can get a fire, because if it's smoking, that means you're going to have a fire. So get that cleaned.
I will. Yeah.
Is that Christoper?
If you have a landlord, call him and say, hey, I don't know how to do this, and I don't want to break the stove. Can you open this for me so you can show me how I can get this clean?
Yeah, I'll have to call the people that gave it to me.
Right. Well, whoever, just if you've got a handyman or a male around, even a neighbor, and just ask them if they know how, and because it may be just a little hard for you to do. Anyway,
thank you.
I think it's somebody who's typing fast. Who
it might
fast?
be me. I am typing.
Oh,
to TikTok. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to pound.
Please mute whoever it is.
Yeah,
I thought it was her.
Right.
I could see her. I could see her focusing. I could see her going, and she's focusing.
I can see the fingers going ticky tacky.
Yeah,
that's me. Okay.
There's a little smoke coming up.
Tap lightly.
I know.
Oh boy. Well, somebody was asking about making a question. I was like, yes, put your questions here, and we'll check back with them in a moment. So, and Teleporter has a question, Sam, about they're trying to explain, how what we're seeing are the effects of planets, like even right here, but they're talking about how it looks like they disappear into nothingness. Is that because, we're just seeing their dark sides, we're just seeing shadows, or maybe you can explain it better?
We see the backsides of them generically because they are between us and the sun. And then when they come beside us or go past Earth, that is where they become illuminated, where we can actually see the face or the side of it. and then the atmosphere. Now, remember, there's an atmosphere around each one of these planets. So you're looking through A, our clouds, and B, their clouds as well. Each of them have a base cloud pattern. It becomes a learned thing. You have to learn to look for the dark areas first, and then they'll start coming in. And if you watch them long enough, you'll see a transition in the light, and then you'll see a facial illumination, either crescent, a half illumination, or in some cases, depending on which planet you're looking at and which direction you're looking at. You'll see the face of Uri, you'll see the face of Atu. Now, they're gas giants, so they're harder to see, but they have specific pattern. What we're looking at here is twofold. We are looking at A, the Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side, and B, you're looking at one of the asteroids above the sun. This is probably another New Zealand shot.
Yeah,
it depends on where you're looking, and you have to judge the illumination angles of light and to judge the faces, because they are so large now. And usually it'll come to you where you all of a sudden you'll see it, and then once you see these planets, you can't unsee them. It's just this. Well, all of a sudden, okay, this one's definitely the bottom of Nepacity.
Beautiful. Look at that. Wow.
Oh, look at that one. It's like hairy hat guy. It's just like fun going up.
And the planet's Nepacity is actually a very small planet, but it is so close to us and going over the top of us now that it appears massive to us. And see, this is a lot of part of the brain issue, where your brain has to grab this stuff, even though what we were taught and what we learned and what we assume we know will all of a sudden be yanked. And then you'll see these planets, and Christoper, I think, is a judge of that as well, where you see sun all of a sudden, and then it grabs your brain and you go, holy crap, there it is.
Crap.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yes, Rocket Man.
I think we need a t-shirt that says, once you see it, it can't be unseen.
Yes. Right.
And the one with the crayons, Sam? The one with the crayons.
Yeah, that's like perfect.
Yeah, well, we need the one that says, I've got it. I haven't the time or the crayons to explain this to you, and put little planets under it.
Yeah.
I neither have the time nor the crayons to explain it.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did I send you a t-shirt like that? I think I did.
If you'd like, Rebecca, I can send you that picture.
Sure.
So you can post it.
Okay. Yeah. This is one of the drawings from Andy Poole in the UK.
Yeah, I'm just getting to you something. Hang on.
We're using that as our little mascot.
I can also, while I'm at it, I can find that one where there's a picture somewhere around here that says "I eat crayons." One of the peanut galleries actually made of me.
You need to get going.
Yeah. Hey, Rebecca, I can probably give Andy credit. I can give Andy credit if you give me the details. I can give him credit for the image.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I asked him
Andy
to,
Poole.
do something like this, and within 24 hours, he had a whole series. Here's some more he's put together.
Yeah, just send me his name and his YouTube channel, and I'll put it up there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking.
I will. Thanks. Because
I eat crayons.
He would appreciate that. I know.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Because this is his contribution to it all.
It's his work. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, I like that. I like that one.
I do too. Here's another one you can work with.
Can you send me those?
I'll send you them again. If I have it already, I will.
No, I'm not looking at it. I'm here inside of Facebook right now, and I'm not looking at what you're posting. Darn it.
Oh, we're looking at Andy's artwork.
I know, and I'm missing out. So hold on.
Oh,
I know.
I was looking for. I saved one of those pictures that the Peanut Gallery put out about me. I can't find it.
Yeah,
I don't save a lot of those because it's just a joke. But I saved the one where that said "I eat crayons," because I thought it was funny.
It is funny. It's great.
Yeah.
If they're gonna, because everybody's always harassing me, and I'm scrolling for the second time down the page now. People are always, saying, "Oh, my 5-year-old can do better crayon drawings," and I don't use crayons and never have. I admittedly have stolen the red crayon from my daughter. Because my red pencil did die in the past. And,
Confessions.
Confession time.
It's all coming
I
out now.
did at one time use a red crayon.
That's Sam. That's Sam and the alien, Rebecca.
Oh, look how gorgeous that is. That one is perfect. Oh, come
It's
on.
like a Santa Claus,
I'm not
Sam.
finding
Right.
it. So
I know you're not that old, Sam. Come
I was
on.
gonna say, I think they aged you a little bit.
Yeah, but look how adorable it is.
Rebecca, hey, please send me these.
Okay.
Yeah, try as I may.
I'll put
I
them in an
I
email
did have
for
a
you.
beard
Yeah.
during the when it was 37 below here. I had a beard, and it got out about an inch off my chin, and then the damn thing itched so bad I couldn't stand it anymore. And then I actually went and shaved after it got warm, because up here you have to have a winter beard, keep your face warm. Otherwise, you walk outside and then you can't breathe because your nostrils freeze shut. And
I feel
yeah,
your
and
pain.
if you got a beard, it sort of kind of gathers enough moisture in your face as you're
Oh, this is
exhaling.
look at it. Look at it.
Hey,
Got
Sam.
little beady eyes. Yeah.
Hey, Sam.
He's got to do all of us.
Eyebrows, mustache, goatee, beard. I don't know.
Hey, Sam. Do your
Yes, sir.
boogers freeze too?
Disgusting.
Yeah,
Boys,
yeah,
children,
I do not
Round
have.
up, Jillian.
children.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I
Gross
do
boys.
not have proboscis drainage issues. Thank you.
You guys need to go stand in separate corners right
I
now.
like that one. I like that one.
Well,
Okay.
what's with all the
I
beard-
have an
long beards, though?
intellectual
I mean,
nose. I have a
Is this what's
patrician
going
nose.
on here? Or?
Yeah, you
Come
gotta
on,
send me
dudes.
these.
Come on. Chris has got to say something now because he's the only boy that hasn't said something gross.
You
And I
gotta
feel like
you gotta
that's
send me
fair.
these.
That's
Wondering
kind
if
of like
Sam-
Chris.
I mean, is your beard actually like this? Like, is this the likeness we're going for?
Yeah.
Not me. No.
No,
I think it looks
okay.
like
Yeah.
you.
No, I
just didn't-
I grew
wasn't
I
envisioning
grew
that's
like
what
I
you look
said.
like right now. You know.
I grew
Yeah.
the beard.
But
It was
I
about an
just had
inch
to
off my.
ask.
It was about an inch off my face.
Okay.
Covered, chin, face, because I've had a mustache for years, but and I have a goatee, but I let the chin and the sideburns and everything grow all winter, because we did have 30. We had 37 below, not counting the wind chill.
You sit there and plait that stuff then.
And well, you just stop shaving because it's damn cold
It's-
outside. Your face freezes. So and
Worst
and
thing.
it's like normally consciously thinking, well, when I go outside, I'm going to get a scarf on as well. And you just say to yourself, I'm not going to shave because of a scarf for later. And just it's a thing we do it becomes habit in Montana. You just along with hunting season, you grow a beard or you let your face grow. It's sort of I spent years shaving all the time when I was working for Red Lion Corporation or most of my jobs. And so it's kind of rebellion against ever having to shave. Not only that, I don't have anybody to worry about that, gets, of course, my daughters don't like it when I got pokies and I reach over and kiss their cheek. And I stab,
Pokies.
I stab them. They are sharp.
Is that what they call it?
Pretty
Pokies.
rough.
Yeah, they always called it pokies.
God bless them. Oh, that's so cute.
Daddy, no.
Come on, Dad. Ew, Pokies.
I think that last image kind of looked like Christopher, to be honest.
Yeah, there you
Oh
go.
no.
With a longer beard.
It couldn't it?
Oh,
Yep,
If
I
you-
see
if you
it.
pull up his image right here, you click
Yeah.
on it.
Let's
Like,
see. I
your
just had
nose
that up
gotta
here.
get
Hang
that.
on.
yeah, that's Christopher. Look at that.
Hey, Christopher, we'll all go to as Halloween and we get some ZZ Top beards.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's Christopher. Look there.
That
Yep,
is
yep.
weird.
Yeah.
And
Sorry,
then his-
Christopher. We're sizing you up.
We'll go
You
to
better
Comic
show your
Con and
wife.
get ZZ Top beards.
Wait, what did you say, Jillian?
You better show your wife. We're sizing you up for a beard here in your old age here. See?
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever let it get that long.
Ask
Oh,
Sam.
yeah,
You only
look.
get beards like this when you get daughters because they stress you out. Teenage daughters.
Oh, yeah, I earned every gray hair I have, I promise you. Okay.
Either.
So
Oh yeah. What about those pictures that I sent you? Those sun
yeah.
ones.
let me yeah, let's do that. I'll pull those up because there's only two, and then I want to look at the pictures that I've put together for Nicolle. So
No shame. Do Nicole. Poor Nicole's new. She
well,
was
I
we
know,
were
but
talking
this
about. her.
one, I want Sam to see these real quick. There's only two. I think I had it ready. Hang on a second. If I don't, I'll get it.
Dun dun dun.
Oh no, I thought I had it ready to roll, but give me a moment.
Yeah, we
I
gotta get
think
that.
I was-
that sound effects board going here.
Yes. Hey, Rocket Man, I'm curious. I feel like we need our own music or something. You know what I mean? Is there with Streamlabs? Does it come with music, or is that something we do on our own?
I don't see him on here anymore.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, he's back.
What kind of music do you like, Rebecca? I mean, for the
Well,
show.
I could use some help on, you know.
Nice.
I'm like, yeah, that's like my thing. I love music.
You know, we just need to avoid copyright things,
Right.
you know, because I do get hit with that.
Mhm.
So I feel like I need to change our music a little.
Yeah, and
Here's
I
a
think
good one for you guys. I
Well,
just got
yeah.
notices from Gillian and Leighandra about the coming show we have today. They just got here.
Oh my goodness.
And you guys sent these hours ago, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
They just got here to my Facebook page.
Talk about delay.
No surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just saw the notices pop up, and in front from the lower right on my computer. It's like, Jillian sent you this message. Leighandra sent you. Here's
Okay.
Jillian's another one. Sent a photo to Big Show today.
Yep,
Yeah,
I just
that's
sent
me.
them now.
Oh, okay. Now I'm getting more notices.
These are the extra ones that Rebecca didn't have. My friend was wanting them to be shown to you, so she sent them again. So I sent them
Uh-huh.
now. These are for
I
you,
got
Sam.
them.
Okay.
And
I'm pulling them up now also.
Okay.
So
while we're on pictures, Rebecca, there was a post yesterday in the Facebook group from Anastasia Wright. I sent you the picture. She asked personally if you guys could look at a picture from March of
okay,
2022. I sent it
Yeah.
to you guys, so we can look at that later or whatever.
for sure. Okay. Yep, I'll get those. Did you send them to me on Messenger?
I sent them to you I think I sent them to you on Messenger and the Gmail.
Very interesting.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Now, where is she, Jillian?
Let's see.
Oh.
There was two. Here was that one first.
There, Rebecca's got the rest of the information that I sent.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
This is a live cam screenshot, but where?
Wasn't this?
Here you go.
Did
It
you say New
says there.
Zealand? Oh, let's see.
It's in New South Wales, Australia. Sunrises and sunsets last night and this morning. 2 photos from a sunrise and in one place, and 2 photos from a sunset in a different place. But they definitely see something.
Yeah,
This one is really peculiar.
I definitely think it's a hard call. There's this is okay. I was looking at the other stuff on Facebook. I just got back to StreamYard here to look at this. That could be our star. That could be Soul. And
Which one?
The top
On the
one.
top, that's Soul.
The top. Okay.
Yeah,
But what time is
and-
this? 20. What is time is that? I'd have to think about that. It's like
That is 9:30 at night.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
go
that's
to
too
the
late.
21:34. Yeah.
for our sun.
And who's the illumination below?
Now I after last week's show or when she showed us her material last time, I did wonder. It was like, is that the moon? And
Then she sent me something that says that
know-
it's not the moon. The moonrise.
see,
She sent
that
the
was
moonrise
my
as well.
question. It is entirely possible. Oh boy, without going completely sound like I'm insane. It is entirely possible that we are seeing sun separation, and the larger star come past sunrise is putting off so much light that our star Soul is being under illuminated because it outbrights our star.
Ooh,
And
the
that's
chills
the
I
same
got.
example. Yeah, we talked about that in other previous shows about how other stars, when you have a larger star and a smaller star, how a lot of times you'll only see the larger star and you won't see the smaller one. I do believe that we are seeing, this is like the third example of it. And like we said, we need 5 or 6 or 7 shots of this, but I'm really tempted to say we are seeing separation, which is expected. The 2-star separation is expected. And wow, my question is,
it's going to be crazy when we actually have the confirmation of it, because we know that it's coming. We know that it's happening, but to just
and we got to work through it slowly, and you can't scream. Yeah, you can't scream, oh, 2 suns, like all the unfortunate people have been doing who were wrong. Now, we also know that, and this is what I was also weighing just a moment ago, we also know that the tan asteroid is usually very illuminating and very large, and that also fits in because we know that the tan asteroid is coming to illumination angles. Like last month, it was in last month's drawing and the month before. And this month, I didn't rainbow illuminate it per se. I just put it out farther into the light. But yet, this shows a centralized above the sun scenario. And I would expect the tan asteroid to be more to the left of the sun. So that's what leads me to believe that we are looking very possibly at our star, or what would be an extreme. There's also the Tool star, which we don't talk about very often, which is also on the left-hand side of Nibiru. So that's possible as well. So that, it's like, where do I go with this? It could be one of 3 different scenarios. So this is, of course, why we need more information. But damn, this is convincing. Yeah, because we saw it last week, and now we're looking at it, and Michelle Mountain has reported it, and she's in South Africa, and they are in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
So they're having a different view at a different angle than we do, and that's also representative because that also occurred in 2010, 2011, where they saw stuff way before we did. So, and you have to think, and if you were to flip that picture upside down, that might be more representative of what they're seeing in a way that we can fathom in a different point of view.
I'm going to get a video.
Because we know that the sun is rising, that the exiting star will rise partially, because we know it came from below and to the left. So we know it's going up and to the right over our shoulder.
I can't wait to see it.
It's going to pass us. And that's always been my fearful consideration, is what if this star passes closer to us and massively increases our Earth surface temperature from this, and which would also account for why we're, partially more depth in planetary magnetosphere and all of that,
Would it go up and over us like them, or would it go to our side? What would it do?
We know that the solar system has risen. They were at a weird axis angle where they came in at this odd axis. They got big, and then rounded and went away. And then now they're all above us and actually gotten smaller in some ways. Like Uri has sort of gotten smaller. We know that Attu and Attu's moon has gotten smaller over the last year and a half or so. And which is why some of the older drawings work now again, because they were back when they were smaller on their approach, and we can reuse them because the size is similar. So they're rising above us, and they're actually going beyond Earth now and being illuminated facially, and we can see them better. And these are the dark planets. And if you look at this picture that she's got frozen here, you got to look for that big dark area, excuse me, first. And then the blue is most likely, that is most likely Attu and Attu's moon. And that right there is the asteroids. And they're almost going vertically under and orbiting underneath Attu's moon. Yeah,
look at that thing.
Lead asteroid and red asteroid. And then, of course, little sister and spiral behind it and all of that. And up to the upper left corner, you will eventually, not in this shot, but up to the upper left corner is where the skull asteroid is.
Okay, so this is from Wednesday this week. And
okay, yeah, awesome.
Excellent. So this is yours, Nicolle.
Yeah,
that's
that was
cool.
mine. I was looking, you guys were talking about texture and said, I think Chris said, memorize that texture. This is what it's going to look like. So So
you have to learn to look to the dark areas first and look behind.
Yeah, I was going to
immediate
say
cloud.
this is a perfect example
It
because you can
is.
see a definite cut
look
between
at the
dark
bottom.
blue and light blue down by the
Mhm.
trees.
Yeah, look over by
know.
the trees. You start with the trees and you say, look how light blue that is. And then you look up and it's dark, and then you see the patchy clouds past the first layer of clouds, and that is Attu's moon. And then behind it to the left is Attu, much larger, much darker, but straight up. And these are the asteroids rounding it. You can see them in the clouds right there. Those big circles
You can see them
are
in
asteroids, and they're
Hang on.
literally orbiting underneath Attu's moon, almost vertical, by your out view.
Yeah.
And
There's
this is
definitely
Look at
looking
that.
northeast.
I love that.
of something inside those clouds. Don't just limit yourself to saying they're clouds. They're definitely in.
Yeah,
you
can
gotta
see them
look up
almost
to
the mantis cloud patchy in the background, and they're those rounded bubble cotton ball clouds that wrap around Attu's moon and Attu.
They are so cool because every
And
time
huge.
I see Attu's moon like this, those clouds they have these like weird bubbles, like Sam said, and then there's all these connecting like tube that like come to the other cloud. They like connect each other. It's so strange.
It's very
I've
weird to
never
watch.
seen clouds like that before. Come on,
Yeah, no, those aren't real.
no, and it's
Not Terra.
And
right.
we
and
have hundreds and
Attu's
hundreds and
moon.
hundreds of pictures of Attu and Attu's moon over the years that are just unbelievable. I can send Rebecca a couple of the ones from years ago. Go ahead.
No, I was checking something because TikTok said that my sound had been removed. I thought it was on that video. I was like, oh, hope not. But it's okay. I don't know what they're referring to. But
I'm going to grab a couple of
they do
older
that.
Attu and
They'll let
Attu's
you
moon
like
pictures.
use music, and then they'll come back a week or two
hit
later
you.
and say, no, you can't use it. So
Terrible.
yeah. But here is a folder I put together of pictures from Nicolle that I've, things that she has sent me and things
Okay, 2
that I have
seconds, I wanna
found.
send you a bubbly
So
picture
no
real
particular
quick.
order, just some cool pictures. So, and this is what Colorado looks like.
Oh, look at that. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Back.
So
2021.
Okay.
And this
I'm
is
thinking-
looking north. Well, this is looking
All right.
northwest.
Huge spokes. Look at that thing.
I'm
Looking.
thinking that
No, I back.
those
Northwest.
stripes.
Yeah.
That's Nibiru. Northwest.
2021.
Okay.
That's-
Now
that's
that's
sunset.
a good one because I have
2021.
Yeah, that's
some examples of that.
see how
Let's
wide
get
apart.
that.
See how wide apart the fingers are.
Mhm.
Yes,
I knew at the
yes,
moment I
I
looked
do
at
see
it.
that. It's so
See how
similar.
illuminated it is,
to,
and how big it is. Yeah, that.
And then
And
the
there's
yes.
no
line
there's no core.
down below.
There's no open
Okay.
core in this, so that it can't be necessity because there's no open core. It would be illuminated.
Yeah, it all joins at the bottom.
And this is Nibiru.
Okay, I'm going to get some
Rebecca.
examples. Also, yes.
Do we have? Oh, I forgot. You would have to have it next. Never mind. I was gonna say, do we have a monthly map from Ben? But it's okay.
Monthly map. Oh,
That's right.
yeah, I'd have to find it. You're right.
Yeah, I know. I know it's not part of the
Yeah.
presentation, so go
But
for it.
it could be found. I actually am going to look. Here it is. This is from Jesus
Cool.
last week, and it's the same. Those
It's the
fingers
same.
you're
Look at
talking
that.
about.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
that
look at
too.
The bubbly.
It's amazing.
Clouds on the edge of Attu and Attu's moon. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Look at that.
No, it just makes you dizzy looking at it. It's like
So
a
there
big,
it
big
is.
ball.
And
I
here it is
I also
again.
sent you one on Facebook, and that's an older one where it's rusty illuminated and it has the object cluster group, and I think that's like 2019, maybe 2020. Yeah, that is definitely
Perfect.
Attu and Attu's moon, straight up over the top, and then over in front of it. Over in front of it is Nibiru at the horizon in the northwest. Yeah, that's Nibiru right there. And you see the definition between the bubbly clouds at the top of what we're looking at here? That is where you're looking at the bottom of Attu's moon coming in front of the out view of Nibiru.
It's so disorienting, isn't it? But when you see it
I'm
like that,
there
Yeah,
we go.
and
Hey.
then you've got Attu's moon right there,
Yeah.
and
I see
Attu above that. And over as we look to the west at horizon are the fingers of Nibiru.
Beautiful. Look at that.
So
I have
let's
an
go
exact
back.
And then you
this
go to the
somewhere.
left, and you're going to have Uri in the background in the far northeast.
So it was Nibiru that caught my eye.
Nibiru, right.
They are so huge over the top of us that you're seeing a blend of one planet mix in with the other planets, and it's really hard to separate them. But you got to learn the clouds.
Yeah, they're all smeared in together.
Yeah, and they're above us, and that's why everything's so dim. We're so dimly lit because we literally have this big sheet of stuff over the top of us. But it's actually many planets, but they are so over the top of us now. We're the amount of light, radiant
Crickets
light
chirp during the
from
day.
above is not coming in. We're only getting it from straight at us, not from surround.
Nicolle, did you say something about crickets?
Yeah, they chirp during the day, and the sun's shining, but because it is
there's less
such
light.
little light, they're
They've always chirped during the day, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That always
Roosters
happens.
always, crow at 2:30 in the morning.
Of course they do.
Right?
Hey, we have a new person added to the group. It's Jesus. Hi there.
Hey.
Jesus.
We have a full house here. It's great to see you.
Jesus.
Leighandra,
What up, man?
really nice. I was happy to see you this morning or a while ago. I was like, it's great to see you here. Nice to see you here. I don't know how to do that, but there you go. That's what I heard. Well, good to see you, Nicolle. Very nice. Very nice to put a face to the typing. We've been seeing your work for a while now. It's really nice to kind of have you on the show and see you face to face. So
yeah,
nice. Chris, Rocket Man, nice to have you guys here too. So
Right. I know. I'm glad you were able to hop in for a while. So
yeah, I'll be on for a little bit. I gotta go to work later, but I'll be on for an hour or so.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yes. I think this is the most we've had. How many we
I
have?
think so. I think
8
so.
people. Looks like 8 or 9. 8.
Great.
And hello,
I know.
Sam. How you doing? Sam with us?
I'm here, but
I was like, is he cutting pizza or is he?
no, I was I'm just sitting here,
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been posting some really great stuff, Nicolle. I saw some of your recent posts, and I was like, wow, this is great. This
That's
is
what I
nice.
was saying too.
He's got a good eye for this stuff. So
Well,
yeah.
I was
And
just
she's
figuring
learning.
out. We were just showing Nibiru that was, and I just now put it together that it was Nibiru that had been calling to me that I kept seeing, and I was like, "That's not right." I know that but I gotta vehemently disagree with y'all when you agree that you're crazy, because you're not. Because this is your soul calling.
We're not
talking to you.
We
So
know that we're crazy, okay?
Nobody
It's fine. We're fine with that.
we're not the crazy ones here. Just
No,
you gotta
I mean,
remind yourself.
honestly, crazy people don't wonder if they're crazy.
True.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So
They
I
don't
got
know.
a psychoanalysis to prove I'm not crazy if you want it.
Yeah. I mean, how do the skies change so much, guys, that nobody at all questions? And again, I'm going to say there is a lot of people questioning it because I get bombarded by TikTok videos where people are just wondering. They're shooting the sky, but they have no clue, and then they go to Google, and then they lose interest because Google gives them a stupid response, a stupid excuse for it, and then they
There
kind of
are
lose.
no answers on Google. There's just
All-
not.
all
I
you
looked
have
up
to
my
do-
Saturn, right? I typed it in. The only thing I got was there's a heavy metal band named my Saturn.
What
really?
browser are you using?
I was like, and then,
They have got to be stopped.
there's always Bing. Hey, all you have to do is go back and look at old movies. Go watch a movie from the 70s or 80s or 90s.
And I've always watched the skies. Night skies. I mean, the day skies are a little bit more boring, but I've always watched them, and they've always been very plain and blue.
Very.
Yeah.
And the same
And
blues,
look
right?
at that. That's just
Yeah,
incredible.
yeah.
I mean, we all had Crayola crayons in our childhood, and there was sky blue, and the entire sky was sky blue, not baby blue. not
That's
cornfield blue, not
That's
midnight blue. It was,
No.
it's not even the same when the sun goes down.
You know, that's a great point. You never see children, back in the day anyway, draw or color anything but blue skies. That's a great point.
And a yellow sun, not a white sun. Can you make a white sun, right? It's a little
Yeah.
hard.
I absolutely agree with that. It's totally white. It's very strange.
And remember, we would draw just a cloud here, a cloud there.
Yes, yes.
Or no clouds at
and
all.
they were the Simpsons
no clouds
clouds,
at all,
not squares, not triangles, not rectangles. No circle clouds, Simpson clouds.
I've lived in the desert my whole life. We've had, usually pink sunsets, but not like this.
Right, I lived in Arizona, and sunsets were nothing to bother.
There's
They
clouds,
were
stratus
nothing. Now
clouds.
they're incredible. And
Yeah, I remember the sunrises and the sunsets in South Africa were
Sam,
unbelievable.
why have we seen? I guess you could say a color variation with the sun. Well, what's the deal with that?
Well, this example, this is debris from the onset of Uri. When Uri goes over, and Uri is, of course, in this picture, is that blue area in the upper left corner. And the rainbow effect is debris and dust and particles that the sunlight is breaking. It's gases as well. The light in space is being broken into a prism effect, where the human eye can see that. And we've been talking about this for about 8 years, where we would see the onset of Uri when the debris comes in front of the sun. And then Rebecca and I go back many, many years about showing the individual asteroids that we're crossing, along with the debris fields and what we always refer to as the onset of Uri. And that's where you see the colors in the sky, because it's breaking up into a prism rainbow color. Now, some effects are actual clouds, normal clouds and water shining through. Like example is this picture. This could be completely natural. But however, that black object in the dead center, I might point out, is doing an awful lot of light blocking and is very round. So it's entirely possible that you're looking at the blue asteroid in that case. Also, we talk about the cutoff of Uri. That will cause a light effect as well, depending on how much debris or how much atmosphere of the passing planets it is actually shining through, because that'll cause an effect as well. This is the illumination of the bottom of Nepenthe core after sunset. And it's also got the red asteroid is the bottom rounded blip above the center two pine trees.
Okay. I'll look
So
at
that thing at the bottom is the red asteroid.
It's the rounded thing above the two pine trees. Now, I believe that Nepenthe core is the top one. It could be the bottom of Atu's moon, and then Nepenthe core could be the bottom illumination in the back horizontal distance.
Okay.
I'm also inclined to remember the fact that Saru is incoming.
Yeah, that's the one I'm having.
Would she be in the top like that, though? Would she be in the top like that?
No, the bottom band just above the pine trees in the center. Very seriously looks very thick, like the bottom band of planet Saru that we know is coming.
And that would be them all in a line. Was that this week?
We're going to see Saru near Uri, right?
Well, look at the distance of the vertical all the way straight across. There's no rounding, and that's large.
No.
And then the normal
Sam.
sky is everything from down below that. So and then there's a further illumination up right at the top of the center that I would have to say is Atu's moon.
Okay.
So we got, when you finally get past the other light issues and you go to the top one and go, Atu's moon.
Yeah.
And also, I want to point out, guys, that you have to think, like, yes, in this picture everything looks like it's all stacked, but there's depth. There's actual depth. You have to think 3D. It's why I like to use angles, because it help me watch things a lot easier and kind of see what's
that
there.
picture I could see, all I could see was the two side bits that's dark.
Yeah. So think peripheral vision and think 3D. Think, you have to think depth perception.
Yeah, and we look at stuff, and Christopher talks about this all the time. Jesus talks about this. We break down. We go, okay, what could this be? And then we start going A, B, C, D, and then it sort of leads you. And sometimes you got to take a step back to B or move up ahead to D. But in order to figure out what you're looking at, but once you take into account the monthly drawings, and this, of course, is last month, which is different, some changes. Once you take into account the monthly out view, it really makes sense.
Right.
And the fact that everything really stays relatively in the same place,
For the most part, it does.
Generically, as you say, Sam.
And then over the month,
Sam, what about all the other ones that don't have names?
You mean asteroids?
Yeah, there must be a whole bunch of other stuff there that must drive you crazy seeing it all.
5 years.
Over time, depending on, we just added, little sister and big sister, and that is two smaller asteroids that are right alongside the red asteroid, and of course the tan asteroid is more to the left. And so we've added, when we've seen repeated patterns over and over again, we'll add a name or two, but I don't want to, create too big of, there's a whole shitload of them. So, we're starting to mention golf balls compared to bowling balls.
Yeah.
And I that's why I haven't spent any time naming any repetitive ones. I do see the patterns. I see them regularly. And every few months.
Yeah, you must have so much more in your head than what you can actually.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah, and Jesus talks about this as well. The stuff that's going on inside and behind that.
Right.
And we kind of hinted about that at last show. Mm-hmm. If Jesus wants to say something, he can. If not, we can change subjects.
No, I think we're good there. But I do agree. There's a lot more going on up there than we can really put a name to. We
can't really tag into science either. A lot of it's.
We would spend a lot of time. Sam would have to spend a lot of time and make a huge, much bigger drawing.
Okay, well, hey, everybody out there who's making captures, if you're going to take a left-sided shot, left side of the sun, and we are looking for the salamander asteroid group, we're looking at the base of Uri. Right. But go up a little bit higher to the upper left, almost straight up, and see if you can capture the skull asteroid on purpose.
That was my objective yesterday, Sam, all day. And I'm telling you, we'll see later what happened. Hopefully.
We showed videos from Mr. BB333, and thank you again for the use of your material because it was public. We showed that on the last show, and it was a great shot.
That was an awesome capture.
We knew it was coming, and it is up there, So, a lot of the times we don't talk about the smaller ship, and Rebecca showed an older video where it was a capture from the ISS camera, and it just showed this wave after wave after wave after wave of passing debris. So this is an Oort cloud on the bottom of these two gas giants, in the southern hemisphere, orbiting these gas giants, which is what all these object cluster groups, and that's why I tag separately the salamander asteroid group, because it's just this wave of stuff that's immediately right at the bottom of Uri. And I've created the separate group name because it does look like a salamander hanging on the side of the bottom of planet, like a salamander holding onto the side of a ball, planet Uri.
Yeah, it's quite ideal. Was that you then? Was that you called it that?
Well, in 2018 and 19, we saw the planet Uri was far enough back, and it literally looked like a salamander hanging onto the side.
Well, I know because you showed it to me. I seen it in September in 2018 in South Africa. I was standing up on the roof of one of the houses, and I seen the fiery golden glow that stretched up like that. And you went, "Oh, congratulations! You're seeing the salamander."
And and I gagged it like that because it literally looked like and we couldn't really figure out what it was because it was slightly submerged in the outer atmosphere of the gas.
Because you said to me you weren't sure if it was a moon. You weren't
Right,
sure.
and well, because if it is a semi-submerged moon, it has a whole lot of debris with it as well, smaller objects. But then, I mean, how do we count moons? Because Saturn and Jupiter have tons of moons.
So many.
And we talk about Mars. Does anybody know that Mars has 2 moons?
Yes.
Deimos and Phobos, yes.
Phobos and what?
Yeah, not a lot of people realize.
Deimos and Phobos.
That's right.
Are they concentric moons as well?
I did not know everybody knew that. Good.
Phobos is goofy look.
Yeah,
I don't know, for some weird reason, because
Gold star to everybody,
because I seen the face on Mars back years ago. I seen the face on Mars book came to our library. A guy was studying it out on the west coast in Cape Town, and they were talking about the superstructure next to the face.
Yeah.
And they were talking about it in sort of hushed tones, these two professors.
The Anunnaki mausoleum, yeah.
Yeah, they were talking about the giant, the D&M pyramid, and the massive complex that is positioned in the same kind of area of Mars as it is in Egypt. It kind of is a replication of, because of the way that they came through the atmosphere to land in their ships.
That was where one of the Anunnaki was, what do they call that? God, I can't even pull the stupid word out. I know what the word is. Sent away to. Anyway, yeah.
Exiled, maybe, or sent away.
Exile to, exile. Thank you.
Exiled.
That's one of those things where, where you can't, you all of a sudden your brain goes, no, you can't have this word.
That's because you're thinking of so many other things at once. It's like trying to grab that word.
Yeah, it's exiled. One of the that was the battle between Enki, Elil, and the other guy.
What do you mean, Marduk?
No, Marduk was a child of one of the actual earlier, and that was 450,000 years ago. So
wow. Yeah, well, there's a whole bunch of them. I mean, you've got to read and watch and try and remember all their names. It's like a super soap drama.
Yeah, they're getting far more views than we are, and I'm kind of irritated about it because we have current facts and everybody's watching those because they've got all those cool pictures on the thumbnail. Clickbait. And I watch those things and I'm so disappointed. And it's like, God, I've heard this 87 times. Give me something new.
Yeah, I know. You just sit there. But the Cydonia region of Mars had that face. Did you see it, Sam?
Yeah, that's supposed to be the marker. That's supposed to be the marker of the tomb.
Wow.
That face. And then, of course, when it went back over again, they claimed they went back to look at Mars, and they said, no, it didn't look like a face anymore. It must just have been some way that it, made it look like a big potato splat.
Audrey, there was Enki, there was Elil, and there was another guy like Iam, I-A-M or something like that. I can't remember exactly. They throw so many names at you all the time. It's just sort of
Ea. They said Ea, but Ea was Enki. But Ea, some of these names just mean Lord or Master or something.
I just, I've seen it so many times. It's like grinding in my head. And I try to watch some of them and then keep the timeline and all of that. But I drastically believe that some of the timeline has been manipulated in ways or misunderstood.
Oh yeah, in ways that we just can't get around.
Well, and then we're the funny thing is that I was thinking about this the other day. Our actual history timeline at the farthest extremities of what we have actually written down that we can actually say, ta-da, here's our timeline, goes back about 8,000 years, and that's from China. Previous to that, most of current Western civilization's records don't even go past 3,000 years.
But they had all these, rebellions and things, and they burned books, and they burned so much. Right. And Alexandria's library got trashed as well.
Imagine in the Library of Alexandria. God,
I want that library in Alexandria like you wouldn't believe.
Well, look at
I
what
would love to walk into the Catholic Church of the Vatican.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what they've
Forget
got
the Spanish
underneath as well.
Inquisition of
Me
1440
and you both,
and
Jesus. Me and you both.
1660.
What?
Yeah.
I think we can all go there. Should we all get a ticket?
Oh yeah, let me loose in the
There's a whole
Vatican.
bunch
See what
of-
So
lights
let's
up.
go storm the Vatican.
It's
That-
Yeah.
I want to mess with the Vatican. Hey Sam, but real quick before, because we do have a question from TikTok that we need to answer. I just want to talk about, so while we're on this topic of Mars, the Mars Grand Canyon. I'm not sure what the name of it is, but which is we all know is very
Canale.
huge. What was that?
In
What do you call it?
Italian, the original discoverer called it canale, which is canals.
Okay, canal. Yeah. Canal is, in Spanish is actually the same. But the Thunderbolts project has mentioned that could very well be an electrical discharge.
Yeah, like that
on a very,
super
very
thing.
large scale, which
Yeah, it
makes
is.
perfect sense to me. I mean, when you look at it, it really looks like
It is believed that the
very-
upper atmosphere, the upper northern hemisphere atmosphere on Mars was burned off.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. and-
Now, would
So
that have been
it's
planetary
definitely-
discharge, or would that have been them all fighting each other?
Boy, that I don't believe planetary discharge would do that. You would have to have some sort of a plasma thing that would be off the charts. I would. Other people talk about the breakup of Titan and going back all the way back, and there's no way we can put a timeline to that unless I had the age of the rocks in the
Right.
northern hemisphere from Mars versus the age of the rocks from the southern hemisphere of Mars.
Do you suppose NASA has that?
Well, I don't know how many rocks they brought back from Mars, and they didn't let me go play at NASA, so.
So it's
I did
possible
Bummer,
it would-
eh? Bummer. You
have
just
to
wanted to
be
go play a
other-
little bit.
I did ask to go to work for NASA, and they refused me. So I was apparently
They're
already.
lost.
I knew.
Yeah.
I knew. Well, I knew. They told me I knew too much to go down there.
Right. And they haven't so
Yeah.
you would have totally broke that.
You weren't gonna play by the rules anyway, so
Oh.
it wouldn't matter.
That's true. That's
Today,
Can you imagine also working in a place
Sorry.
where none of your work really produces anything? I mean, at least that like you do
Well,
some kind of
I
work.
think
and
they want
you know
I think they
what
want
they're
to control
using it
me rather
for,
than
what it
working.
is.
Well,
Sorry.
but I mean, we're talking 1980 here. Can you imagine what scientists think of a long-haired hippie from Montana?
right?
I got a 17-year-old hippie from Montana telling me something that I don't agree with, and he wants to run his show his way, and so they of course went, well, no, and we're going to threaten you, and we're going to make you do what we want you to do,
Right.
and I went, and so and then
I have a question
and so
about
I go ahead.
Hey, can we address this question real quick? From TikTok. Sorry, they've been waiting a few minutes.
Yeah.
They just had a specific question about how do you explain that it gets lighter at 2 a.m. in Australia and warmer too?
We've been seeing
I think-
examples of the second star, the smaller our star. We don't know for sure. See,
Yeah.
you're another person saying that
Let me
it
get
gets
that picture
lighter,
again.
and I are apparently the smaller star, or again, it might be the Tool star. We don't know fully yet for sure. Now, if we get examples where it's blue, then it's the Tool star. But if we get examples of a white dwarf yellow, which is kind of what we're looking at here, that would be our normal sun. And is our sun off in hourly time clock schedule for Earth, according to the second star, which would explain why I'm not sleeping correctly.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning now. And I normally get up at 5 a.m., which is like an hour or so before sunrise here in Montana.
Yeah,
So-
we've been waking up again like 2 and 3 times a night. It's
my
horrible.
inner clock is telling me it's time to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I thought that odd for quite a while now. And because I could just snap awake and then off my brain goes and off, okay, coffee, woohoo, here we go. And that's, that's how that's my brain, put some gear and and then I got Sam mode. But anyway, so this is entirely possible. We, I don't want to jump across the fence on that and go, yeah, that's the second star, our star.
Right.
But that is how big our sun normally is. And everybody's forgotten that in the last decade.
I think in general, though, wouldn't you say, Sam? I mean, there's like you told me once, there's, two sources of light, but there's multiple sources of illumination. I mean, it could be a number of things when you see the sky lighting up.
Okay, with this picture, we are in Australia. And I talked about this earlier. Imagine if we flip this picture upside down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wow.
And the second star is leaving, going higher, and has broken away from our star, and has actually even moved closer than our 93 million mile away star, which we are normally attached to. So maybe this larger star is actually closer to us, which would also account for the temperature increase, lack of snow, change of Earth patterns, crazy jet stream manipulation harmonics.
Yeah.
Et cetera, magnetosphere dispersal, wake pattern, higher level of solar activity. We don't know what they're sending us from stereo A and B. They could be actually filming our star and then not this larger one and just completely ignore. I don't know. I hate going there. We don't have absolute evidence.
I'm trying to turn that upside down in my head now.
Well, I don't want to call some crazy science that's not happening, but we've talked about it with Michelle Mountain in South Africa. We've had other reports of this at the end here. Again, an early illumination at 2 a.m. This is starting to make sense. So we'll have to keep watching to come to a summation. I can't fully go there yet.
We're on TikTok, right? Like, we post daily pictures of the sun, on our Facebook page. So, we're doing this every day, taking pictures of the sun, seeing if there's any changes.
So there's enough of us so that we can't miss it. We can't miss it.
People in the northern hemisphere and the equator start looking underneath the sun for a highly illuminated centralized object just below the sun, or less illuminated, sort of like a little circle. It's less illuminated because the larger sun, if it is rising above, now if we did flip the Australian picture upside down, they're looking out from the bottom of the ball, and we're looking out from the top of the ball. There is that opposite occasional thing where I run into with some of Robert in New Zealand's pictures as well, where I have to set it in my mind that they're actually upside down and we are right side up, or he's right side up and I'm upside down of him. And then my brain.
Yeah, because I remember when I first started sending them to you, you said to me, it damages your sanity to think I can see a Saturn already.
Yeah, because I was trying to figure how the out view worked. And it was like, this is arguing with what I see up here. And yet there it was, and yet it was the same, but it was different. And it's like, pounding your forehead with your palm going, what am I looking at? And yet there it is. And for a while it was confusing. And then all of a sudden my brain just grew to where I see stuff automatically because of the repetitive pattern slamming for, going on 14 years. So I'm a lot better at it now, but I mean, there were times I'd sit there and argue in my head.
Thanks, Leighandra.
You're welcome.
No, it's damaged my sanity that I can't see it because I'm going and it keeps swirling.
But reversed it.
I look like a monkey in the zoo with a banana.
The Gulf Stream is not slowing down. The Gulf Stream, the direction of the Gulf Stream is water controlled. And it died in 2010 and stopped for a period of time. And it's restarted again, but it's now different. It has a different, and that has to do with the trade winds above the water as well as below the water. And also the fact.
So do you think it's because something's pulling from another direction though? It's like.
No, we've also rolled. So the earth bulge is different. So therefore underwater flow is changed. It's all changed. And the jet stream is now going over the top of the Mexican Rockies, over the Baja, and then sometimes all the way down to the Yucatan Peninsula, and then rising up north over the top of the Gulf, and then into Texas, Louisiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, North Carolina, and then to New York, and then off to the Atlantic. which is where we're having these weird rotational nor'easters that are creeping up the face of South or East North America, because the Caribbean trade winds that are supposed to normally come across from Africa to the Caribbean are now completely different than they used to be, and no longer seasonal as they used to be. Let me give a look down to the Caribbean so I can give you exactly what's going on right now. Yeah, that same jet stream that's coming across the Mexican Rockies is now blowing all the way across the Gulf of Mexico and is sending the trade winds in the opposite direction of the Caribbean to meet the equatorial jet stream, and then flowing across Western and Eastern Africa all the way up into the Arab regions and into Korea and China and all of that.
So did you see that Dubai and them, they were like, constantly getting flooded there?
Right, because the jet stream is going over the top of India now in a way that it didn't used to. And the jet stream is way wider too. It goes all the way. There's the rain here. What I'm looking at, get my continents in my head right. It's coming over. It's literally from the Mediterranean all the way to the bottom jog in West Africa, wide, and then it's going over Yemen and Arab countries and into Afghanistan and into Pakistan, and then dumping down into India, and then taking a turn and then running up into the Koreas and then China. And then there's a rotational low over Siberia and Russia that is rotating the Alaskan cold into that whole bank. And that whole thing
So this is an interesting question as well.
The jet stream is unbelievably wide. It's not anywhere near normal. Go ahead.
Look at that. Have you guys heard of the Global Crisis Forum and the Creative Society? They say because of cosmic radiation, we will end up like Mars in a few short years if we can't find a solution.
I don't know who their scientists are.
No, I mean, this has been very cyclic. This has been very cyclic, and the Earth is still here.
Yeah, you see, I mean, when people give you these questions, that's what I say as well. Sorry, Sam.
People are talking about, certain scientists are talking about how the output of our sun is in trouble and how our Earth's magnetosphere is dying. No. Guys, this is a cycle that happens approximately every 4,000 years. Just pick it a round number. Climate change occurs every 4,000 years or so.
Cycle, I guess we need it in a strange way as well to keep us alive, like our giant planet.
So could you imagine how overpopulated we would be, and how depleted of natural resources we would be as well?
They scrape
it's rhythmic. It has to happen this way.
Well, it's like volcanoes. Even though they're destructive in the beginning, there's very fertile land afterwards. So that's the way I think of it. Is it is a lot of bad stuff that happens, but it's kind of cyclic and it's kind of part of Earth.
It's part of nature. It's part of the breakup and the way that it goes like a Rubik's Cube.
I mean, look, it goes back to everything. We all live off of the death of something else, whether it's plants, whether it's animals, and the Earth kind of does that too. And
where natural oil and gas comes from is the death of plants. In the
That's right. That's right.
And our iron comes from a very early period of time on Earth when there were a different oxygen base and a different climate, and the creatures in the ocean created a huge portion of the iron that is in our exterior crust mantle. There's a whole bunch of iron and other chemicals inside our core, but part of the iron comes from the ending of life in this when Cretaceous, prior to the Cretaceous, it was I can't think of the name. But a period of time where a lot of things were living in the oceans and not on land, and then they died, and the whole planet turned to rust. And
you mean the Cretaceous age or whatever it's called?
Cretaceous was way after, and there were a lot of critters living in the Cretaceous. from the big giant things that ate each other to small.
Well, they've had other ones called Precambrian.
Right, Precambrian, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the little white line, the Precambrian white line era, etc. Yeah,
See, all that reading came in handy.
You're kind of on that, and that's when the trilobites and all of that stuff were living in the oceans, and this is where our natural gas and oils come from. Is the dinosaurs.
Yeah, my little dude, the Orthoceras came from there. Where's he?
Yeah, okay. I would cosmic radiation. The Earth has its natural magnetosphere. We're going to continue life. The powers that be that live on the other planets that are just now passing over the top of us. Everybody wave. Those guys upstairs are not going to let their factory break down and not have their worker race, because they don't want to have to repopulate us. That's why we repopulate ourselves. That's why we are self-replicating biotools. And a lot of people can get mad at me over that, but that is the Sam Hofman information, like it or not.
Well, just creep around on the internet, guys. Get awake,
Get jiggy with it, as they say. Or no one says. Anyway, no, we're not going. Earth is not going to be like Mars.
Okay, so there's their answer. Have we got any more questions? Oh, it looks like Rebecca's also going to walk about for a wee bit.
There is, however,
I think all our butts go to sleep after a bit.
There is some measures being in place. I mean, look at what they're doing with all the seeds and all those things. I'm not sure where they're doing it, somewhere in Antarctica or something.
Oh, you mean the seed banks? Yeah, but Switzerland has a seed bank. Yeah.
So I do feel there is some kind of preparation.
A decade ago, that thing was in trouble and it started melting.
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah, they said something happened to it.
Trying to preserve that, and they're changing plans now, and they're having to move it because it's already melting. And they never expected it to melt, and they didn't plan ahead well. I mean, it was great while it lasted, but now they got polar ice cap issues, and by the way, there's a huge shelf that just broke off from Antarctica.
Huge.
And it broke itself free from undersea attachment. So it is now breaking up and actually will float into the shipping lanes in the southern hemisphere. So be prepared for that.
What did they say? It's like the size of Rhode Island or something?
Yeah, it's massive. It's huge.
Oh, wow. When did that happen? Just now?
It's going to break up into multitudes of calvings. And it's going to change shipping in the southern hemisphere as we know it.
Wow.
And I got a few other things. I took some notes this morning since we're waiting for Rebecca. We talked about the 2 offshore storms coming in from the Pacific Northwest and all of that already. We talked about the first quarter moon. Okay, SpaceX is on its third mission for Starlink. And they also sent a lunar lander up, I believe yesterday or today. New moon lander, private company, going up there. So there, I'm wondering why everybody wants to be up there, because there's a whole lot going on.
The moon, yeah, they're all interested in the moon, eh? Wonder what's happening up there.
And then, of course, there's the warning that came down from the semi-classified regions of our American government this week, with this scare about Russia sending nuclear satellites up to destroy our satellites in times of war, because we, of course, rely on Starlink for our war capability. And that, I can honestly tell you, is not up in space yet, so don't go there. Although they haven't absolutely proven that the technology is real, because, sometimes Russians tell us that their T-90 tank is the best tank in the world, when they've unfortunately found out that only a few of them even run, and they're having trouble with their aircraft, and they say their aircraft is comparable to the United States. It is not, and that is proven. That's why they're not even entering in the conflict with the Ukrainians. I know lots of other stuff, but I don't go into political or military for this show.
We live in a time of propaganda. We really do, on every which way.
So
it's all that saber rattling, guys like to do that.
And there, if anybody,
hey, gray guy.
My last,
gray guy.
Hey, gray guy.
Oh, I have a couple other notes here. We have to say rest in peace, Alexei Navalny from Russia, the opposition leader against Putin. He is unfortunately, they haven't proven it yet, but they believe he has died, and that's a true pity for Russia.
Yeah, I heard on the radio they can't find his body or something, and his family were looking for him.
His family hasn't gotten it back because he was sent to a Russian gulag in Siberia, and they haven't returned his body yet.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a very, very dire. It was like they call it the North Wolf or something Wolf camp, but they sent him to a really nasty gulag in Siberia, and apparently he has died. Of course, they poisoned him. They did all kinds of things, but I don't want to go political. There is a movie or a video on YouTube that I saw today. And for anybody who's listening to the show, get your pen and paper out. And it's an alien sighting movie. They talked about a few things where there's a few things you might want to actually see on there, including some of the stuff that we talk about, which is why I brought it up. And it's titled "No Way Insane, Alien Sightings Caught on Camera," and it is produced by a producer called Mindseed TV. No Way Insane, Alien Sightings Caught on Camera, and it's produced by Mindseed, SEED, Mindseed TV. And it's a video that you might want to watch on YouTube. So, and that's my notes for the day.
Mindseed TV, you said?
Yeah. Mindseed, yes, MIND, correct. Your mind and a seed of your mind TV.
Gotcha.
Mindseed TV. And they're new. I hadn't seen much of their material previously, but I kind of liked it, so I figured I'd write it down.
New. They got 1.68 million subscribers. I mean,
I just looked at that as well.
New to me, I don't watch a lot of alien.
I don't either. I'm very selective because we live in the time of AI, so there's a lot of questionable things and some that looks very real. It's just hard to tell the difference. So,
and some of the things we talked about on previous
shows I used to love watching
that video. They have the cloud punch in that and all of that weird one that everybody saw a few weeks ago. That serious asteroid cloud punch scenario that was filmed, and of course, a lot of people have picked it up, and they all call it it's motherships. And
here's one, Sam, that has been shared.
From your, I'm sorry, Rekha, from your technical point of view, Rocky Man, is there a way to tell when something's faked or something is actually real? Like is that something that you can
like a video or a photo?
Is it? Yeah. Can you tell if it's AI made or is it? It's getting really good, right?
And if it's digitized at the edge.
Yeah, you just kind of look at.
So, Jamie used to tell me, Sam, to always look at the pixels. If the pixels don't match, then it's fake.
That was just what I was saying. If the edges of whatever you're looking at, if you blow it up and you make it big, you take a screen capture, and then you blow it up as big as you can, and you look at the pixels in the photograph. Most cut and paste artists are lazy, and they're going to do it in a different resolution than the rest of the picture. And when you have unmatched resolutions, the pixels look different.
Yeah, like that
at the edges.
Like that image that was posted.
And speaking of which, look at this. Leighandra sent me a copy of this today. And I am very tempted to say
it's not February 2024. I can tell you that much.
I am very tempted to say this is either somebody filming through glass or this is directly photoshopped. And then that's the one on the right. I am almost inclined to believe because Saturn's yellow moon would do that.
But at that angle?
Yeah, but I mean, if you can't believe one,
what I think is that if that one on the right is a real picture, I think the other one might be an AI rendition of it. You see, like
the one on the left,
there's something
like inside lights. And
on the inside of a room, and they're filming through their sliding glass door.
Mm-hmm.
I think you might be right, Leighandra. I think so.
Yeah, that thing's fake on the left, but the one on the right could be.
Look at the definition of the grass and the hill.
Yeah.
It's sort of gravelly faded, like somebody's filming through glass.
Yeah, it's fuzzy.
I'm inclined to believe that is like a dining room table, and it might be doubled because it's a 2-pane sliding glass door.
And these two things next to the big circle, wouldn't they have just a little bit different qualities going on?
They're matching.
They're the exact same illumination.
Right. Well, that's a glass doubling, I think.
Yeah.
Of the
unfortunately, because it's kind of a cool picture.
I'm thinking this is shot through a double sliding glass door.
Yeah, I saw this picture making its rounds everywhere as well.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere. Everyone's seen it.
I typically don't go there with pictures like this because
there have been some really fine sightings where there was actually a circular, almost wheel-like capture that did go through in northern South America and in, I believe, New Mexico. There were a couple of sightings of a wheel encased in clouds, and it was very real looking. But there is no mothership that is going to come down and land and save large groups of people that I know of. One could have some hope, but I wouldn't regularly count on it. Well, we were talking earlier, 20 minutes ago about, the number of populace of people being reduced because of the climate change that we're about to see, and the food changes and earthquakes and volcanoes and all this stuff that's going to come. And it's happening right now. And loss of life, and we are losing people. And then if you can look that up on just about every country around the world is actually in decline population currently. By the way, several countries have actually gone into recession as of this week, and I don't need to go political public money, but there's some countries have gone into a actual recession. So we are seeing a huge change in our monetary system worldwide will be affected. This again, I think is I think this is somebody filming in their car through their glass, through their car glass.
Yeah,
it's always extra suspicious to me when you get these really interesting captures, but there's no video.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like this whatsoever in any video.
A video if they can. Like it's suspicious.
That would be very interesting if there is a weirdly shaped. It's almost like what was that little diamond shaped
dice?
$10. Was it a 4-sided dice in Dungeons and Dragons?
Oh, it looks
triangle,
like a weird dice.
Pyramid dice.
Looks like a triangle and a square to me.
It looks like a wee house. Somebody was drawing a house, man.
That's Dorothy's house flying over.
Somebody's rear view mirror decoration.
Something.
All right.
Yeah.
Because look directly below it. Can you guys
well,
see
we couldn't cut it down. It might be real. We don't know for sure, but there's no way we can't culminate any summation out of this.
But yeah, when in doubt, everybody, take a video. Like I take 2 or 3 different. I keep like 3 cameras with me at all times, and I'll take if I see something cool, I'll take the video on all 3 cameras just to clear out any questions or suspicions or anything. So yeah, that's always a good idea. Just take video. Video is usually irrefutable, for the most part anyway. So
it's a whole other
if you're gonna take a picture, take a video, and that'll really help corroborate and not have things in doubt.
Yeah, you're so right, Jesus. Yeah, take pictures is good, but you know what? It's gonna be really kind of hard.
Because
it
helped me to really.
Well, also, it's just with the topic, like the one we deal with, guys, is that so much is in question, and there's so much doubt out there that we don't want to add to that doubt.
Right.
At least I think credibility is of utmost importance. So it's important to kind of keep that credibility as much on a topic that is, tainted by a lot of misinformation out there. It's good that we
that's
try
why
to
we have a
keep it
series
as
of rules. Montana Skywatcher 1, 2,
yeah.
Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. We have rules that say, excuse me, this isn't topic, and no, we're not going to talk about dragons or the faces in the sky or this, that, or the other things. We don't talk about UFOs that are these little dots that we don't have the ability to identify. Gillian earlier asked about the asteroid count and all of that. And we don't talk about stuff that's the smaller stuff, and we try to avoid things that aren't fully identified, and we do stick to the rules that we have to have multiple sightings of something before we can come to a conclusion. It's very important, and we've always run things that way.
Credibility is number one, guys. That's credibility is very important. So
I'm going to play some clips I found on Facebook while we visit.
Yeah, I'd love to provide an interview, or I'd invite one of our alien guests above us to come do a cameo with me here, but I'm not sure I want to do that quite yet. Thank you. Hi.
Well, I'm open. I'm open to having any.
Yeah, whose lounge is feeling down to?
That'd be fun.
I've had enough cameo appearances.
I'm all for that.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of lit up skies around the world this week. I did go through that this week as well. Yeah,
look at that.
There's a lot of meteorites coming in right now, guys, and we're not in the middle of any known standard meteor shower, so this is random. And then remember, the 180-day cycle is about to start in March, end of March.
Okay.
Yeah, don't you love this one? Hello, Space
I have
Tube.
a feeling it's going to be a memorable one and one to pay attention to this.
Whoa!
What the hell is that?
See, this right here.
Whoa!
This feels real to me.
Very crazy.
Yeah, we've had sightings of the Space Tube going back about 5 years now.
Wow!
Whoa!
Wow! Look at that.
And we believe that this is like the shipping container for some of the commodities, because it got here after everybody else.
Okay.
And we have 50, 60 sightings of it that are absolute, close-ups and sightings. But that's one of the closest close-ups I've seen of it. There again, you're looking at there's the Space Tube again.
My grandma, before she passed away, she used to tell us stories about seeing a cigar-shaped craft in the sky. Probably, back in her days, but she always told us that story, very excited and very emotional when she used to
talk to us. The little lights around it.
Do you feel we have? Oh wow, I see that. Do we have? We've had a history of this throughout our known history, right, Sam?
The fact from the cubes comes back more often than the passing of the Nibiru group, and that is a different faction. That's Federation faction versus the Anunnaki, Nibiru, and Sarun factions. They're local, and these guys are not local. We've had dozens and dozens and 50, 60, 70 sightings of the Space Tube, and there's another one that, and
my grandma must have seen it probably in.
Right.
She's probably talking about the 70s sometime.
And I believe this is like a shipping container that they will send through a wormhole, and then, and I'm kind of wondering that, it might be intergalactically occasional where we would see this more often, that, who's to say that the Federation doesn't have regular shipments coming from Earth, where the Nibiruan faction or the Anunnaki faction only get to take, because when their planet comes crossing is when they collect the tribute to the gods. And who's to say that the Federation isn't regularly taking shipments? The technology is completely available to them. And, we've seen, and we've got close-ups of this thing.
What is that? Wow, that is.
It's incredible. A big space tube.
Yeah, can you imagine it just glides past
boy,
the
I
sky
can't
and
imagine
you go,
being out
what?
filming.
Did the little boy just say, when are people gonna wake up?
Yes, that's exactly what
I
he
think
just said.
so. Yeah. Wow.
We need to.
They're here.
We need to get a small child to
I
say
love
for
that
a video.
about the younger generation.
Yes.
I love that. I think they're so much more
Free and simple.
receptive than the older folks are.
Yeah, well, they sit and do all the games and things, don't they? I mean, they're totally like.
Yeah. Well, they come from a more
I was
technologically era.
When are people going to? I cannot believe people do not see these massive passing planets. I have been watching them by eye for years now, people. I cannot believe. And look, that's actually even different than the one that we saw.
It looks like a big stick.
Well, the propulsion end on that is unbelievable. On the left-hand side, it looks like
Yeah,
the
you can
cone of
see.
a rocket, and it may be a smaller shipping container. And
Instantaneous. How does it
look
go
at that
from
mudslide?
cruising speed like we saw to
Zoom.
that propulsion is
To zoom.
just I don't even have the words to express that.
If you have false gravity on your deck inside your ship, you can actually go very quickly, and as the occupants inside are not affected.
Right. We would be splashed on the control
Well, in order
panel.
to achieve that, all they would have to do is up the internal pressure above the external pressure.
Oh,
and then they would be pressurized into a more stable placement. Although, the G-force shock, it's like a flag on the moon. Well, if you shake the pole, the flag will actually wave, even though there's no atmosphere for it to wave. And there's a minor atmosphere on the moon, but it's not absolutely zero atmosphere on the moon. There's a small atmosphere. But anyway,
Look at all those cars.
Yeah, and this is gonna be, unfortunately, all these cars are gonna end up on the market someplace in a used car lot, and everyone who buys them is gonna have nothing but trouble with them from then on. If they ever run again. Yeah, those are asteroids. This is what we talked about earlier. All of that illumination is breakdown of light in space underneath the bottom of those planets, breaking down into a prism effect where, it falls on that at any point. That is all the stuff underneath Uri right there. That's the asteroid fields under Uri.
Is it only the ones under Uri doing that? Or is it only because we've only seen Uri's ones?
Well, Uri's asteroid field extends all the way to the base underneath Atu's moon as well, and the micro debris. There's a base cloud that stretches between the two of them. And sometimes you can see it and sometimes you can't. It just depends on the angle of light because it's debris, it's dust. They're both gas giants. They're both connected to each other. That's why the Skull asteroid sits in between them. That's why the
oh my gosh!
Object cluster group orbits the outside of it because of larger pieces. Go ahead.
These are mosquitoes.
I have a question with these Skull asteroids. So you're saying that it can be sitting in between, like, the two planets sometimes, like overhead?
It's always in between Uri and Atu.
Okay.
And then when
so which one's it attached to?
I couldn't tell you. I would say I saw it orbit around Atu because it came out towards me as Atu was in front of me and above me. And Uri wasn't orbiting in that direction. So it
more
is
inclined to be closer to Atu then.
Yeah, and that's, if you look in this picture with that dark blue area behind the skull here is the side face of Atu.
Okay.
Look at that thing. That's like fucking scary. Sorry, but
F-bomb. First F-bomb. Where's Carol?
Where's Carol?
Yeah, Carol, I know. Yeah.
Gillian and that mouse.
I was looking for
maybe we should all put $1 in the jar
this is
and
creepy.
mail it off. Yeah, and of course, there's many other asteroids along with it, and it's coming out of this group of asteroids, and that's really freaky as well when you watch it by eye, and it's unbelievable, and I mean it literally makes your knees shake, and it scares the crap out of you when you see it. because it's freaky.
Like it's got things stuck in it. It's got like.
I tried my hardest yesterday to look for it.
Here's something that Nicolle sent me, and we were wondering if it was possibly. Let's see. Turn my speaker down. If this was the Skull asteroid, something or another.
Oh, look at that!
What I caught yesterday.
Wow.
No, this is a thumbnail from the History Channel.
Yeah.
A skeleton laying in a
Oh, it is.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Oh, just not a sky skull.
I saw that thumbnail about over 20 times in the last.
I'm like, sky skull. Oh my god.
What was it?
Yes.
It's from the History
That's
Channel and Ancient Aliens. It's the History Channel has actually purchased a lot of YouTube smaller videos and started gathering those footage together and doing compilations as well. There's lots of companies out there that are actually buying YouTubers' content, so it's a good thing. Yeah. Now the early picture on the right-hand side is one of the oldest close past sightings. This is when Montana Skywatcher first decided to actually talk about the Skull asteroid, because we had to have quite a few captures of it, and then I actually saw it by eye, and that goes back to 2015ish. Now this one here is a 2000, because we're
look at that.
This is 2019, maybe 2020. Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of stuff in along with the Skull asteroid that comes in out at you behind it, and it's, if you look at it, and I've got an old drawing that goes back, if you look at it, it's like a shotgun blast with of all the pellets coming at you, and then the Skull asteroid's in the center of all of it, and it's a really spooky ass view. And this is part of why I give those warning signs to people all the time, like, are you awake yet? Because this is actually what I would consider wormwood, and part, the salamander asteroid group and all of that would be considered wormwood. And if you've got a skull up in there, there's a level of doom involved in this. And I think a good portion of that has to do with, if you look at the Mayan calendar and the central figure, this is our harbinger of the 5th to 6th age, which we just transitioned into the 6th age. And we're looking at the harbinger right here.
Wow.
And that's why it's on the Mayan calendar.
Okay. And then there's that one.
Another little Hofman science secret.
Right. Okay, so we covered.
And notice the cube is in there too.
Sam,
yes.
Where exactly in the Mayan calendar is it depicted? Is it in the actual skull, or are we looking for some type
dead
of
center in the circle?
Right, dead center.
Symbology. Let me look.
I have one outside. Hold on.
Yeah, and then there's 4 squares around it, and those are the 4 previous.
Yeah, Lindsay's got that one on her wall. Lindsay's got it on her wall.
That being a skull. So interesting. Okay. When you go to Google and it shows you all the images, it's like, okay, you can see how it's a skull.
I don't know. There we go. Kind of, maybe.
Let me see.
Yeah, Lindsay's got that one too.
Yeah, it's got dirt on it because it's been sitting in the garden, but
that's the softened version. I can send Rebecca a copy of my copy of it. Let me go to Skywatchers, then Rebecca's private message, then the photograph. All right, then I'll grab my copy of the Mayan calendar. There's also a Mayan ring that not too many people use because it has Baktun information, and a lot of people don't understand the Baktun.
Yeah, the Baktun thing. It just came up on my other phone. The unsolved mystery of the Mayan calendar, the decoding the Baktun.
Yep, I actually at one point started to actually kind of understand the Baktuns and the words and how they were doing that. Okay, all right, yeah, there's my copy of it. And yeah, that is actually, now there are 4 squares around that in a smaller central circle, and those are the previous harbingers of the previous age. Because
this is the 5th age, isn't it?
Right, and then we just started into, and then we went into the 13th Baktun, and normally there's 12, but being that we're at the end of the Mayan calendar. It's actually the previous civilization's calendar, but what everybody calls it, the Mayan calendar. And Sam knows. I can never remember their names. Sam remembers who they were. Before Mayans and the Incans. It's on the tip of
the Toltecs.
No.
Olmec or
are they Olmecs or Toltecs?
Yeah, anyway.
It's familiar.
Yeah, I believe it was Olmec. And
Olmec.
anyway, the previous ones, and now of course we're in the 6th age, and this also has to do with our rise from the southern hemisphere of our galactic plane and us moving into the northern galactic plane, which is we're in the middle right now, which is why the Milky Way is changing, why our view of the Milky Way has drastically changed within the last decade. And a lot of people who are not older skywatchers wouldn't know that, but that has happened. And lots of stuff going on, and it's really, I mean, there's so much happening. It's just unbelievable that a lot of people don't know this, and they don't put all the puzzle pieces together. But that's what we do at Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Citizen Science Project.
Right, putting all the pieces
that's
together. I know. It's pretty nice. Actually, it's way, way, way more convenient now than it has ever been.
We had a decade to get here, plus, So.
Yes. Right. It's taken a lot of people, a lot of coordination.
So,
but,
Rebecca.
Yes, Sam.
So I'm working on the website right now.
Yeah.
And how many photos or images do you think that we're going to be able to upload?
Thousands.
Okay, thousands.
Try thousands.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, right now, I don't think that that movie supports, because I want to be able to upload, select a whole bunch of them and then upload them to the website so that we don't have to manually one by one go through.
I was wondering.
They don't have the ability to do that, so I put in a custom request.
Oh boy.
To have them make something.
If we do
individually, manually, which is what we've done over time. Manually,
right, Sabrina.
Yeah, it's too hard.
You would be amazed how fast. I have hundreds of thousands of pictures on this computer.
God.
Yeah, who doesn't?
And you would believe how fast they add up. So you don't need to upload masses, even if you do.
I know. I just had to go buy some more space on.
Mine is bigger and bigger and bigger, and I fear I'm going to crash it someday, which I've done.
I need to be able to select them all
at once, and then boom,
and then create them as thumbnails that members can download.
How I lay mine out in thumbnails.
Yeah, because I want an area as well where I can talk about things and write things and store my things. I've got so much that I want to share with people.
That's a blog.
That's coming. That's like Facebook, like the main blog page.
Like we've just been talking about all the ancient things. I love that stuff, the archaeology things and that. I would love to load it so you've got evidence, like ancient evidence, to show to people and go, come on, you've got to wake up now. Look, see, they've proven it from before, and that this is us just telling you it, because modern man seeing it and interpreting it is different from the way the other times have interpreted it and left it for us to see. How are we going to leave it for other people to see? Is a very important thing for me.
Yeah,
how are we going to leave it for other people?
Right.
So
we're gonna have that. We're gonna have that there. In the process of getting an estimate.
I would cry if I had to think about all our work that we've done all this time to.
A hammer and a chisel, and we'll go find a big rock in the desert.
All that time,
and we'll spend 6 months chipping away at that thing, and we'll leave it in stone, and that way it'll be.
And then we'll only get the 2 discs of the suns. Like I've focused in the suns now. I've got no fingers left from chipping it. Sorry, it freaks me out thinking if we get stuck back in the Stone Age, and I'll be sitting there in a fucking lion skin with it. No.
Well, remember, cast iron outlasts steel.
Woo! Cast iron.
Yeah, I better go hide all my stuff in my cabin or something.
Yeah, it's amazing how well cast iron will.
Rock Commander, are you?
I love cooking with cast iron.
Say it again, Jesus.
Are you saying you're having a hard? Are you saying you're having a hard time uploading the files? Like, are they in the right format? Like, I asked you last time if we needed to resize them, and you had told me that you didn't need them to be resized. Are they going to be fine just the way they are?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
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 Just upload your images the way they are, your photos. Yeah, and we'll figure out how to resize them appropriately. But
is that something that we can do on the website once they're on there?
Okay. Well,
all right.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Good. Yep, we'll be able to do that eventually. It's going to be custom development.
Okay.
Nice.
All right.
It seems like the movie can do kind of whatever you ask. It seems like they haven't given you in trouble.
No, it only benefits them because more customers like us are going to come around and say, right. "Oh, okay, we've got thousands of photos, but your process takes me 5 minutes a photo to add." So no, I want to select. I want to go through, select a whole bunch or all of them, and upload them just like you would upload them to your blog.
That's like
photos at a time. That would be killer.
It makes sense.
Right. It would benefit them in the future because they could do it for other people later.
And how safe is our stuff in there from being deleted or stolen?
It's safe. So all of our data, content, website, photos, videos are stored in Amazon Web Services, AWS, in their servers and their systems in S3 out in North Virginia. So everything is like 100% good to go, secure. Even our payment information is all stored. Our payment information is encrypted. Nobody can see it. It's all stored there, and directed to where it needs to go. So everything it's Amazon. That's all I have to say.
Right. Secure.
Yeah.
Safe.
Nice.
Good to know.
Yeah, these things are our babies. We've sort of nursed them and hid them and kept them safe for years.
Our favorites. So.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Here's a picture of Leighandra.
Mine go way back
to her. Here's her little cover picture. All right, Leighandra. Yes. Yes, I like it.
Looks like the ocean.
It does. I know. Okay, and then this is her pic that she sent me today.
That is a cool picture.
Look at that.
That's my fave.
I was just seeing this one.
Wow.
That is a great picture. Wow.
Looks like mine. Everything's been the same this week.
So this is actually from last month. I was driving home from up north. So I got a totally different visual than I would have gotten if I was at home. And I was like, oh, well, look at that. It's just sitting there. And I waited, and we were driving, and I'm telling you, it must have spanned, from my perspective, at least 6, 7, 8 different cities, and that was just where I was driving through. So it was huge, and then eventually.
And on the left, of course, on the left is Saturn's yellow, excuse me. On the right, hello brain. Your other left. On the right is Saturn's yellow moon in the upper corner. The green asteroid again is dead center. In front of the illumination of the faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon, and is Saturn. Saturn proper is the illuminated upper center area above the center illumination. And of course, the planet behind that is the entire base of Nibiru, which is now crossing over the sun. As you can see, it is not sunset yet, but it is already crossing in front of the sun, just like this month's drawing. And over to the left horizon, below the face of Nibiru edge, is the bottom open core of Nepesity.
Yes. So
in a smaller version off to the far lower left.
Obviously,
and then our normal clouds are way bottom next to the tree. And see, you're looking at the illumination shining up on the bottom of the edge of his Saturn. And that is the white centralized illuminated area behind the centralized crossing clouds. And the centralized crossing clouds just below center of the pic is where dead center again is the green asteroid.
Yep.
And
So
there's
And I'm of course looking on a 42-inch screen, so I can see this.
a whole ton of them too.
go look before sunset.
Yeah.
Try to do an hour before, and then try to wait like 30 minutes to an hour.
Very interesting black dot.
Because it's gonna change, and that's what happened here. I knew who I was looking at just based on the positioning, but
I think you've got the long box cube in this shot too.
Ooh.
The long box cube is in front of a Saturn's yellow moon.
I saw that yesterday for the first time.
Because there's a black dot in front of it as well, over just in the illuminated patchy clouds. There's a couple of dots in there. There's like, okay, so far I'm seeing 4 of them.
I see what you're talking about right there in the middle.
Yeah, some really significant hardcore objects. So those are probably smaller ships outside. That's the support craft outside the long box cube, which is in front of the Isatum's yellow moon and the light illuminated bottom of Isatum, and entirely Nibiru crossing now in front of the sun. And I bet you anything this was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, wasn't it?
It was a little closer to 5, but not much.
Okay.
You're not. You weren't off by much, and
so you're most likely then heading west now.
So I'm not that great with directions. I'm a little directionally challenged, but this was me facing it, and then as we kept driving, it went to my rear view.
Okay,
and then
yeah, that's
it's
absolutely Nibiru, Isatum's yellow moon, green asteroid, and little long box cube, and a whole bunch of smaller little craft.
Yeah.
When was this, Leighandra? When was it?
This was January 24th or January 22nd. Excuse me.
Not far long ago. I'm going to make a comparison out of it so we can look at that. So, I can see some things that would match up perfect.
Use the Jan, or actually, the Jan didn't include the crossover.
No, not so.
Not the crossover of the sun, and that's what happened within the. We were talking about it for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
and that's why in between drawings, because we draw them once a month, and there was an occurrence 2 weeks later that changed everything, which is awesome, and that's how we know it moves. And
of course,
I'm loving every second of it because being accurate is so much fun, and it goes back to what Jesus was talking about last week.
That photo. That was a good one.
I know. It's a good one. I'm going to do a comparison.
That was me hanging out of the window, by the way.
Okay. Hey,
you earned it. You earned it.
I'm good with those, though. I'm good with the highway pictures.
Anybody screams at you, go, leave me alone. I'm a professional.
Right?
Yeah, I'm an official Skywatcher from the Citizen Science Project.
You're a scientist. Exactly. I did. I had somebody ask me on TikTok once. They were like, "Are you a scientist?" And I was like, "Yes, I am." And I just went into this long explanation, and I was like, "I am a scientist." Yeah.
Well, you've been studying. Look how many years you've embedded into this.
Yes.
Earned it. So you can call yourself a scientist.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Nicolle, you guys. Here's some more pictures.
Observation is science.
Yes,
absolutely.
Right. And we put a lot of time into this. Right. A lot of time to, prove all of these comparisons.
Observation is science.
It's
observation,
over and over again.
Comparisons, and repetition is science.
Yes. Right.
Well, I'm trying to figure out where the sun is coming from on this one.
Well, this is northeast, looking northeast, and the sun is behind me. It's already actually pretty much nearly set.
Oh.
Is this yearly?
Base cloud in Nibiru.
June of 2022.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. June of 2022.
June 17th.
I take it back.
Yeah.
June of 2 years ago, looking northeast.
Mm-hmm. East, northeast.
Okay, east. Well, this would be then. This is the base cloud of Uri then.
Cool.
Wow.
That was right. Yeah.
Up in that is where all the asteroids are and everything.
Yeah.
In 2022, it was smaller and it was farther away, and yet filled the entire side of the sky literally all day.
Wow.
That's a perfect comparison.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how long do you remember how long that stayed there?
It was Well, there was a storm that was, of course, going on underneath of it.
Right, but
and
it
was
stayed
there
stable, right?
all hours. It was hours.
Right, yeah. It stays stable, and then the storm comes in from underneath it.
Yeah,
and
and the storm was
so
under there for a while. Sorry, what?
I'm just saying, like, for me, when I'm looking at them outside, these structures they're massive, and when we are looking at them in the picture, it's just so hard to get that perspective of how high these clouds go into the upper atmosphere.
It's like the reverse of buying a house.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen clouds so big ever.
No,
They're not
huge.
the normal. So.
Well, and when Sam said that they were giant and they dwarfed the planes, right? So if you look up to the sky and you see, like, so DIA is very close to, it's just east of me for, I don't know, 30 miles. Anyways, there's constant traffic, and the planes are tiny. They're micro machines compared to these clouds, and that's not what they used to be.
No,
you know what I mean?
And you also have to learn, to notice the height of our normal clouds.
Right.
When you have to understand cloud structure, that the cumulus nimbus, the ones that look like big cotton balls that rise up in the center and they create these big domes, that goes up to 35,000 feet, and airplanes fly above those once they achieve altitude. And everything above that should be thinner and thinner and thinner clouds. You go to the stratus clouds and the cirrus clouds and all that way in the upper atmosphere and the ionosphere, etc. And everything above that is space clouds. Right. And once you learn to find the top of the cumulus nimbus, then everything above that, your brain goes, wait a minute, I'm looking at multitudes of momentous clouds or drag off clouds that are leading with these trail eddies and all of this. And then your brain should automatically tell you asteroid that's crossing and leaving a field behind it in space above us.
It's awesome.
Got it. I look for the baby blue at the very, very bottom of the horizon. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, that's Earth. That's our atmosphere.
Wow, let's look at that color.
Probably the bottom of Nepacity.
So this is looking southwest.
Yeah, this is all we've seen for days. Like, it's this dark kind of color. And then underneath is like a peachy, a sort of dirty, pinky color.
This kind of looks like the muddled core cloud.
And this is right before 6 p.m. looking southwest.
Yeah. And then Uri would be to the left and Nibiru would be to the right.
It's got like a zigzag arm there, so it kind of looks like Nepacity.
Oh boy.
The one on the left is, so that's 11 a.m. and that's last month, and it is looking northeast.
Right, and northeast. Okay, looking northeast. Not at 11 a.m. Okay, no, this would be looking northwest.
Nope.
The first 11 a.m. Wait a minute. I'm wrong. I'm looking at. I looked down to the ground and saw the shadow line of the trees. I'm still saying northwest.
Nope.
If it's 11 a.m., the sun is rising in the east. The shadow line is going due west. So we would have to be looking at. We're looking at Atu's moon and the asteroids, and probably Texas Cube.
Wow.
So it has to be north. It could be northeast, but it is more likely northwest.
So the first picture
or more due north.
Well, yeah, right more due north would make more sense because it is north and it's more towards east than. I mean, I'm definitely not looking west.
The picture on the right is you have captured
northwest.
It's Saturn's yellow moon, and the ion tail is in the upper right-hand corner.
Where do you live?
I am North Colorado, and that's 1:30 p.m.
Vegas. Atu's moon for me is usually in the northwest. No, I'm sorry.
Or going over the top of your head.
Yeah, I'm like trying to, it's usually in the southeast part of the sky, right to the right or left of the sun.
Well, depending on the time of day.
Depending on the time of day, of course, right? But it's usually.
And then all of that rotates to the right as the day goes by, and everything moves to the right along with the sun, which is odd because it's supposed to be over our heads, and it's not, and nobody gets that either. And I just go, you got to be kidding me! You don't remember high noon?
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that was the hard part for me to
I want to
start.
say hi to our guys today is joining the chat guys.
Oh, no
He has
way.
some,
No way. No way. No way.
He has
Our
he
Sky's
has
today.
he has a cool channel. Everybody,
Hey,
go
our
check
Sky's
out his
today.
channel. He posts some pretty cool stuff.
Hey, bro.
I believe I sent
Nice to have
a
you here,
copy
buddy.
of the
Yeah,
monthly
I think-
drawing to him yesterday or the day. No, excuse me, about 2 days ago.
Yeah, he's in Colorado too.
Who's this guy?
Our Sky's today.
Oh,
And welcome.
yeah,
and
my screen's
glad
too
you're
small.
here.
It just looks blurry. Sorry. I can almost see the words.
Wow.
Sun behind us.
And this is definitely east-ish. It's
Okay.
it's north, just a tad bit north, but it's definitely east. And this is at 3:34 p.m. yesterday.
That makes more
2
sense.
days ago.
Oh,
Thursday.
Michigan. Sorry. I thought you were in
That
Colorado.
would be
Wait,
probably a touch of Uri and a touch
I know
of
it's really cold out where he's at.
Yeah, I posted one recently, and Rebecca made a comparison of one of these going overhead towards
Yeah, I see
the
asteroids
north,
here
and it was
going
at
down at the angle. And we're looking at red asteroid and spiral asteroid and Natu's moon and Natu, I believe. And yeah, you can look in the upper right corner.
Oh,
with
wow.
the land masses of Atu's moon.
No
You see the
way.
pock marks
Yeah.
up there.
You can definitely see a
In the upper
perfect
right
curve
corner,
going.
you can see the
Thank you.
facial pock marks of Atu's moon.
Gotcha.
Wait, okay. Let me just zoom in here. Oh wow! Look
You know,
at
the
that.
craters.
Mm-hmm.
The craters of the moon.
No
And of
way.
course, somewhere in that mix would be the Texas cube is in there someplace in the dark. In the
That
mix.
is incredible. Really cool. Look at that. Wow.
And this is on the other side. And we're probably staring at the green asteroid crossing.
Same location.
Probably
well,
the
it-
underneath of the Saturn yellow moon, which would be farther if the yellow moon is farther to the right off of his shot. But you're looking at the bottom Nibiru and his Saturn.
So cool.
That's the side of Uri.
Okay.
I was gonna say that looks a lot like
Right.
that.
Mhm.
You know, it's just
It's almost like
You see it automatically.
yeah, the where the tan
Right,
asteroid and
asteroid.
all the OCG group is the shape of it. It's
Yeah, it's got like that cloud on the side thing.
right.
An
It's like
angled edge.
that's like
Is that Yuri?
An edge.
right angle,
Mhm.
you know,
Yuri.
triangle always at the
This
bottom.
is looking northeast.
Yes, you are correct.
That, it's so
That's
cool.
where Uri is, and then of course the tan asteroid group is right in front of us there on the face, and most of the white clouds are just normal white clouds, but the,
Okay.
the lighter clouds and the stripes is the face of Uri, and the asteroid salamander asteroid group is in the middle upper of the picture, and then the stripes of Uri and the side edge of Uri.
Cool.
Yeah, it's hard to miss that side edge. It's just
Yeah,
really
and we've seen it for 2 years now, so it's drilled into our brain.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit more
That's easy. Easy,
west,
easy, easy.
west, northwest.
Atu's moon.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
that's
Yeah, I love this.
That's what I
view
said
of
too.
Atu's moon.
Let's get the drawing. Let's
yeah.
get
'Cause
that.
look at it.
Let's see.
Woo! Right there.
We have a drawing for it. Where are my drawings?
It's that downward pointed effect of Atu's moon.
Yes.
Very,
Love it.
Yes, yes.
it's very recognizable because it has that
All right,
downward,
let's just do
downward
examples.
effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here it is. Because we'll see here how it, repeats over and over. The same effect is spotted daily worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
That is
For
too
years and years.
Too
yeah.
perfect.
Look
Yeah.
at that.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yep. You could even see the band where Atu
Mhm.
is.
That is not
Yeah,
Earth.
Right.
What?
Right.
Wow.
Same planet, different proximities.
Yep.
Planets.
Over and over. And when you see them around the world, they're not just clouds. And we're always seeing the object. And these, here's the OCG, almost vertical again. And that square area to the right, just next to the light post, is actually the square Texas cube, leaving a trail behind it as well. And we're watching it go vertically away from us.
I'm trying to think. I mean, have they named this particular effect by chance? I mean, how do they explain this?
I don't think they have.
Look away.
They're ice crystals in the upper atmosphere.
Yeah.
Yes, I get it. Okay, I just wondered if they had because if they name it, people just accept
Mr.
it.
MBB.
Scary.
Well, Mr. MBB 333 had a video a while back about the V's in our sky, which are very common with the planets, but mostly common with that to the moon. Has that downward pointed effect, looks kind of like a V.
Beautiful.
So he did do a video about that, but I really doubt that. Of course, he probably gave his own explanation. I didn't even watch the video, honestly, but it did pop up in my notifications about that.
You've always been the best testament to the whole program, where you said years ago, I never imagined it was multiple planets in the skies.
Yeah, that was the last thing.
Nobody
Why Jesus said
nobody expects that, and
right. You just wouldn't even think about
even
that.
when we're talking about Nibiru, everybody thinks about one planet. Here again, you're seeing this small circle is Atu's moon with larger Atu behind it.
That is so incredible. Look at that.
And up there is the cube in the middle.
Right.
And the side orb in front of the edge of the Texas cube. And there it is, and there it is.
This is Zane's. I love Zane's work.
You're so right.
Me too.
Jeez, that is a great picture.
Our skies today gets it.
Exactly.
Yep.
The atmosphere structure of other planets.
Atu's moon in front of Uri.
Beautiful. Look at that.
And
the
again,
clouds
Atu's
get
moon.
they're literally forming because of their transit. It's just.
And remember, this is rotating. This will rotate in front of us in a circle.
Planes. You can't fake this with.
No, you can't. That's not sprayed. It's not.
Sorry.
Right.
Yeah. Beautiful.
And then again, this
I
is
feel
Uri
like
over. Go ahead.
Well, I feel like at some point though, if we keep, proving that this is repeating itself and how it's not regular clouds, that's like a big part of our claim. I feel like at some point they're going to have to respond. Wouldn't you think they would?
Well, that depends on the level of
presumption
of science. There are people that talk about the planets in the solar system and the stars, go, well, why does it matter? Who cares? Because they're okay, and they're worried about whether the stock market's going to go up or down, or whether they're worried about whether their their brush at the brush factory is going to sell. And I've had a lot of people say, well, we can't do nothing about it, so who cares? And how do you get to that?
I get that a lot. In fact, I live with one of those in my house who just like, well, there's nothing I can do about it. So, no, be aware. Enjoy the show. I had a comment the other day on one of my videos. So what do we do now? I'm like, well, enjoy the show. That's really all you can do. And put a little food aside and a little bit of water aside wouldn't hurt. But mostly all you can really do is just be aware and enjoy the show, and be aware that something could and is happening. Just be informed.
Why wouldn't you want to end the magnificence?
Wouldn't you want to see it, right? Wouldn't you want to see it? It's the coolest thing ever.
Your, perspective to change. This is so incredible.
And that's what we're doing about it. We're changing it. We're bringing this forward. Thank you, JD. We don't.
I love this picture as well.
Often enough.
Look at that thing. It's amazing.
These are all the smaller asteroids underneath, and I believe the upper. Okay, look at the date. 10/18. So this is Okay, 23.
Tattoos moon.
Yeah, the top illumination in the middle is the Tan asteroid. The rest is the salamander asteroid group popping out at the edge of the side of Uri.
Mm-hmm. JD still has, to this date, one of the best, most, it's just a beautiful, beautiful comparison to Sam's drawings. It's nipicity, tilted axis, and it is just, oh my goodness.
You know, and that's the unfortunate thing that everybody who's going to listen to our videos and all of our new members and our newer friends, that they don't have the history going back all the years that we all do. And this is why, you know, we have a team of experts here. And we're not coming up with a one-time comparison telling you this. We're coming up with stuff that we've dealt with for a decade.
Yeah.
And this has been so time proven that it is beyond argument, period. And anyone out there in the science field that would like to come to our program, call me on the phone. I'm in the, you know, whatever, and debate this. There's no way you can disprove this. Damn planets are here. They're real. Are we talking to one of our pets, Gillian?
Where's Gillian?
Sorry.
I'm gonna say, do I hear pet?
It's this guy.
He's over there cooing.
All right, now you got to get him. Is it him or her?
Him.
Okay, you got to get him his own headset and microphone now.
Yeah,
Right.
You know, bring him guest. If he's going to be guest cameo, come on. Anyway,
T-shirt, the Montana Skywatcher
dog walkers, Montana Dog Walkers United. Yeah, we all need little suits for our doggies.
Don't forget the doggy T-shirt. You know, Nibiru
Bye.
here.
By our side.
Nibiru's here.
Yes,
Comfort
you're
animal.
welcome.
I
was going to say, our skies is always welcome to join us. Okay.
Yeah.
So
If
he
you'd like
knows
to come
that.
on sometime, you'd be more than
That'd be
welcome.
great.
Wow, look at those. Those are beauties.
We can have
I'll
you as
message you,
a guest
okay?
visitor, if you'd like.
Yeah.
And share what you got going on your sister site if you want to join sister sites, or what's going on your site. And we always love to promote anyone and everyone, because only together as a group are we going to lay out this point where it becomes an accepted level of science, and only through masses are we going to gain credibility. I will remind everyone that most scientists throughout history, from the 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, the best ones did their work in their garage and not in some institute or college. Wright brothers, for example. This is again Attu and Attu's moon. This is probably an older picture, I believe. Could be, for a couple, 3-4 months. I could be wrong, could be current. But and then if you look over at the sun, where the sun is going down on the horizon, you're looking at a big rounded area, which is this Saturn's yellow moon. Beautiful. Good squeak. Good squeak there, dog.
Yeah,
hey guys, I'm gonna have to take off to work, but it was nice hanging out with you. Leighandra was really nice to kind of hang out and everything, but duty calls. I gotta get to work, but I'll see you guys on Tuesday.
See you on Tuesday.
I'll see you guys on Tuesday.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, you guys. Have a good
Bye.
All right. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Rebecca, Rocketman says he's in the backstage area. I think he probably.
Is he?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Accidentally.
You might have.
Oh, he is. I see. Okay. Sorry, Rocket
sorry,
Man. I did not know.
I tried to log in and it took me out. But I'm gonna have to drop too because I have to get to work.
I hear you. Okay. Well, thank you though. You've been with us over 3 hours. That's went by fast, didn't it?
Oh yeah. Say hi to Pepper.
Oh my gosh, Pepper.
Baby.
Oh my gosh.
That's my one twin.
I love her. Yeah.
It's a boy.
Oh, a boy.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Pepper.
What's he called?
Pepper.
Pepper. Hi, Pepper. Grace has gone and expired on the chair over there. She's finished trying to trash Theo's nose.
Healthy.
Theo's just been irritating. He's squeaking. He's got his snake.
Yeah, this is Diana.
Oh, Diana.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, who's got Diana?
Right.
Yeah, we could do a matchmaking service here. No.
I know. It's cute. She had a brother. We named him Charles. We had Charles and Diana because her mother, her name is Princess. So, we had a royal family of cats.
Yeah. Oh, well, this will give you the opportunity to advertise your Facebook site there for your cat.
I know.
Yeah, we all need something for our pet to wear.
Okay, I think I
yeah, it's a small group, but it's Feline Followers Anonymous too, because I got locked out of number 1, so I had to create a new
bags
one.
of dog food there, Leighandra.
But we have cute cat videos.
Oh, there's a big doggy for you.
The big girl.
Yeah.
That's a big
Oh, there's
girly.
the doggy. Look at him.
Oh, Nina.
Her name is
Look at the kitties. There's lots of kitties.
Oh, yay.
What a beautiful.
Where's Theo at?
All right.
Oh, Theo,
I know. Look at
twins. Look.
Oh,
Look, Theo.
show and tell.
At you.
So,
Look
At
at
you.
that. So cute.
You can
That's
feel
funny.
Hey, Christopher, where's Kitters at?
Where's your kitty?
Bring Kitters.
Somewhere. This cat is so weird, you guys.
Yeah.
She sits. I have a mirror. My grandmother had this like mirror she had on the wall so she could comb her hair, But I put it on the floor and she sits in front of this mirror and she looks at herself.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Like rubbing
Yes.
herself. She's like, "Oh, that's me, right?"
Yeah.
Like,
When I first got him, he did that as well because he thought it was his brother.
right. I mean, we've only had her like a few weeks, so she's been under the bed the most. I didn't see her for like 6 days. I'm sure she was somewhere in the house, right? But she finally came out. Now she's totally cool. But she's kind of a weird cat, man. She, close your dryers. That's all I gotta say.
Yes.
Close your dryers.
Yes.
Females are like that.
They can be. Especially with teens, you can't hear it. Close the dryers. Don't teach them to play in there.
Females are like that.
I was like, how the hell did she get into dry? What are you doing in there? Like, I'm throwing the clothes in the dryer. I hear meow.
Yeah.
You want me to throw the cat in the dryer?
Oh dear.
I'm not used to cats. The only cat I've ever had was totally independent.
Especially the black cats.
He was cool,
Yeah.
but I have to worry about him. This cat,
Yeah.
Oh,
I can already tell you're going to be best friends with that cat before long.
Okay.
Yeah, I can tell.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's how it always
Yeah.
happens.
Hi,
is
and welcome to
my
another
fault.
live podcast.
Right? What's happened here?
Okay.
Intermission.
Bye,
see you later.
everyone.
Bye,
I'll
everybody.
talk to you later.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Everybody, I'll keep you posted.
Okay, talk to you later, Rocket
Bye.
Fan. Bye-bye.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Yes,
I know. I see him working on it because I see I'm copied on all the emails, between him and that movie company. And he's on it every day, of course. So
I think that's where he's going now.
It started off just a basic service, and we couldn't help but want to add on to it and make it more than what it could be. So that's what he has been working on, is adding to it, and it's going to be really great. I can't wait to
boils
see
down
it.
to all of us, getting together and working at a level of science together, and each of us have unique gifts that we all add, and we've become a collective because of that. And Leighandra, did you see Christopher's Walkabout Town on one of the last shows?
Walkabout Town? No.
No, he was walking around filming. Now we're trying to talk him into going into Las Vegas proper, down on the Strip. The microphone that, with a little tag on the microphone that says Citizen Science Project. Hi, I am Christian from the Citizen Science.
I'm all for it.
I'm all for it too. I think I just woke up a little late today.
How far are you from the Strip? Like, how far away?
I live on the east end of town, but it's just one street, and then I'm downtown Las Vegas, and then the Strip kind of runs horizontally to where I'm at, so it's like 10 minutes, maybe.
You gotta talk your wife into filming you. And
right?
Your cameraman.
I know he needs a camera person and a T-shirt that says
and that way nobody will punch you right away if you have a camera.
And give them a little card. There you go. There you go.
Card,
So,
we're safe. I don't bite or something.
I mean, I think people in my neighborhood would probably be more receptive. I don't know. There's some areas of town here where your neighbors won't speak to you. It's weird. Like,
we could start with your neighbors.
If you say hi to somebody and they look at you like you just say hi to me, it's like, well, okay.
Well, you can always
sorry.
If you do tourists, they'll say hi to you. If they're obvious, if they're walking between Pirates Cove and the Luxor, and they look like tourists, they'll talk to you because because they're from places like Montana where we actually still talk to people.
Right. Okay.
And so if you go, hi, are you a tourist? And while you've been in Las Vegas, have you seen Planet Nibiru? And I mean, or a lesser degree, or the Texas Cube, or the Long Bay. Or
hopefully, it's on a day where it would
just said he would drive down there, and he would. You guys could do this together. So Jesus has got a comment that's saying that he'll drive down there to you.
And it's not that far. It's not that far from me either.
Like, it would be great to, maybe someday like meet up and be on the podcast like this or something. That'd be really cool.
Rebecca and I have talked about that for a long time. And I feel like now it's at a point where we can start planning for something like that and actually bring it into fruition.
It'll be a surprise shock scenario where you drop a Nibiru, just even because most people don't even know the name Nibiru.
Right.
And you could use that as a or even a lesser version or a lesser degree of, have you heard about the planets, or have you heard about Planet X?
Right.
And you could even just start it down at something, even a basic level, and then just, it's sort of like Jimmy Kimmel does all the time, where they just go out on the street and ask people 3 questions. And
please do not tease me into doing this, because I'll come down there. So
you gotta do it.
If I had other
I'm not
people
trying to tease Christoper into it. I just know he'd be really good at it.
Do this.
I just know he'd be really good at it. So that's why I would.
Right.
Yeah.
You, Leighandra, you are a very good. You're like a clerk of court. You always try to keep us on track and keep us on topic, and then you look stuff up in the background while we're talking about it. And you're a good fact checker, and you're very good at that. And that's what I liked in the earlier shows, and that's why I wanted to see you more regularly, because you do fact checking. And you're very good.
That's
She's
so
very good.
important. We're not here just saying, oh, that's on every picture. We're not saying it's something.
Well, Rebecca, she lost in something.
That's debunked. This is that.
That's what I loved about Sam and his work when I first found it. I'm like, this guy is invested. He has did his homework. It's so obvious that he knows what he's talking about. So I knew, okay, if I want to learn this, I need to be knowledgeable in what I'm talking about. My research skills, they need to be better than they were before. I need to be able to compare, contrast, look at different opinions, and be able to see like, okay, this is a little far left over here. This is actually where it should be.
And everybody wants an answer,
Yeah, immediately. And sometimes it's not possible. We just lost Christoper.
What happens when you do electrical hand somatic gestures? You magically remove yourself from the internet. Yes, you dominate on a ace requiem. Zap.
Oh no!
Are you back? Okay.
I'm here.
You got to be careful with that magic. You just removed yourself. You were waving your hands, somatic gestures of power. Power hand gestures, and you removed yourself from the internet. Be careful.
I guess.
Be careful what you wield, sir. Yeah.
Be careful.
Please continue, Leighandra. Please.
What else was I saying? I don't know. I was here in the beginning for I think a couple of shows, and then life just kind of took over, which I know everybody can relate to. But honestly, Spirit just kept telling me, like, you need to make this a priority. You need to be involved. You have a level of knowledge, and you need to be more a part of this. So my schedule has been worked around on Saturdays so that I can make this a priority, because it's that important for me.
The same way.
But it's important universally. Like,
You know what? You know
absolutely.
what Yoda says.
Hmm?
Leighandra, do you know
what
what
are we
Yoda
doing
would say?
here? If not, you know.
Say again.
Do you know what Yoda would say?
What would Yoda say?
Passed on what you have learned.
Yes, he would.
And yeah, and that's what it is. And you guys, and this is why it's important for everybody.
That's on what you learn, you must.
Yeah, right. Very good. This is why all of us are talking as a group.
Yeah.
Because all of you guys have become experts. You've all learned this, and you've all taken the time and a lot of years, a lot of time, and we've all become very good friends. And we actually, this is our level of release, and thank you all for tolerating our multiple link phone calls. This is what we do. And we're sharing information for a reason, because we have discovered this, and this is real science. We're not guessing.
It's very real.
Anybody else have something to say? So I can take another sip off
Yep.
the Coke?
Squeaker Snake is in the building. So excuse me.
Look at the colors. It's red on the sides and green in the center.
Do you see that?
Mhm.
I was going to back this up because right when that started to clear away,
There's a few colors.
The planet just.
You can see there's a white blob in there.
Here it comes. It's just like boom.
Internal illumination. Atu's moon.
Whoa.
The directions.
Yeah, that's Atu's moon. And
wow,
Atu's
look
overhead.
at that.
I know. It's just like, oh boy.
The
Where's it going? It's going the other way.
That's boring normal with whatever
then-
planet is behind it. And this is Nepacity incoming.
Yeah.
Wow.
There it is. Woo!
It's like a little cheerleader over there. Look at
Yes.
Yay.
And notice the level of the actual clouds
That's the
on the
best one I've
horizon.
seen of Nepacity yet, I think. And
Normal
there's so
clouds
many
on the
good ones.
horizon.
And sky
And, this is-
blue.
and notice the illumination
Yes.
above that is being shined from
The
underneath.
asteroids.
Asteroids are so cool.
Yeah. It's like, who's gonna come next?
Right, and if that was an airplane, I would feel so bad for the people inside. Like, they're all over the place. Their coffee and food, their bags are all over,
That
unconscious.
is probably Satum's ion tail right there.
At
Wow.
that speed, their
Yeah.
cellular structure would
And then
be
in spins Nibiru and Satum.
Right. You can see little fingers almost down there at the base.
Blue on the right-hand side of the sun is Nibiru way in the background and huge sky pillar.
Neat.
To the blue.
And we
Oh,
watch
whose video was this?
every day.
I think this is Japan. I think.
Sunrise.
Whee!
We have to look on the bottom. There's something illuminated underneath. Kind of looks that way. A little bit of cutoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the kind of sky we've had here for the last 2 days. You can see the color, the deep stuff, the round, it's up there. But we didn't have any real
Look at that.
Pastel purple.
And
Yep,
that's
we
an
know what
incoming.
that
We're
is.
backpedaling Atu's moon.
Beautiful. Wow.
I know. Look at that.
Followed by sunset.
Intense.
Yeah.
And
I
very
believe
good
we're
job.
looking. I think we're still looking east.
You saw the purple immediately.
Yeah, and then the
Yeah.
onset of Atu's moon rolling in and rolling over and around and changing places, because the Atu and Atu's moon start up in front of us in the beginning of the day, and then they go over us and behind us later on, and then as the sun arcs all the way to the south and then to the west, everything moves to the right, and then Atu and Atu's moon again go over the top of us. It's in this weird
They're
loop.
going to Pacific clouds.
Yeah, remember to always watch
that's-
the shadow lines off the trees on the ground. Okay,
And what
then
you
the
just
big
said,
dark-
Sam, is so important to understand about the certain times of the day and where they're going to be, because you're just going to confuse the hell out of yourself if you don't realize
Well,
that.
yeah, they are currently so big. I'm confused. I go out there and I have to spin the parking lot 360 about 25 times.
I know, my neck hurts so bad yesterday.
Figure out what the hell I'm staring at now.
Like,
And then I got to go, okay, this time of day. And then we kind of know that it does this. And, and I grind through all of the qualifiers to figure out what the hell I'm staring at. And, I do make mistakes on on the podcast because I didn't look at it from my point of view with, sitting here staring at it.
God forbid you.
I'm in a hurry prepared.
God forbid you make one mistake, Sam. We're not going to
talking about, but I mean,
well, it's vastly important that I'm not handing out a fake science or me talking about 2 stars and 2 sets of planets, and we know that the Anunnaki are on this quote unquote planet that comes by, the planet of passing. When I'm just handing you the background information of why. And nobody out there currently does that. There's the disconnected stories, from written texts that were translated through Sitchin and all of this, but they don't have any undertaking of the reality of now. And we do. We've earned now, and that's why we're number 1. We are. Look at that odd illumination above.
Baby.
Number 1. Did you see it like about 30 seconds ago? The way the clouds were like rotating around. Just like they're doing now, pretty much.
Our rotation in front of us,
Wow.
And the upper, you got to look at the lower layer, and then the upper layer is actually rotating. And this is the bottom. This is the bottom of Attu-Natu's moon, as I talked about in the beginning of the day. And they rotate above us, and then they go beyond us.
The higher you can get, the easier.
And then incoming would be Nepesi, because Nepesi is behind, staring at the east at the beginning of the day.
Look at the colors. Oh my gosh.
And then that's the light refraction off of Attu purple.
Look at the purple.
It's so pretty.
Wow.
And notice the cutoff, weird misshapen sunlight. Look at the water. Look at the angle of that light on the water. That's the rounded face of a planet. And
moving.
Yep, and then we're going to watch the inset blue area is Saturn, and then we're going to see an ion tail come out. And then you got the shape of Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail right there.
Oh, wow.
I have a really good match to this.
See the ion tail, see the ion tail, see the ion tail.
The ion tail last night for me, pretty much, except the water,
It's beautiful.
And then it moves over the top of us and turns.
Whoa.
Woo! Wow. I love when he does that. It's so great.
What are we doing?
Look at that.
I'm okay.
See the illumination?
And just as soon as it goes.
This is Attu-Natu's moon again, rotating over the top of us. Yes, that is a freaking planet over the top.
I'm going to step out. I'm going to take my dog potty. BRB.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
To the little doggy scientist room.
Right.
Mine's dragging his bed all over the place here. He'll go to sleep anytime soon.
Wow. Look.
I like that one. It's like a little sliver of sky.
And the funny thing to me all the time is it rotates literally opposite of how my brain works in some cases from everybody else's out view. And it's just like, what am I looking at? And I got to argue with myself over all of this all the time. But only when I see the base clouds does it make sense. Okay, and we're seeing the weird arc of the sun as sun rises.
Wow.
And there is the Attu's moon
V-shape.
Rotational V shape.
Wow.
And rotation and rotation and rotation. And the normal weather crossing, but then look at the crazy change in illumination. At the base, underneath. The sun should be working its way behind us now. And there's Nepesity bottom. And then re-illumination from underneath, and then sunset.
You can even see a good curve right there, you know, for a nighttime purposes.
And that's how it always looks at night for me. Just that icky yellowish color going on. But
that mustardy, tan, kind of dirty, like the sky's dirty color.
Mm-hmm.
And the bottom, that bottom area wouldn't have illuminated unless there was an object there, because the sun is setting behind us. See the rotating object in the purple clouds?
I see it dragging by. Yeah, the whole sky is shifting. Wow, look at that. You see it?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
These time-lapse videos are so important.
Our weather is going one way, and the planet is rotating in front of us.
Jeez,
you can even see
gosh,
it.
Look at that.
That white line is the base cloud.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going the other way from our own weather.
This is the Uri ion drag-off cloud between Uri and Attu.
Oh my gosh.
That's that base drag-off cloud between the two gas giants, which I imagine is probably a layer of debris field, sand, dust, and microasteroids.
Jeez.
Cool. Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be cool for the ships trying to get through.
And
So
we know that because we saw it when they were smaller, way out in space. And I've got some really old early drawings of that going back, 270.
Oh, you've got drawings of them being attached.
Yeah, in space between each other. I don't know if Rebecca is even in front of the camera currently. I hadn't looked up for a second. I could grab one of those. I could grab one of those and send you.
I just thought that curve above the sun was like too perfect.
We're ODing on time lapse here, like going, they're cool.
I don't use them anymore because they are so old. And they are not accurate compared to what they used to
Oh, wow, Rebecca.
We got like 4 conversations going on here.
But
I'm looking at this curve going all across the sky.
Look at this curve up above the light.
Like Attu's moon. Yeah.
I'm currently scrolling through files, so I don't know what you're.
Yeah.
Oh, look at it.
I know. It's just picture perfect. Like
we're ODing here now. I can go to bed and let's going, seen the clouds.
Recorded on a mountain maybe or something, or
a drone, I think.
A drone. See, I was thinking about that. Like that would be really cool. I've never used one before, but I
know
can't that hard. Like maybe we should. There's got to be something.
A Skywatcher drone. You can have a Skywatcher drone competition,
right?
That'd be fun.
I mean, I just wonder if they have.
I'm sure we do have people in the group that have them.
Okay.
Yeah, drones.
I just don't know anything about them.
No, Theo, I'm not getting up again. Come on.
I was gonna watch this one part of the clip one more time. It was that good.
This one.
Yes,
look at the rotation on this thing. And it's so.
Look at it, just goes. Look at it. It goes to the right, and we go to the left.
That is clearly
hello.
In the
beautiful.
Out of look at that. That is so cool.
Whoa.
I mean, it almost looks.
How can there not be something there? How can there not be something there?
There is. It's
yeah,
why
that's
wouldn't
good.
you
Come on, talk to me, Theo. Come on. No, you're not getting chocolate. No, you can't have chocolate.
Yeah, dogs are not allowed to eat chocolate. No.
Let me check.
No.
I think
he knows I've got Maltesers in my pocket. He's not stupid. He's a finder dog.
That Audrey from South Africa, she sent me some pictures, and then I'm seeing in the comments that there's also some videos, so I'm going to check on that. But let me get her pictures up real quick. I think these are pictures of friends of hers.
I'd love to get a live sky cam from the top of my roof as well, up on some pole that I could actually link to. And,
yeah, wouldn't that be cool?
What's going on in my southern view? Or
he's on the move.
Oh yeah, he's out.
Where are you going, Chris? Where are you going, Chris?
I just had to walk around for a second.
Yeah, I watched when he walked out the door. I was going to say something, but I just let it ride.
At least he's got sunshine there. It's totally gray where I am. So here's
blue sky day today here. This is illuminated. Wow. Okay, where's the sun? I'm looking for a shadow on the ground. I got to blow this up and find a shadow on the ground. And I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing a shadow. This is probably the side of Attu with the asteroids. The illuminated white area in the upper right is probably lead asteroid and red asteroid, and then the side of Attu's moon illuminated.
Okay. So Attu's moon in front of Attu or Nipicity?
Yeah. No, Nipicity would be probably behind us.
There's another one.
And okay, the light is shining, and this is the tan asteroid and the edge of Uri.
Wow, look at that stuff. Oh, Theo, you can't have chocolate.
And that is the red asteroid.
Wow.
That's real.
And little sister.
Right. Little sister, and then I'm thinking about the big sisters somewhere out there.
Big sister's behind and up to the upper left.
Okay. Perfect. Let's go back over here. There's another one.
Same as
and then
red
I'm getting
asteroid.
a little video she sent me. Let me pull that up.
And then, of course, to the left is the Uri that we were talking about just a second ago in the other previous picture. Red asteroid makes that weird, almost mother cloud that we've seen for many years.
Mothership
the little
cloud.
sisters in front and the lower, and then big sisters behind and to the left. And those are the two new names that we've added to asteroid. Just over time started calling them that, yeah. And this is that onsetting storm that we can all look forward to come the beginning of the 180-day cycle. All of that right there that we're looking at is going to be very close and very big.
Wow.
And it is
Yeah,
going
what
to
a
cause
show.
exactly what it's causing right here, but worse.
No, Theo.
You know, I look forward to this stuff coming, but again, at the same time, the level of catastrophe that I know that it causes is also fearful. So as a scientist, I'm loving every second of it, and you know, and as a humanist, I'm going, no, I don't want it to happen, but you know, it's what's happening, and here we go. And this is the onset. This is all onset of Uri. Uri is above that whole area. That everything that they just panned over is Uri and the stuff in front of it. And then above us would be Attu and Attu's moon.
And that will be so warm as well, because looking at it, it's got one of them warm winds with it.
Well, depending on where you are on the planet and when this is and all of that. Uri can be quite...
Well, that's Pretoria, so I'm imagining it's going to be kind of rather warm.
Uri, we go back to the Boxing Day event that occurred in the UK, and that huge storm over the top of the stadium, and how it drove everybody to, you know, they even canceled the game. And that was when we first started studying the close onset passes of the 180-day cycle to more degree, where they had the superstorms and the derechos and all of this. And you can look that up. 2020, 2021, 22, 2019. They all had these really, and the Boxing Day event, I believe, was in 2018. And that's when we first started having these, you know, close passes of the asteroid group underneath Uri and everything. And, back then at some points in time as well, the lead asteroid was just massive, and they're so close to Earth, and they pass by and they cause these freak electrical storms, and people will lose their houses. And then just, within 40, 50 minutes, it goes by and just rips the crap out of everything. And that's part of the 180-day cycle we warn about. And then it sort of runs roughly all the way, literally till about June or July, mellows out for about a month, and then comes back in a new fervor, running through September all the way, what used to be at the end of September, but as this last year, we saw it go all the way to December. So because of the proximity and how much closer it is, it's no longer the 180-day cycle. It's actually a few months so that we have a slight reprieve compared. So it's actually the opposite.
Remember, it was probably like, maybe it was last year, and I kept asking. I said, "Is the 180-day cycle longer, or is it just me? It just felt like it was longer and longer." And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it went. I kind of called it.
You remember that, Rebecca? Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of knowingly, far-seeing, said, "Well, it's gonna last longer this time because of the proximity. We've never seen them this close and this over our heads before." So I automatically assumed that the debris field, the asteroids, the object cluster groups between us and the planets, being they've never been this close over the top of us before, that I knew it was going to be a larger, longer event. It just fit, and lo and behold, it happened.
I'm jealous. You got sun over there, Christopher. It's all rainy. I went
know.
outside for 2 seconds and.
Me too.
Well, that's why he's always pink. He's not just a ginger. He's pink from the sun.
Yeah, I see he got a t-shirt on.
I think he's more blonde than redhead, but yeah. And the last time I was in Las Vegas, every time I walked out the front door, I wanted to go right back in.
I love that. I love the heat.
Like stepping into the oven.
Yes, dry heat.
I was going to check out the sky.
Hey,
hold on. Look at that. Oh, okay. He's getting there.
Hey, hold on.
Okay.
Whoa,
look at the size of the flaring.
My camera is full of pictures.
Oh, yes.
Juicy sky. Oh, my God. I'm jealous. We haven't seen sky like that for days.
Look at the cutoff on top of the sun.
Yeah. You see the halo.
Saturn's yellow moon is right there above the sun.
Right there.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And that's what's making it bell and flare out like that.
Sorry, hold on.
You're going to get on top of there?
No.
You're going to climb on the wall, bro?
Be careful.
Come on, you can get up the wall. It's not a big one. Sit on there.
Look at that sun. Oh, my gosh.
Whee!
Oh, boy.
Super flare.
Mm-hmm. And you can see exactly where it is, too, right? Whoop.
And we have to question ourselves, is this the larger star? And the smaller star is somewhere along the side view or the bottom view. And that, of course,
it's like
right
the
there,
wee head thing sticking out.
that's the Saturn's ion tail right there, and all of that. And then behind it is Nibiru, which is darker blue than the medium blue above it. And then, of course, the real sky is at the horizon. So, yeah, and he's still filming the side of Nibiru, 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 and you can see the base cloud all the way to there.
Yeah. All right, let's get back.
And that's all Nibiru.
Hi, Nibby.
And on the left, of course, we'll have Atu's moon above us to the upper left, and then Uri will be behind that to the far left. And Nepenthe should be somewhere in the mix, either in front of Atu's moon or behind it, depending. And everything, basically, there's a planet above us, no matter what, in the view here, and then that is where Uri is. See the light illuminated above the second car, the facial edge, then the stripe. Right. That's Uri.
Wow, look at it! It's so
that's a good time for pictures,
right?
Yeah, that's a yummy sky.
Yeah, and you can see the stripes of Uri right there, and then right there, that's where see that circle right there, and all that. That's where the tan asteroid and everything is. Oh, it's time to cut pizza, and I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Okay.
What's on my pizza? Making me hungry. That's not cool.
Let me see if I can go to my other spot.
It's 11 minutes past 12. I should only stay for another while. I've got to go to work tomorrow. It's 11 minutes past 12 now.
12. I see.
We've been on for about 4 hours.
Oh, I sent you a pretty picture that I got earlier in the week. It's got a pointed nose and a box in the middle and 2 drag-off tails. I don't know what that is. It's really cool. And it's got the beautiful spread out at the top, like a fan. It's beautiful, even if I say so myself.
Oh, let's see. Hey, Christopher, some people in the comments are wanting to know if you can turn your phone sideways when you
Sure.
Yeah, they'd like to see it sideways.
I'm just gonna walk down to this other spot across the street.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Because I mean, I'm just in my little area where I live, so I'm like,
yeah.
I like have 2 areas where I'm not covered by power lines, you know.
Me too.
And
Me
power
too.
line.
The one place I go, they're building a fast food restaurant there.
Oh.
And I'm like, they're taking my empty field where I do all my filming.
Oh
and
no.
They're yeah. It's already started, so it breaks my heart.
You need to go to the city hall and sign a petition. We've got people all over the world wanting.
We don't need it.
Film in that field. You cannot build a Chuck E. Cheese there or some.
I know. It's a Chick-fil-A.
Or whatever it is.
Right. Panda Express. I don't know what, but I'm not looking forward to it. Because now I don't have a place to just run up the street and take my pictures anymore. So, well, for a while. Eventually. I'll find a new place. Somehow. While we're waiting for Christopher, I was going to pull a few more pictures up from Nicolle. This one, I used this one as a cover shot on our group this morning because it was so ideal.
What?
You know, that perfect curve, Atu's moon in front of Atu.
No.
Kind of like that.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm talking to Theo. He's just been a pain in the butt.
Well, he needs attention. And then look at this one, guys. The dark blue versus light blue. Like the whole,
that's more chocolate.
Half of the picture is a planet. Hey, Audrey, good night.
Oh, is Audrey awake?
Yeah.
Night, Audrey.
Night.
She said 2 in the morning where she is.
It's 2 in the morning where she is. Shame the
Have a good rest.
Yeah. We'll see you on Tuesday night on the Tuesday night show. So keep sending me your pictures and stuff.
Yo, stop it. Oh, he's been naughty today.
And this one, there's that ion tail that we've been talking about.
Yeah, look at it.
Saturn. It's consistently there. If you go and look at pictures to the right of our sun, you'll see that there's this consistent streak at an angle like that.
And don't forget the dark color cutoff. There's always that really, 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 really dark blue area on the right-hand side of the sun for, well over a couple of months now. And it's so dark that you can't miss it. And once you start paying attention to that, and then you look at the refraction of the light angle of the shadowing, and you realize that the light is all coming from the left. And then it runs to the angle to the right, which is weird, which shows you there is a massive, massive planet on the right-hand side of the sun. Actually, there's a couple of them. But
yeah, right. And Andrea, I cannot get on my roof. No, unfortunately. If I could, I'd put a camera up there probably, but
and if you could blow Christopher up, you'll see that's what he's showing right now.
Right. That's ideal. Look at that one.
Yeah, big rounded yellow edge. That's the side of the planet.
It's one of my favorites.
When was this, Nicolle? Do you remember?
It's been within the last 2 years, probably last year.
Yeah, it's probably.
Yeah, I also seen that in the last 2 years. It's beautiful.
kind of like that, but it also has
That's Uri.
things in front of it. Let's see.
Well, they probably Atu and Uri.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Well, somewhere is a picture I have.
2 years old. It's Atu and Uri.
Yeah.
I have a crazy match to that one.
Well, that's exactly the thing. I mean, we've go back all these years, and they match, and everybody from around the world matches.
Oh, let's go back to Christoper a second.
What are you doing there? Yeah.
Oh boy, look at that.
What is that above the suns? Is that an asteroid? I thought I saw a dot, an illuminated dot.
Okay, well, that would, of course, would be, we're looking at, we're on the right-hand side of the sun, so we have to be looking at a Saturn yellow moon on the right, just above to the right.
Do you guys see that?
Edge. Yep.
I do. I see a little glowing dot.
Is it moving?
That's
I think it's moving.
Oh, yeah. Turn it. Hold it there a second, Chris, if you can hear me.
Because I see the lens flare. Oh,
look at that as well. He's also getting expanded sun.
Yeah, hold it on the sun for just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm wondering if
Yeah, we see a glowing dot.
that dot on the left of the sun most likely is the blue asteroid.
Sorry, guys. Hold on real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Drawing.
He has to clean his camera.
T-shirt, yeah.
It's resourceful. You gotta use your shirt.
I know, really.
Yeah, now I don't believe that's the second R star, but I believe that's the blue asteroid is the white dot on the just to the left.
Ah, okay.
And
look at that.
In this month's drawing. And the green asteroid will be on the other side.
So you said in this month's drawing, just compare real quick. Yeah, sure enough, left of our sun for a change, isn't it?
Yep.
And there it is. Wow.
I remember when the green asteroid and the blue asteroid was way up by Nipicity. It ain't like that no more.
No, that was long. Yeah, that was like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's been transitory, and then, of course we and at the horizon there we're looking at the base cloud of Nipicity. See the weird little round chorish stuff.
Yeah.
And then above us would be Atu and Atu's moon above the sun. Right there, you see that little rounded, weird purplish. And of course, to the right, it will be Saturn's yellow moon and Nibiru on the right-hand side of the sun. It's also being slightly cut off from above and on the side, which is why it's doing that flaring with the weird angle. Because you're seeing a light pinch between the planets. And God, they're so huge now. It's like, I'm amazed that, we're not seeing a really much colder Earth because of the light cutoff. But
that just shows you the power of that other sun, then.
Right. I was just going to say that if we take into account that maybe the second star is putting out so much more light than because if according to what's going on in the southern hemisphere, what they're seeing, we wouldn't see our star because it would be at the bottom underneath this star. So, and that of course is buried in our normal cloud region. So we will be less likely to see it until it progresses farther in time.
It makes you almost feel like, okay, well, we're lucky then, because it could be really, really, really cold if we didn't have this second sun doing what it's.
Well, the light block, yeah, and which is causing some, I think, of the jet stream planing out and all the weird, freaky weather on the other side of the planet. I think Russia and China are still in a major winter scenario where we're having spring here on this side.
Look at the suns. Oh my goodness.
And look at that cutoff right there.
Yes, I can't get over it.
Oh my God.
That's so good.
Yeah, that's literally Nibiru and his Saturn's yellow moon coming over the top of that whole line, coming over the top of the sun. And that's got to be a Saturn right there.
Wow. That's just a Saturn.
That guy's got a big fence.
Yeah.
That looks like the
He's a
bottom
bit
of
worried.
Nepenthe. That looks like the core of Nepenthe.
Whoa,
Right
look
over
at
the
that.
top of you.
Yeah, that's that.
You know, count them 1, 2, 3 bands. There they are. 1, 2, 3. Tipped axis away.
Sorry.
Oh, you're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the tipped axis core of Nepenthe right there.
Wow. Look at that. That is crazy.
And behind the pine tree, that'll be open and empty in the middle of it.
Look at the wave.
Okay, now I don't know. I'm gonna pan back over here. I don't know if you guys can see the mountains in the far end, but like there's something serious going on over here. Wait.
Yeah, I see the yellow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wow.
And the
Look at
white
that.
area, I would bet money
Dang.
that the white area is the side face illuminated of Nibiru, and the yellow is the real sky.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Look at that, dude. Wow.
And then this other white clouded finger
Cool.
like in front of you right there is his Saturn, with the Saturn's yellow moon a little bit closer to the sun on the left of what. Yeah, that's the bottom of the Saturn. And then the blue in the background is Nibiru.
Right.
Yeah, that's the Saturn. And somewhere in, well, that could very easily be the green asteroid, the blob right in front of you there.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah. And then as we go,
Oh my
if you go a little
gosh,
bit,
look at it.
yeah, see with the little blotches and the little virus structure.
I don't think I've seen it like that yet. Wow.
Looks like a fat hedgehog to
That would be
me.
the little dots in the center that he's staring at.
Looks like a little hedgehog.
Right? Or like I don't know, like a little bacteria cell or something with some kind of tail, or I mean, let's not talk
beaver.
about what it looks like. Let's talk about what it is.
Yeah. And literally, you know, it is cutting across the front to the left side of the sun, just like this month's drawing.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
And it's sort of almost goblet shaped where the top of the sun is being cut off.
Right? I'm almost to the parking lot where I usually go, so.
It's a grail shape. Holy grail. Signs in the sky.
Right?
Alien sky.
Okay.
And all those white dots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's all that white stuff?
Asteroids.
Oh my god. More of them.
You barely can see the sky, our sky. Like
where is our sky? Is it that
like
yellow bit at the
We're in
bottom there?
middle. You know, we're in the middle of 7 planets here.
right
You know,
there, that little bit of yellow right there at the very bottom, where the
yeah,
question.
that's our real sky, right?
Yeah, right above the car. That's
Right.
about it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
That's
all
all
you're
about
gonna
work.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is that
the
working
sun
for
is-
you guys, or?
Yeah, it's working.
That's-
And that flaring,
really
the
good.
flaring is the bottom of a planet that it's illuminating on the round. The actual sun is underneath that blue line right there. Right behind the telephone wires is the real sun, and that secondary illumination is off the bottom of one of the planets. And people, oh, you're talking out your nose, mister. These are just clouds. No. You can see the suppression wake in the flaring in the sun at the bottom, that the line of the cutoff flaring, which goes left and right, is at the bottom of the illumination right behind the telephone wires. And that's because it's being cut off from above and on 2 sides, and then is shining and trying to suppress its way out at the viewer.
Wow.
And it appears that the red asteroid is just to the left of the sun.
Okay.
Tiny, small. Well, it could be spiral, because the facial markings look more like the spiral, and maybe the red is above and somewhere in the. Okay, yeah, the red is above and somewhere it's crossing, leaving the crossing pattern line that is slightly behind the telephone wires all the way up to the left, and then above the centrally round tree. That's the red asteroid, and lead asteroid is farther to the right in this shot.
Wow.
And a whole bunch of other stuff.
When we talk about the cubes, you know, we haven't talked much
about the long box cube and all of that, you know, this show.
I sent you guys pictures of it from yesterday. It was the first time I seen it, and it was just it's so big and crazy, and
it is. It really is.
Yeah, you know, and I'm in awe that people, you know, they don't want to touch on the fact that there is an invasion fleets, plural, in groups, parked over the top of Earth. I saw a video. God, I can't remember what it was. You know, in that group of alien sky things, like the one I mentioned earlier, where they actually start talking about the blue sky spiral that appeared above Norway in 2009. And I'm going, yeah, if you only knew that the Empire orb came through that wormhole.
Right.
I was just going to tell Teleporter that their idea is exactly what we have been talking about as well. They also mentioned that Christopher should approach random people, you know, and I get their opinions on this. So I think a lot of people would find that entertaining, you know.
They would.
I did not.
Maybe you don't know. Maybe not.
Well, yeah, I don't think the people he's asking are going to find it entertaining, and I'm hoping and praying he doesn't get punched in the nose.
No,
like that,
most people are not violent.
Yeah,
like
we're looking. You know, you're looking in Christopher's. Now that it's a thumbnail and smaller, you're looking at Saturn's yellow moon right there. Dead center is the dark blue area. And
okay,
Las Vegas would be a very good and interesting place to do something like that, especially
because you have a lot of tourists.
Because they already have that type of stuff going on. So might be a perfect location, actually.
I know. Ooh. I think it. I really think it could take off and go ahead.
Well, look at the percentage of celebrities that actually do visit Vegas. And if they were to even walk by you while you're doing this Man About Town interview.
Right? Oh, my gosh. That's all we need.
I know. He put it in writing, you guys.
Dude, they lived here.
I
just don't knock on the door.
Next week.
Maybe do Taylor Swift.
No, hey, Jeff Goldblum, you know, Jeff Goldblum, did you know that you've been beside a planet necessity picture for the last 5 years?
Oh, yeah. Right. Awesome.
You know, JD, I think JD made that pic. I don't know if he really made it or if he got it from someone else, but you know, we constantly that feeling you get when Necessity pays you a visit picture of Jeff Goldblum.
Oh,
and you know, because Jeff Goldblum has been interposed AI or Photoshop through a lot of pictures because of his actorship. And here, that's the Saturn's yellow moon right there.
Beautiful.
That big blue circular area. An ion tail wrapping around, heading off into the distance, and that dark blue area is planet Nibiru behind it, and the rest of that white line is our normal clouds. Teleporter mission says cool, Chris.
Cool.
It is cool.
Yeah, cool.
Really is.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I totally agree. And it's
perfect
so hard
to
see
out
them
there.
now. It really is.
This video doesn't do it justice at all.
I know.
Yeah.
I wish I could, you know.
I do feel like I'm there in person with you, though.
And flame like clouds.
Right.
It looks like little flames coming off, leading up to the upper right. Yep, directly above your head.
I would say that,
like that
I do feel like I'm there in person with you, although I know from that perspective it doesn't feel like, okay, it's doing the sky justice of what you can see. I feel like I'm there. I've seen everything.
I'm going to show a short clip from Roddy in Australia. He just sent me this clip on Messenger. Check that out.
Down the middle.
Mm-hmm. Halo.
Okay, because it cut off of Uri right there.
Okay.
See the
I'm
edge,
getting
that dark
better.
edge on the upper left? See, it's darker on the upper left. And that's why there's that blue flare, is because there's a cutoff coming in from the left side. And that is the edge of Uri. And you, of course, have that drawing, but it's showing more. But that's the edge of Uri cutting into the sun. See the edge cut off right there?
Uh-huh.
That's why it's also misshapen. That's why there's a blue flare, a shaft light.
Right there.
And halo. That's cut off halo.
So the halo is happening because of Uri. Is that what you're saying?
Because Uri's cutting into the actual sunlight, yes.
Let me get that drawing real quick. I had it, and then I lost it.
Yeah, you went past it.
Wait, go back.
Oh, I did?
Yeah, go back like 4.
You already went past it. Back like 3.
Right,
trigger finger.
Yeah.
Right. Now the line of Uri at this time is more extreme. You know, toward it's more of an oval rather than a round. But this is generically why it's haloing. It's because part of the sun is cut off.
Good to know.
Wow, lots of noisy
That's a lovely
characters.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
Oh, that would kill me to walk through.
Wow. I like the cat. It got dark like that.
Yeah, and you know, upper left, everything on the left hand, angled left hand is a planet cutting in, and that's why that shaft of light is there.
I mean, see how dark it got?
Yeah, look how small it got, that light.
It's because it's getting cut off and it drains the light. Although we're seeing a circular round, it is actually being cut off.
Wow. That's a good one, Roddy.
It shrinks in size.
Right. Thank you for sharing that with us. That's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I do see that in my videos sometimes too, where the lighting will just, you know, in the video part, it get really dark, but you don't really notice it so much by eye.
Woo! Go back to Chris.
You know? Oh boy, yes! Look at that. Hello.
Bam.
Damn. Yeah.
I turned the microphone off because the traffic is just
crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Atrocious,
Yeah.
but I'm here.
And this is the faceplate, and it's Saturn's yellow moon, and
Let's
coming
get it
on
Wow.
the light illuminated area on
Just
the left.
wow,
right
look
by
at
his
that. You
hair.
got little chips of stuff all over it.
That illuminated area is the lead asteroid. That's why it's that bright.
Very, very
Wow,
good.
that's the lead asteroid.
Yeah, and the
Sorry,
Saturn's
guys.
yellow moon is in the upper right corner, right half. And that's the lead asteroid coming across. And this is why it's weird and changed now, because the Saturn's yellow moon is actually coming across and over the top of the sun now. And it matches the February drawing where we've never seen it like this before. And yet the crossover of lead asteroid is right there. We know it's crossing over also towards the right, while the Saturn's yellow moon is going left, so they're meeting.
And Christopher's hair is going to the left.
And you can it's actually showing the round of his Saturn's yellow moon. That bluish area
Perfect. Perfect.
Keep your hair there
Not
so we
lined
can
up.
see it.
shows you a Saturn's yellow moon round.
Uh-huh.
That's that darker circle area dead center on the right hand side, and then the illuminated behind it is Saturn being still facially illuminated, which just now rose because the light pinch changed.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Boy, are you getting gray already, young man?
I don't feel so lonely now.
See that flat face plate?
Yeah.
You know, that drawing.
Yeah.
And there's that flat face plate where it's got this flat push wake when the Saturn's yellow moon comes in, and it puts up this big flap. And at the angle, and the whole area is weirdly light cut off and illuminated oddly, but it's actually way back just above the the pH in Christoper's name. That's where the sun is. The illuminated area behind the telephone pole and everything is the bottom or the illumination of the lead asteroid. And it's putting off light.
So the lead asteroid is like a lighted thing.
Yeah, well, it gets in the light, it gets illuminated.
Sam, can I ask you something about the monthly drawing? So
always.
Did you draw it purposefully because we won't be seeing the salamander OCG group or the other OCG group illuminated, and we only will be seeing?
No, we'll see them illuminated, but we're not going to see the rainbow effect as heavily. Now Mr. BB 333 showed a video of it very prominently.
Oh, really?
You used it earlier.
There we go.
But
all right,
I'm
just gonna walk back to the house to phone my diary or something.
Chris.
So if it cuts out on you guys, you'll know why.
Okay.
You'll know.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we'll see you back in a few.
How long are you still going to do the show for tonight?
I don't know, Gillian.
You're tired,
However
go ahead and
long
go.
people want to go for. How are you doing, Nicolle?
I'm doing all right. I do have an opportunity to go to my sister's birthday dinner, but that is another 2 hours out. So I've got to.
Oh, okay. You're okay. All right. Okay. That sounds like fun. Like you have a fun night planned. Cool.
I got a fun night with my pillows. Yep.
Yeah, you don't get in trouble for leaving class early around here. So
all right,
right. It's pretty flexible.
Anytime you need to go right ahead. And Jillian, if you're tired, go to bed.
Yeah,
I'm going to show a few pictures. Alexander Waltz from Germany. Germany sent me these pictures. Okay, so I just wanted to share his pictures while we have time still. But he's super duper active in our group. I always appreciate
He does
work.
amazing pictures. He really does.
And videos.
And he does great videos.
The illuminated area in white above the house roof is Atu's moon. And over to the left in the dark blue area in the downsloping is the object cluster group coming in with Atu behind it. And
Maybe
you, of course, have that
like
one
this.
drawing where the asteroids are coming under. Well, that's close, but there's where the facial illumination of Atu's moon is inside what we're looking at.
Okay.
Is that Saru over farther now?
Sarah would be behind and to the left, in the left area, way back in up at the horizon.
No, I mean in your picture. Saru looked in your picture. Where's the picture again? Sam's picture.
Germany. Oh, Sam's drawing. Let me get it. The new one.
Yeah, Sarah is included this month in the drawing.
That's not it. Bear with me.
Easier to find that way, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess. Is it? I don't know.
February.
I like that one too. This is a new one also. And I noticed that he included Citizen Science Project on there. I thought that was classy. I like that.
Definitely.
Oh, I never seen this little dude.
Well, it came out the same day as the site drawing, and it's just showing that Saturn Moon is actually going over
I'll
the
keep
top
it
of our
absolutely
out view.
still. I need to get a picture of that one.
It's going over the top of our out view of the sun, and it's cutting off half the sun early, and that's why we're having early sunsets and weird sunsets, because it's actually crossing in. And we've never seen any of the planets actually physically do that per se during the transition where they go from right to left. Now there was the dance between Nepesity and Atu regularly, and they would do a little bit of hoodoo during the day, but it was above us, so we never saw it cross in front of the sun from the right hand side to the left. We've seen tons of
the yellow moon doing that.
We've seen tons of the asteroids crossing, the larger one like the lead asteroid or the red asteroid or the blue or the green actually cross in front of the sun. But we've never seen this behavior from a Saturn's yellow moon where it actually cuts off the top half of the sun during the day while we're watching. And it comes in from the far right and moves in directly all the way to the middle left now. And it's like, wow, we'd never seen that before. And that's why I did this drawing.
Got you all excited, so we got a pretty picture.
Yeah,
There's
I was
the
just
new
playing with,
drawing.
ion tail drawings and stuff. But this is February's, and this is showing again where it's coming in and across, and it's cutting off the top half of the sun. And I pushed Sarah and Yuri back a little bit to the left because I was trying to show that they're moving into the background, whereas Nibiru and his Saturn's yellow moon have moved to the foreground, where previously, even a year ago, it was the other way around. Nibiru and his Saturn were in the background on the right-hand side, while the Yuri and Atu and Nepesi were all close on the left-hand side, and now that has changed.
Is that Nepicity there?
It's in there, yeah.
Right,
and then
several
Atu's moon is in front of it.
things.
Yeah, you've got like
several.
4 planets in the Atu's moon, Atu, Nepicity, and then probably also Nibiru behind it. And they're stacking up differently, and it's, this is what's part of the nightmare that we're seeing transits. This is Atu's moon, and then on the on the left hand side is the asteroid object cluster group, and the illumination, of course, is coming from Atu's moon.
Freaking stuff.
And in the middle, back on the left hand side, is the Texas cube, and here's the same thing. The Texas cube.
Okay.
Where and then
Wow.
here again,
Yeah.
is asteroid coming in from the left. That is
Ooh,
Atu's
look
moon.
at that pretty stuff.
Look at the cube on top of the sun.
Yeah, there's the cube.
I just cannot sometimes.
Oh boy, look at that.
People, there is a huge square spaceship the size of God only knows. That thing is so massive that they park multiple star destroyers, and the star destroyers are easy 2 football fields long. And they park hundreds of them, or bushels. 20, 30, 40. I don't know what the occupancy is, but I mean, they put large amounts of star destroyers that are massive on these ships, and the ships are huge, and the Texas cube is massive, and the long box cube is 2 Texas cubes glued together. And then and I never did talk to people about that. We were talking about the offloading. That's where I sat there. I saw them when I was at my children's dentist office waiting for the kids to come out of the dentist office, because I didn't want to go in there and get sick. And so I stayed outside and waited for them outside. And then I watched them in town, and then I drove home and then watched them offload for 2 hours. And I never did mention that they were not encased in clouds. And I plainly, absolutely saw them alone. There was no clouds wrapping around them to hide them whatsoever. I watched them for about 2 hours start to offload those star destroyers out of the cube by eye. And, and they were, at the time, they were literally in the northwest sky. And I saw them almost upward, like 50-degree angle up. And I watched it. I stood out in my yard, and I pulled a chair out there, and I sat there and watched it forever. And I was watching those ships offload out of the cube. And it's real. I mean, we have fleets of alien ships above us, and this isn't going viral. Why?
Because people are
because people don't know about us yet. But Sam, it's going to change soon. I mean, it just has to. It will.
And it's only a matter of time.
Wait till it's translated in every language. We've never had anything like this happen before. Where we've had.
Well, by the time we get there, are we going to be exhausted from saying the same thing over and over again?
I know. Well, I know, but we're talking weeks. We're weeks away.
I'm being melodramatic.
No, I know.
Rebecca, can you go back to the first one? It was like 3 photos ago.
Sure. Let's see.
That's a wishbone one. Is there something that looks like a wishbone up there?
Actually, go forward one.
There's something that looks like a wishbone up there.
So what I wanted to point out about this particular photo is when everyone says that I don't see anything, there's nothing in the sky.
Yeah.
I wonder what because this looks close to sunset.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else see all the Easter eggs on the sky? Like all of the colors, they're still there
central,
without the clouds.
The central object is Attu's moon, and the purple that you're seeing behind on either side of Attu's moon is Attu purple, and behind it to the left is Uri, and then the lead asteroid is central, but below the flare, and there's a green illumination coming out with the sunlight, if that is even the sun. Because if you look at the land down at the horizon, it looks past sunset.
Yeah, it looks dark. What is that?
But the main point I wanted to bring you back to this photo was that all of these colors are present at when the sun's going down, about an hour before the sun is actually going down. You can see all of these colors, even if you can't see the skies with the clouds and the curvature, you can still see these colors.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And when you've got the colors, and that, this is why I always point out to people, go back and watch a movie from the 80s. Go back and watch an old Western from the 50s and 60s, 70s, 90s, and look at the sky. You will not see anything in comparison to what we're staring at right here. This is the rainbow of colors and everything else, and there's so much in this shot. And if you look even above the first house on the right, and you go straight off the left eave edge and go straight up, there sits the edge of Nibiru, going down at that angle from the sunlight going down to the roof. And there's the edge of that planet again. And it's a stark white edge going to blue on the other side of it. And right there is where Nana and Amel Saru would be. And there's two dark blobs right there.
Right. I would just say look for the colors. When there's nothing else in the sky,
Right.
look for the colors.
Oh, yeah, none of this is natural.
Yeah,
None.
no,
You're exactly right.
Right.
Yeah. From a layman's point of view, yes, definitely look at the difference in colors, because all of these, I pointed that out for a long time about the rainbow effect that we saw from the asteroid groups, and I said that's not normal that you're going to see a odd little patch of rainbow. That's not a bowed refraction from sunlight. There's rainbow up there. What do you think causes that rainbow? Clouds? No. There's rainbow effect because you're actually seeing a refractive breakdown in space.
That was one thing I forgot to mention. I actually had to fight off the wrong group. I ended up in the wrong group when I first tried to find
imaginary planets?
Yeah, I ended up in a group and I answered their questions and I made it in. And the first post I made, they asked, well, tell us, what is it that you believe? So you're believing these cloud planets and
yeah, you also ended up there.
Oh my
Well, we know where you went.
Wrong
Oopsie-daisy.
place. And I got him good before I left because, I said, they were asking about gravity and everything, and everyone is so tied to gravity. And I know Sam has plenty to say on that because we're not just gravity, and that's just kind of like a little situation going on. There's much more to it, the electric and I said, the whole thing about this is studying, learning, and it's a hypothesis. Everything changes. We learn, we grow. Things change. And so why would we not change our scientific opinions and research after much more research has been done and documented? And so I left and blocked them all and then found the right group.
Yeah, you ended up at Bizarro World.
God.
And
they're crazy. And I'm like, they're crazy.
and they're absolutely militant and psychotic.
Oh, they're rabid, man.
Rabid, absolutely.
And there's
absolutely
only
rabid.
About 20 or 30 of them, I think, and they feverishly spend a good deal of their time publicly downing me and trying to find any loophole that they can twist on me. And they mail me expensive packages that I'm amazed they're still spending their money on that. And rather rude, obscene Christmas cards and things like this. And then they spend great deals of time making films about me and trying to peel off one member at a time.
That's terrible.
And they've been unfortunately successful in some rather old friends in some cases. And I where some people have just sort of vanished, and sad that they could or would do that. Yes, welcome to drama. But yeah, you ended up in Bizarro World at first, and then you found your way home.
Well, well, yeah, and honestly, and the other big part that I forgot was I had to find a place of am I crazy? I know that that's not real. Those, the big Nibiru fingers. That's not what I have seen before. And so there was two varying opinions. There's much more information here with you, Sam. And where I first stopped off was not that group, but the different information source. Not as much information and everything. So to figure it out for myself, I rarely remote view, but I can, and I do, and I drew what I saw that was not in what our local solar system, the known planets, right? And my picture that I drew came up very close, nearly identical to one of them, one of your early ones that you had posted. And when I came across that, then I knew I had to find you, but drawing that and seeing that, that's where I'm at. I know that this is real. So the trolls don't bother me. They can laugh all they want. I have the solace of knowing what I've seen for my own self and that it's real. And then we have all of the evidence, the weather, the changes in planetary, the animals, the migrations, all of that. We have all of that. You can add on to it, but that's how I really was. That's how I figured it out, that we're not crazy. This is a real thing.
Yeah.
What is it that makes it binary? Oh, come on. Binary is 2 stars.
2 stars, yes. We're such an anomaly. They tell us that all the time on the science channels, that we can't find anybody like us. There's no one, we just can't find anybody. So that tells us right there that maybe we're not such an anomaly after all.
Well, 83% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars.
So why wouldn't we have 2 stars?
And what is so worrying about realizing that there's 2 of them? And that's like just double the magic, man.
Yeah.
What's your problem? Why does it have to be such a big deal?
2 Goldilocks zone, 2 sets of races. We know that the clay tablets. I mean, and everybody think when we talk about the clay tablets, they think, oh, what, you found 25 clay tablets? No, there are tens of thousands of clay tablets.
Yep, there's lots of those things, man.
Yeah, in cuneiform, and they're still just unearthing crap. And then there's stuff that nobody's brought out of a dark box because they hid it away 50 years ago because it was too controversial for them to talk about. Wow. And then the Greeks knew it. It's in the Bible. The Egyptians knew about it, the sun god, and the worship of the sun god is because they switched from their polytheism in previous dynasties because they knew that the sun god was coming back. And if you go back through history and you study the transitions of the gods and the demigods and different the Sumerians and the Greeks and the and the Mesopotamians and you go all through all of their lore and their history, it's all written down. It's all right there. And if you go through the Colburn Bible and the tablets of Thoth and all of that, and the Chinese bamboo scrolls and all of this information matches, and including the great flood history, Noah's Ark, etc. And it all falls into play with like 2 cycles ago, 3 cycles ago, 4 cycles ago. And then you go into the Enki and Enlil story of 450,000 years ago, which is roughly 80 or 90 cycles ago. If you go with your calculator and divide, 450,000 divided by generically 4,000, then you'll get an average number somewhere in there. 100 cycles. You know what? Anyway, yeah, that illumination right there. That now, if I saw a full sky scene of the other side, and there wasn't one.
Sorry, I was gonna there. Yeah,
that is very likely the tan asteroid in illumination on the edge of Uri.
Wow.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, I took a picture of I thought it was like a rainbow, but it was fat like that down below on the ground, and then it went into like a thin rainbow curve. And when I filtered it a bit, you could see like there was a dark curve of like some planet's head next to Earth, and it was
It could
kind of
even be a
glowing.
backlit crescent illumination too. I mean, look at this. There could be a rounded object right there, and we're
Yeah.
seeing backlit illumination rainbowing from the center of the orb, the ball.
The ball's right there on the
yeah,
right.
the
It's
ball's
just
in front of
there.
it on the right. Yeah,
112.
and that
It's
would be the
cool in
tan
G's
asteroid.
because look at all the cool ion stuff there.
See that would be the tan asteroid right there. But we'd have to see the other side of the sky to see if there's a matching halo. And then if it is, there's another one there, then that's not what we're seeing. Then we're seeing a cutoff halo.
Okay.
Because the rainbow does not come below the horizon line to the photographer. Otherwise, it would be a sundog. And then there's several conditions. You have to go through. And, I would need to see the other side of the sun on this one to call it fully. But I bet you anything that's the tan asteroid, the backlit crescent flare of the tan asteroid.
I'm going to pull up some pictures from Robert. He's been sending me pictures throughout the show. I've been collecting.
Well,
so
like a Monet
here's
or something.
here's a few from Robert. New Zealand.
Yeah, and he is looking away from the sun. The sun is
wow.
Well, okay, I think the sun is to our left. And this, of course, would be the dark Attu and Attu's moon.
Wow.
And let's see all the purple and the blue.
He wondered if this was the salamander asteroid group.
Okay, the light is behind us to the right.
Yeah. There's a dark curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely a peel out illumination from entering the sunlight. That could be the salamander asteroid group quite easily.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Cool. Look at that. Oh boy, that
Beautiful.
matches really well with your drawing. Look at that. Like the left of our sun has, you got the asteroids dragging by, and you can see here it's like dragging by.
Yep.
Whole lot going on. It's weird because it's like the sun is on top.
Look at the water.
Yeah.
Look at
It's
the
like
shape of the sunshine on the water. You see
Yes.
the edge of the planet on the left. You can see the edge of the planet on the right in direct reflection.
Wow.
There's a few lakes around me. That's my next goal, is to go and get captures on the water.
Yeah, use the water in your shot, and it'll definitely show you solar refraction.
I like
Sometimes
that.
the
I like
pond
how
or the ocean or
you're
the
setting
whatever.
goals for your next.
Yeah, whatever water source.
Yeah, it will show you in some cases, a better sighting of the planet edge than even looking at it by eye in the blue.
Even a wet enough road.
For sure, because water does not lie.
But this is probably a drone shot, and let's hope and pray it's not filmed through glass.
Right.
This is way too tall for a building, so it has to be a drone.
I think it's a live cam shot.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
Well,
where is that? That is way high up.
It is definitely up there.
He's in Australia or New Zealand, right? Or
New Zealand. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, it does say cam by. Oh,
Premium.
it doesn't say live cam. It might be a drone shot. I don't know.
Helicopter.
That 10 or 15 story building in front of us sure looks small.
Yeah.
And that would mean we'd be like 100 stories up.
He says it's a power station chimney.
Okay.
Hey,
Oh,
Robert.
okay. Cool.
Power
Cool.
station.
Wow.
Man, I wish I had one of those next to my house.
I know.
You'll ever see a whole lot more, I'll tell you that.
I would be up in there. You couldn't stop me.
Ooh,
Wow, look at that.
that is just beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Look
Gotta
at
be
all the
Nipicity,
blues.
right? Nipicity?
Yeah, tell me that's a normal sky.
Uh-huh.
No, because look at the mountain. It's
Well,
no. Mm-mm-mm. It's just being
kind of like
pulled
that.
up. Yeah. Yep. It seemed like it was more flattered. It's that.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, well, the axis
tilted the other way.
Planed axis, because it's in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when they're on one direction, when they're on one side of the sun, the axis tips one direction. When they're in the middle, it's flat. When they're on the other side of the sun, then their axis tips the other way. We've noticed that over the years. It's odd, but that's how we outlook our outlook.
Mm-hmm.
And once you accept it, it becomes a whole lot easier to understand the axis tip of Nepenthe and Uri. And Attu doesn't display that very often, but and of course Nibiru is so big we never see it in Nibiru or Saru. Actually, we have seen axis tip in Saru when she first got here in 2011, and she was much smaller. And that was an unbelievable show when she first came in, because she has this huge circular open cord, massively thick, bright, illuminated base cloud. It's, which is what our normal planets in our solar system are also doing. They're all putting off these glows on the northern hemisphere and southern. Most of the southern poles are the ones that are really illuminating. But there's been cited illuminated hexagons on some of the normal planets' northern hemispheres, which has never been seen before, which is all part of the second star being here and making all of our planetary batteries and or magnetospheres glow with more power.
Wow.
Yeah, we are an electrically connected solar system, and when the two of them are together, everything gets a little bit more juice. Which is why we see the ion towers at night illuminating with the shafts of light that are going straight up. It's to bleed off between planetary bodies that are passing. And we see the discharging. We see the cloud illuminations and moisture. And I got to talk. They talk about all the history and development of Earth and all this, and everybody goes, well, and over time we only had oceans, and nobody ever realized, like, where did water come from? And geologists say, well, asteroids containing water inside them crashed into Earth, so many thousands of them, that we ended up with an ocean pole. No, it drops from a chemical reaction, an electrical reaction between the passing planets, which go on cycle after cycle. And this is why we have rain bombs, because the electrical discharge between the two bodies gathers all that nice free radical hydrogen out in space, jams our planetary oxygen with the hydrogen, and then electrically connected in the superhighway between the power and the ion bleed off between the two huge bodies, and we get water. Here you go. It's also, by the way, rising sea level as we speak. Not only there are the ice caps doing it, but we're also getting space water.
It's at 5 hours. I think I better go to sleep soon. So.
Well, then go now while you
Gillian.
It's been so great to have you here.
Oh, it's been wonderful.
Here with you.
Have a good evening.
Yes.
Bye, Gillian.
Right.
Yeah, I left you pictures as well.
Hang on. I had them. I'll hurry. Let's look at them real quick. Sorry.
Trying not to fall asleep here.
Boo. Let me get it. Hang on. They're ready. I need to start keeping.
There's so many nice pictures tonight. It's not fair.
I know. We've had such a
I feel blessed. That's the problem.
I'm like blissed out now. I've seen so many nice, pretty pictures. I can go to sleep dreaming about clouds.
It's good. It's so good. Here.
Yeah, all relaxed out. Like, oh.
Right. You look comfy.
Yep.
It's loading. Hang on a second.
Don't worry.
It's chilly here too. It's 31 degrees. It's got.
Oh.
I'm cold.
I'm burning up right now.
Are you serious?
After walking outside like that,
He's sweating there. He's got all his gear off now.
I know. It's loading. Here we are.
It's like the 70s, isn't it, Christopher?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's 26
Gillian
degrees
in
here right now.
Scotland.
I'm gonna enjoy it while it lasts.
Right.
Nice and warm.
Yeah, it's gonna get so hot this summer. I'm not ready for it.
Look at that sun. That's like a wee ball one on the top.
Something's cutting right through it, looks like.
Yeah, it's a cutoff.
You see that line going all the way across the sky from, through the sun? That's a
All I
planet.
see is clouds.
Yes.
Clouds.
Yeah, look at that. Atu's moon.
Yep,
Atu,
correct.
Nepicity.
Wow.
Yeah, Atu is really active.
Like that curve right there be Atu's moon.
And the illumination behind it.
Oops. Right. And
Yeah, at this fiery line
Nepicity,
right across the sky.
Atu's moon.
Bottom of Nepicity,
maybe
correct.
Atu's moon or Atu and Nepicity, right?
I would say just
Maybe?
more over Nepicity.
Yeah.
This is the base core, illuminated from underneath.
Look at that.
Yeah, it was so big it stretched across the sky, and look at all the juicy little guys up there.
Pretty much the same thing.
Juicy guys.
All the little guys
could
up
be
there.
Saru, that orange band could be Saru up in the distance behind.
Hey, Egg. Egg is asking about that cutoff. Let's go back a second. That, I wish you could see my cursor. We're going to get to that point where you can. But, yeah, it's going across, you see a
Right where that
constant
gray
line going
dark
right through
line
the sun.
cloud cuts and then breaks up into a bell shape. The top half
about
of it
halfway
is
down.
cut off. And you can see the illumination flare in the entire picture from it.
Right.
Yeah, there's like a ball
Only
thing
half
on the
what
top.
we've seen.
You're welcome.
And
Perfect.
of course, the upper, an inch higher than that, and everything from middle of the picture to the right is the Saturn's yellow moon and the Saturn's ion trail cutting into above the sun. If this is a recent picture. And this
was yesterday.
Probably Nepicity cutting off the top of the sun still, which would be why it's green-blue flare. See that little green-blue at the edge there of the bell?
Yeah.
The color of Nepicity. And then we know that, depending on the angle, we know that Saturn's yellow moon is cutting off the top half now because we've been watching it for a couple of weeks, which is why it's in this month's drawing.
Well, this was yesterday. Well,
Yep.
Perfect.
Okay. It fits.
All right. We'll go back to this one.
And you can see the rounded edge of Saturn's yellow moon plainly.
Especially right here in that one.
This one is, that's the rounded of Atu, but Atu's moon, I mean.
Okay.
And not in the previous one, but this is probably the Tan asteroid inside of bottom area of Uri. On the left.
Yeah, lots of stripes.
Yeah, and Tan asteroid in the middle left.
Facebook user, I had to check and see who this is.
Early in the day? Is this early?
I can look.
No, this was evening.
Really?
Huge.
Okay.
Which one? Well, a huge rotating planet a lot of times is Nepicity.
Not all of them?
I was going to say they all rotate, don't they? But I have several good videos.
They're all huge right now too. That's what
I know.
Part of what's going on, and it's it's got to be mind-bogglingly insane for the new folks who are just now trying to see this, and because it's so much harder right now than it used to be. Because when we started this, they were like holding a basketball in front of your hand at arm's reach, and then there's the planet. We had absolute pictures of them, and now we got this big. See that everything we're looking at here, that is Atu's moon in a very close rotation above us.
And then here's this rotation of another one.
That question was
very
Sheldon.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I talked over you.
It's okay. That question asking about which planet was that?
From Egg.
Which one is this huge rotating planet?
No, there was a Facebook user asking about how
it's a Facebook
I think
link.
some people that just struggle with
Her
how
name
big
is
they are.
Sheldon McAuley, I think. Sorry if I messed up your last name. But I just sent you a link, Rebecca, to a interesting video.
Okay.
Is that the one that was posted in the comments, Leighandra?
Yeah.
It's not Rebecca's voice.
That's not quite. Well, this will show another rotation real quick. And then Sorry, Leighandra. What did you sent it where?
Messenger.
In Messenger? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I stopped it.
It is a sky cam picture, and at the end has one of those reflective disc.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The beginning is interesting.
Okay. I'm hoping.
The direction it was rotating and which side of the sun it's on. And now we're seeing it completely rotating in the opposite direction on the other side of the sun, which is really weird. I mean, this whole thing everything has changed. It's weird. I mean, we have moved from underneath Uri and Attu 2 years ago to now we're beside Nibiru and staring at Uri and Attu on our left. And then Nibiru and his Saturn are coming in on our right and then going above us at the end of the day. And it's just so completely different, literally, from what we were doing even 2 years ago. Because this shot and that drawing is when Nepesity was still on the right-hand side, and it was blocking the Saturn and Nibiru for a good portion. And that was probably 2018, 19-ish. I don't remember the date of what was just on this, but this makes me nauseous.
It's 2018.
Yeah, I know. It makes me feel jiggsy upside down.
I don't even want to watch it upside down.
It's like a big world. It's like a big world.
When did I get on the tilt-a-whirl and they put me on the top? Now they're loading more people down below. Yeah,
well,
it's just.
I'll see you another time, guys. I have to go sleep now.
Yeah, Gillian. Yeah, thanks for being here with us, girl. I'll talk to you later.
Okie dokie doodle.
Good night.
Be good, people. Night to night.
Night night.
Night to night.
Yeah, and no matter what you take away from watching all of these videos, the basic lesson is, of course, always look at the dark areas first. And notice that there's a rotation going on above you second. And third is there's no way in hell that any of these skies are anything compared to what we used to have. And work your way up from there, and you're going to, learn all the, and they're so damn big right now. It's insane. And just go outside and look at the dark areas with very black sunglasses.
Sam?
What? I thought you
haven't coughed.
She's back.
I'm back. Just for a minute. You didn't cough. They must be working.
Actually, I did have another Nicolle as well. I didn't do a cough drop countdown tonight. I'm working on number 3.
Well done. You didn't cough. They must be helping.
Well, I do hit the mute button. Easy.
Oh, well, so long as you're feeling better, that's good.
I am. Thank you very much for your gift, and the girls love their card. And I especially like the sparkly gold stone. And
the bloodstone thing.
Gold stone. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Little pocket rock.
Little pocket rocks. Yep.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, night and tell Nova to have a good birthday.
Yeah, I sure will. Thank you again. Good night.
Night. Night, guys.
When is Nova's birthday?
A couple of days.
When is it? A couple of days. That's exciting.
Yeah, they constantly ask me not to give out their personal information right now. And she was in here a few minutes ago, and I said, "You want to talk and say hi?" And she goes, "No." Yeah.
Well, maybe another time.
Well, Shiloh is especially shy. She'll do a cameo, a couple of words every once in a while, but she goes, "Oh, I don't want anybody to know me." It's like, okay.
Yeah, that's understandable. My youngest son is kind of like that. He doesn't want to be, out there much.
Yeah.
So,
well, she's even taken her first name off of her. She runs her own site as well for her drawings, and she puts videos together.
Nice.
And I've asked her, she says, "Well, no, you can't advertise for me." And I went, "Okay." Well, I don't want to be known because I'm your daughter. I went, "Okay." Like, all right.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Right.
They're weird. They're weird about it, which is okay.
Which one was this?
This was
Shiloh.
Yeah.
How did I know?
Well, she got some new pens this week, and she's working on her anime drawings, and she's very, very good. In some cases, she's actually better than some of the anime artists I've seen.
I bet.
And they're into the Japanese art right now, and doing quite well at it. And then Nova does some unbelievable digital computer art that would take me forever to do, and she just does phenomenal stuff with motion in her drawings. Wow. And to get that from a tablet is amazing, and they're just very good at it, both of them. And I'm in shock and awe. And of course, they don't want to have anything to do with doing work for me. Hey, can you put this together? No, Dad, I only want to do my stuff. And I'm like, okay. Who knows? In a few years, maybe they'll come our direction.
Yeah. Creative process here, right?
I'll give you $10 if you make this for me. Oh, okay, Dad. That kind of thing.
It must make you feel proud, though. They got those drawing skills and artistic skills.
Well, they do have the Hofman blood, and my father was a painter, and the Dutch paint. I paint, and my dad painted, and I think his dad painted, and I went to drafting school and all of that, and I can do 2-point perspective and 1-point perspective drawings, and So and they've been taught art since day one. Dad, will you draw this for me? And I go, yeah, this time, but you're going to help me too. And then I push them to do their own drawings. And Shiloh draws every day.
That's cool. This is so interesting looking. Look at all the bugs. But
I was going to say, did you see that? Let's go back. It's like they said it was like mosquitoes, like tornadoes of mosquitoes.
No, wow. I don't do mosquitoes.
I know.
We get those.
I don't like them.
Disgusting.
Are they hanging out in planetary electrical threads?
Mm-hmm. Because why are they in that position?
Why?
Yeah, they almost look like threads of electricity.
Oh, wow, look at that.
And they could be spiraling updrafts from the heat melting off the city now that the temperature is going down because it's after sunset. And there is heat rising, and I would imagine it would be vortexual because heat will attract to heat versus cold. It'll, group itself.
Anybody else?
Threads. It could be showing us rising heat eddies off of the day.
Wow.
And they're rising up with the updraft, and like birds fly. I'm sure mosquitoes are raised together in a spiral.
I'm going to say these are bees and wasps.
Right. I don't think it looks like mosquitoes, but
like mosquitoes at all.
I know it wasn't. That's what it said,
invasion.
but I don't think so either.
It's the threads of a great space octopus sucking the life out of mankind.
And he wonders.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
It's an invasion.
I think.
Okay, Leighandra, I got that video.
I think we have a shortage of birds to eat all of those mosquitoes. Boy, look at that overhead passing planet.
Look at all the people.
Wave, everybody. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Tell me that's not a planet over the top of Earth.
Who feels claustrophobic looking at this?
I don't like to lie.
We're being smushed.
Right?
It feels like that, I swear.
No wonder.
It's Jack and the Beanstalk. Get the beanstalk, rise up there up to the big cloud where the giants live.
Wonder if that's when that fairy tale came about.
Yeah, because they're so close that you could actually take a beanstalk up there.
I mean, it would make sense, right?
Yeah.
Yes, makes all the sense to me. Mm-hmm. Is that Uri's asteroid group?
No, wrong side of the sun.
Wrong side. Oh wait.
Yeah, sun's up to the left.
Oops, sorry. Go back there.
So
it does look like Uri, but it's where Saturn is.
Yeah, correct.
Weird.
Similar though, looking.
It's a semi-normal lower cloud formation, but yet not. That's a base cloud of some sort. We could be looking at a base cloud of a stellar moon that we've never seen. Because we've never seen a real close past base cloud reaction other than in 2015-16 briefly, and she was much smaller all the way through until she started backing up and away from us in 217, 218 over the top of the sun, 219 all the way back over to the right side back above the right side of the sun, and then she came back forward again with Nibiru as of 2019, 20, 21, 22, and then we started seeing Nibiru again because Nibiru had gone backwards and away from us as we were viewing the rounded outside of Uri and Attu and the object cluster group and Nepesity and all of that, and then we went around them, and they're now headed toward Nibiru as Nibiru and his Saturn are headed towards us as they rise above us. I know it's crazy, but yeah.
I wish we could see a wide scale of this same.
Oh God, no kidding.
No.
So this is what Leighandra sent me,
which is what the Facebook user posted in the comments.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of edited it and cut out some of it because it kept repeating, but otherwise, I got examples of each.
Yeah, it was kind of like my day today. That's lens flare.
These are these FAA cams.
And looks
which
like
are not reliable sources, people.
They're not.
Yeah, that is
because of that.
No, that's a direct line, and it's the same size as the sun.
But it's rotating.
It has discs.
It's got rings.
I do get it. If you don't know,
that they're
don't
looking
know.
right.
But
you don't know.
But
that is a lens flare. Sorry.
And that's what a lot of places are calling, oh, that's what
I know it. They really are.
And the thing is, we went through that for almost 14 years now because we had so many, people are really excited and they see something and they automatically jump to it. And you have to remember that we know what is what and how size. Oh, I mean, Rebecca, how many times did you go through having to go through all the, criteria to follow through a sighting, and then of course,
I know years and
number
years.
5 was the color and all of this. And
as soon as I would think I have it figured out, there'd be a catch, and then there'd be something else. It just went on and on. It felt like, until you experienced all of it.
Right.
But I feel like people
I'm there right now.
How do you know? How do you know that's not a planet? It's like I have spent so many hours watching these live cams. Actually looking.
Do you ask your doctor these questions when they tell you have cancer or something? No. Okay.
No, but actually looking and trying to track the Empire Orb, which I found, so I know.
What? Okay.
When I say something is a reflective flare, I mean it. I'm very serious.
Yeah. Because all of us have taken so much time to learn what was what, and we, you eventually you learn to go past lens flares, and there's a point in time you don't even see them anymore because you learn to ignore them. And then not only that, planetary size over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years has been so much bigger than any of these things that these anomalies that people going, oh look, it's Nibiru, and it's this dot, or something the size of a tennis ball instead of a sky filler. And we've learned over the years how big these planets are. So we've automatically immediately our BS meter goes ding 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 right away.
Do you think these
now,
are
there's
asteroids?
cut-in going here. In this video, there is a cut-in of Isatum in this shot right there on the upper right-hand side. And this has got to be, let me blow don't move it. Let me blow up the date.
Yeah.
11/20-something/21.
Yeah, that would be Isatum proper cutting in because Isatum's yellow moon is still too small and it's in the glow. And
you think
of course,
that's the lead object to the right?
Yep, I was just going to say that. And lead asteroid is the dark cloud on the right-hand side. And of course, Nibiru is behind it.
And is that the Empire Orb dead center?
Dead center, black dot, Empire Orb. Yep.
Okay, so what about the two orbs that are going by? You think those are flares or asteroids?
They're in a straight line. Now, sometimes lens flares can show you that there are objects, but they are refracted in the color of the lens flare. So it's entirely possible that at this time you're seeing a direct reflection. That red may be a reflection of the red asteroid being probably slightly to the left of the sun. I can't fully say, but yeah,
And-
we believe that the black dot, which is intermittent, not always, and that's why we believe, and we've had proof of it as well, where we had captures of the Empire orb being on the right or the left-hand side of the sun in certain other captures, whilst other people in different locations the same day had the black dot, where they were other captures from other angles where they saw it differently. So it shows you they're actually not in front of the sun up 93 million miles away, but they're in front of the sun in our out view of them in close proximity space.
Chilling.
So yeah, to Facebook user, yes, that's what we are saying. That this right here is a lens flare.
That's something that
Right.
I would definitely
Right
like to point
there,
out.
that is a lens flare that's forming.
Yes, that big orb there.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the
Lens
lens
flare.
flare.
For some reason, it's the FAA cams too.
Yeah,
Sorry, Nicole,
well,
but
and
yeah,
it follows through.
FAA
Their
cams.
cams are cheap cams. Look at the quality.
Yeah.
You know,
And they
it,
have this thick old lens on
not only
them.
that, they're dirty.
And they're dirty.
And what's the point of them, you know, like
And look, yeah, look
doing
at
these
they're
time
low tech. They're
lapses?
not
What are
even
these
high.
FAA cams for? Because they're not
These aren't.
getting
They
good quality
didn't even
images.
upgrade yet to high def. These are not high
Yeah.
def cameras.
Like how? So they're trying to use this as science. Like, what are they doing with these videos?
No, they are furthering the people who are wrong.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
And claiming that they are seeing anomalies that they're completely distracted by.
And I have to remind people about these FFA cameras, FAA cameras, that if they were consistently picking up the planets, they would be shut down
Right.
so
Come on now.
fast, just like they were when they were
And
first picking up
Just
planets.
like they did
in
with most of
Alaska.
those,
They got shut
the
down.
Caribbean live and the Mexican live webcams that got numerously picked off one after another.
Yes.
Because we
and
were
I used to
getting equatorial pictures of the planets, and those were the best pictures to get the best side crescent illuminations and actual passings in the cutoff lines, where you could see the refractions of on the ocean, and you know, because you've got the ocean in the shot as well. And all of a sudden, most of those webcams just disappeared. And we used to actually hook up to satellite connections as well, and those are all gone now. And they changed them and made it impossible to go there. And you no longer even get to see radar on Weather Channel anything, because the light shadowing, how all of a sudden, like the Pacific Northwest would go into a backwards mode light shadow change, when we knew that the sunrise and normal camera came from the east, and then they went throughout the progressive of the day, and then the light went down, and then you saw that on the webcam all the time. And you don't even get to watch those anymore, because for a while there, you were seeing these shadows going over the Earth face, and it would block out the light in entire Pacific Northwest. And you go outside and you can see the planets from your eye, and then you go to this live atmospheric camera, and of course it was a couple hours old by the time you finally got to see it. But when you do comparisons,
foggy that is.
yeah, that's blobby, and this isn't even high def. They haven't even moved up. Now, that could be the flare of an asteroid, that white illumination there, because it's centralized. But the red one changes places.
Well, I can tell you I've spent so much time. My kids absolutely despise when I stop. No, you're not pulling over for another picture, are you?
That reminds me, I was going to ask you about your family. Like, what do they think about your interest in all of this?
I cautiously teach my children about it because I don't want them to. Well, for a while there, until I found, did my own remote viewing, until I found this group, I wasn't sure exactly what to tell them about it. So now that I've learned a lot more, I've pointed out all of the debris with the rainbow or whatever, whether it's the rainbow or the asteroids. I point out the obvious clouds that are not Simpson clouds. My eldest was born in 2009, so she's really not been. Neither one of them have been around for what we know as normal Terra skies, right? So I point to them and I'm like, do you see that rectangle? Do you see that triangle? Do you see that big old curve? and so that they see it, they know. Now, as far as my spouse goes, I am not able to discuss that with him. And
I'm very sorry.
Most others that I try to share this information with, I sprout like 4 horns out of my head or something suddenly. I kind of back away from sharing, and then it's kind of like, you can only shove the red pill down someone's throat accidentally so often before they're like, that's enough. That's enough.
You certainly can't make them take it. So
yeah. So, but they see me documenting this all the time. My spouse and I were on our back deck at night one night, and I want to say it was the cube. I don't know. It was wrapped in clouds, but there was. It was too low to be satellites, or but it was sending out little lit orbs that were. And it was like every, 45 seconds or so, it was timed. And there was like a dozen of them. And they just kept, and I've seen Starlink. It wasn't Starlink. Right. So but they see me documenting this, and they know I'm on this podcast. And my spouse is reserved to a place, whereas I need to be able to work. And I think a lot of people just don't want to know because it is so paradigm shifting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's like a spiritual recoil when you step so far outside of the box that and you no longer have comfort.
Right.
People freak out. But there's things that you cannot, it's not deniable. You can't deny you can't.
I
mean, we have so much evidence, right?
Right.
We do.
Yeah, I had a total paradigm shift happen from my life too. So you're not alone at all.
No.
And I'm just like, what you're saying as regards to trying to get other people to listen to you. It's more like talk about it, and the people that come to you and ask questions are going to be the people that you actually get to talk to about it. I don't try to tell people anymore, look.
Right.
Except for maybe next week on the strip. We'll see.
Well, it's like trying to feed steak to an infant, right? They have no teeth to chew it. So I think that Sam, you mentioned that all of the Anunnaki and the Nibiru stuff is getting a lot of views. And watching the podcast, I really haven't heard you guys really kind of tie it to it. It is, and you do, but not as much as I think that people would really start to connect the two. So perhaps, I don't know, you do you. But I do think that eventually, once people start to realize that all of that is real, that's history, that's not fiction.
No.
And then they can maybe see what we're all seeing, because it's hard to see unless what am I looking at? What am I looking at? That was what I was constantly asking. What am I looking at? I know I'm seeing something. I just don't know what it is.
Something is weird. Something is off.
Something is off.
Yes. It's that feeling, that knowing. You just know it.
I got to hear what Rebecca was going to say.
Oh, no. Well, I was just thinking, before I knew about Sam and the planets, I just remember the sky being like the sunrise would just be electrifying, kind of like that video we just saw where it's, it's yellow and orange. And I didn't even know anything was out there, but I did know, what I'm saying? I didn't know what, but I knew something was going on.
That little pineal gland inside your head, it knew.
And it messes with you when you don't know. It's like, oh my gosh, your energy is off, you're off balance.
You get that pinging. Hey, go outside. Go look outside.
Yes.
Does anybody else get that pinging?
Me too. Yes. I used to call it like the perfect timing, because somehow I'd get out at the right time and get the best shots.
I hear you.
Yes.
I'm having huge.
You went away for a second, huh? Yeah.
No, I can hear you, Sam.
Gonna go back out and come back.
Yeah, you are cutting out a little bit now.
Maybe a little, yes.
Well, his screen did go black.
I saw it trying to reconnect.
And that little the wheel of death, right? It used to be the blue screen. Now it's that, no one wants that little wheel. Spinning wheel.
Where'd you go?
He's coming back in. Here he is. He's back.
Welcome back.
And Sabrina, she can relate. She says her girls roll their eyes. Yeah, don't go there.
Go open up his eyes. We are open.
Yeah.
It's good to get the kids because they haven't been indoctrinated so much. So they're into a lot more. And they just look up and whatever they see. It's not, other ideas. It's just, yeah, Mom, I see it. It's nice. Refreshing.
Yeah. Well, and Sabrina also earlier commented that she understands what this is all about. She really does get it.
Yeah. I feel like when you don't know, but you know something is weird and off, then you find this information, you find Rebecca who breaks it all down, you find Sam. It's like, it's still maddening because you don't have a lot of people to talk about it with or that want to hear you talk about it, but there's peace in that because you understand what's going on. So
I think that we are all soul family, and for that reason, I love you all. We're family. I mean, let's face it, we're family. So
for sure.
Connected.
Yeah,
we talk about
this
at the highest levels.
Right. And you're talking about like indoctrination, right? Like that's how I feel like everything that we've been through with our educations and everything that we've been taught, we come out here in the real world, and anytime we see any kind of truth, not just with these planets, you get an immediate block from your subconscious. It's like we've been programmed to just totally dumb ourselves down whenever we see a truth in front of our faces, and it's like
just stop
you have to be able to push past that and realize that this is real. And why do I keep trying to doubt myself?
Yes.
We have to ask these questions.
Constant inundation of that programming.
Yeah.
Exactly. I absolutely feel like that's totally possible.
These are a problem. I mean, they're good. The internet has been such a double-edged sword.
Yeah, and we could talk. There could be a whole other thing going on. Well, there is a whole other thing going on with these phones, but we're not, PhD electro engineer whatevers or but we know there's something going on with these.
Can I take a quick poll? How many of you use the Alexa and all of those AI devices to operate all your stuff and all of that?
No.
I mean, Wi-Fi in the house, but no.
I won't even search
stuff
by my voice because I don't want it having my voice.
Right. And then suggesting things to you like, excuse me, I have my own brain.
Big Brother used to be a bad thing. They came out with that reality show and totally desensitized everybody to what Big Brother was.
Yeah.
Right.
Come on, Dan. Come on, Rebecca. I know you guys are. You can vouch to that, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, you guys are from California, right?
Yeah.
So don't you guys have all over the place? Like, didn't the state make like companies put up signs that say their product is, linked to this type of disease or whatever?
Without a cancer statement on it now.
I can't.
I mean, I'm like, they got them at McDonald's, they got them on the Wi-Fi towers. Stand back. This will,
I can't go down the freeway without seeing a billboard marketing for AI. You cannot.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Well, with the chat GPT.
Internet is
in
and out and in and out.
Well, while you're here, you have the floor.
I hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, he's cutting in and out.
Yeah, if it's not the black screen with the little spinning circle.
I mean, I keep rolling. So I was like hoping it would straighten out.
Well, there you are.
Talk some more.
Yeah, as you're stalled.
Hey, you're there.
And I don't even see. Yeah, guy. Yes.
Kind of a fun game.
I hear every couple of words.
Right. What's he saying?
Sorry, Sam.
He's going again.
He's gonna try again.
We're all gonna send him good luck and energy and positive
Yeah.
vibes.
It.
Let's concentrate.
Hey, great guy. Let me check your
Focus
pics
and
again. Let's
attention.
see.
That's something that I wanted to mention. Yes, we don't want the pictures through the glass because Sam has stated that he won't use them. He can't use them. And so I know if you're seeing these things and you really want to contribute, make sure it's not through glass. That being said, please be careful. Please don't drive and take video or photos. Now, I have violated this myself, so don't do as I do as I say.
Right. Or take
But
an
really,
or something.
Yes, ma'am.
It can very much. You can be pulled over and cited, given a citation for using your camera or your phone while driving. So please pull over and take that photo. If it's something that you cannot miss, pull over. Just like my kids.
Yeah, it's not worth wrecking over.
It's not worth it. No.
Right.
No. So.
And you're putting other people in danger too,
Yes.
But we're trained professionals, right?
Yep.
Hanging out the window, but
Regardless
not while I drive. Not while I drive.
Well, get a good camera mount, just on the upper part of your car, actually mount the camera mount. And then,
So we'll just be the Nibiru people, not the Google people now, right? We'll just get no praise.
Moved up to YouTubers.
Yes, YouTubers.
I wanted to say something about what Christoper said as far as like finding any worldly truths and having like a blockage up. What I do and suggest to other people is to meditate on whatever truth it is that they want to find. And I tell myself that I just need to remember it because I have it. I have the knowledge. It's instilled in me. It's ancestral memory. I just need to remember again. I need to unlock it, and it helps. It helps.
It's easier than you think. It's actually a huge part of it is just letting go,
right,
and letting it talk, and then you actually taking the time to stop and listen to what it's saying. Because if you go out and you do the grounding meditation and stuff, Earth is actually trying to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go out and you put your bare feet on the ground. And you take, your mind, you say to yourself, I'm going to take the next 20 minutes to listen to what Earth has to say. Mm-hmm. And then you look around, and then before you know it, their new meanings will actually speak to you on their own. And, it may not be instantly. And, when you're trying to meditate, instant, enlightenment may not bomb on you like a water balloon on the head. But there are little things, and try to, feel the electricity coming through your bare feet out of the ground. And then watch the hair on your arms. And once you achieve that body rush of electricity, you try to keep that body rush going. And that will teach you vast things about how to open up and touch source. And once you learn that 235 volts that Mother Earth puts off in humming cycles, it gives and then drops down and then gives and drops down. And Tesla knew that. I know that. And you take that gift of Earth connecting to you, and it will turn on the unused portions of the human brain. And that's where enlightenment comes from, is by grounding and electrifying yourself and turning all of that stuff on. And then the more you do that, the easier you see everything going on around you, because you take the time to listen.
All right.
And tune in.
And what's cool about, Sam is talking about, wait for the hair to stand up on your arms.
Oh boy.
You get that static charge, but the hair on our bodies isn't just hair. It's all connected to our nervous system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's basically our antenna to all of this.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's pretty interesting.
If you've ever been a ghost watcher or a person that's into that kind of thing, and I don't recommend that you become one just for YouTube, because there's ramifications behind that as well. You can actually feel if a ghost walks by you, the hairs on your arms and the back of your neck and the top of your head and your legs, when they walk by you, all of those areas will register that.
Yeah.
Plus the cold breeze.
Oh yeah, and then I would,
out of my head. I was just thinking, and it gets real cold.
Yes.
Yeah, and then remember, they usually generically they fly over the top of you because they don't enjoy intermixing with your body either because it's uncomfortable for them as well as it is for you, and so they avoid that, and that's why they usually fly over the top of us, and they're very quick. I think they're in a faster phase in their existence than ours. I don't know.
My mediumship courses have taught me because I was trying to tune my ability, and one of the things they say is they vibrate at a higher frequency, and so we constantly have to be in a higher state of frequency in order to, like, if we want to bring them in and talk with them and share their messages. So
thanks. I'll pass on the talking with them part because I've been listening to them. All my life I've heard them.
Well, when
talking, and it's driven me.
Yeah.
Yes. I was actually at my home, and on
I don't want to pay attention to them.
July 4th, and the fireworks were still going off at like 1 a.m. And I had someone clairaudiently, I heard, "This needs to stop. I have to be at the ER this morning. This has to stop." And I'm just like, get out of my head.
Right.
But
that could be an intent from someone nearby and driving by. That's what happens to me sometimes when people apparently go on vacations or whatever, and then they drive by after returning. I can't actually confirm that, but all of a sudden my brain will go that somebody went on vacation. What? When people drive by in cars, I'll get these out of the blue intonations of information that aren't connected as well. Yeah, but spirits are like that as well. And when you got a dark presence walk in the room, you can actually feel the room change.
Oh man.
Yeah.
And the temperament drops, and then you get this level of almost onset hopelessness that is the exterior of you.
Sometimes I don't want to go downstairs.
Right. Well, when there's something you don't want to do, don't do it.
And
always listen to your inner gut. If your gut says don't do it, don't do it.
Right.
That's, absolutely do. Oh, look at that. God, look at that.
I always like to ask people if they've ever been in a situation where they've been near an accident, or they're almost in an accident or something, and they get that intuitive, that gut feeling like, or don't go there, or don't take this flight, and something happens.
Yes.
That's your gut intuition. It never steers you wrong.
I was in the bar business for quite a few years, and as the bartender, I was in the bar business for years.
Oh, okay, yeah.
As the bar manager, I would know when bad news was about to walk in the front door, and I was highly accurate with it. And I would always know to look up, like, oh shit, here it comes. And I was always really accurate with that. And you literally watch them walk in the front door, and then within about 5 minutes or so, their behavior would be okay, because you obviously need to be watched, and I'm going to watch you, and then I do, and then we ended up having to escort them out politely with the security, and we had one of those. Our hip hop nightclub was kind of active and busy, and all our bouncers had handcuffs, and we would trade them off to the police. And it wasn't every night, but we were dealing with college students and football and basketball players and wrestling and all of these college folks, and so we occasionally would escort some folks out to the police and then have to trade handcuffs. Anyway, so yeah, I would always know that ahead, and I know before my kids are going to come up to me and ask me for things and stuff too. So sorry, I didn't mean to take over on that one.
No, it's okay.
No.
I always wondered how people who are like highly sensible to spirits and energy and that type of stuff, how they work in those type of environments, like where people are drinking or doing other things, like how much that affects them. Because
I have actually talked to spirits a little more freely when I do see them. When you drink, you don't pay as much attention.
No.
You're a little more inclined to just focus on what you're thinking about currently, or what you're watching, or if you're dancing or in a nightclub. You don't notice the nuances on the side of your peripheral vision. which is where most of the, if I'm sitting there in my living room and I see a ghost walk across the room, it's usually out of the corner of my eye first, and then I'll look up and then watch their dark shadow proceed across the house. And I see that probably 5-6 times a day.
Nice. That's not fun.
Yeah. Well, you can put yourself on emergency, like you can attune yourself to where you're just being contacted on an emergency basis. And so that's what I found helpful, but they do break through. So
I'm about to say boundaries.
They want your attention because we're a luminescent being as well as what we are. And certain of us who have a higher luminescence, a higher chakra color, your chakra towers, the more developed you are in your chakra stages, the different your color you become. Your aura becomes a different color, which they can see, and they want your attention because they want to talk to you about the fact that what they've been told is very interesting, and it's very lonely and frightening for them.
Yeah, I imagine it would be. Just
I imagine, they may find comfort in each other's comfort. I don't know if they have interaction with each other or if they all just frankly walk alone, but I've seen them, of course, in thousands of groups up. Well, yeah, I've seen them in groups going to the celestial stairway as well, but I don't know about any interaction between them. I couldn't prove that, but I've seen thousands and thousands and thousands of ghosts walking from many lines, following the Green Man and the Keepers and everything, going to the celestial stairway and up to the movement of what we would assume is heaven, or I would call recycling.
The upper room. I have a question actually for Nicolle.
Sure.
So Sam talks all the time about his abilities to remote view, and that it's a capability that anyone can learn.
Agreed.
How did you learn or figure out that you had this ability and then kind of just tune into it more?
It's pretty much, I came in, I knew how to drive a car, not just your automatic, but your standard transmission. Like at 5 years old, I wanted to take my mom's car and drive it away. I couldn't reach the pedals and steer. But I've seen things since I was a little kid. I have astral projected without even realizing that that's what I was doing when I was doing it. When I go to meditate, I often will pass. It's like hopping into a warp or a wormhole, because I see all kinds of galaxies pass by real fast.
Nice.
But as far as, so I had a friend's loved one come to me in a dream, and he was showing me all the pictures she used to show me. And I didn't know why he was showing me all these photos. And a few days after, now the chills. A few days later, I found him and her on my Facebook page, and she had shared a video where she was singing to be for a song to be played at his funeral because he had had a heart attack. And so that's why so basically that's when I knew I had to get back into figuring out. I mean, they will break through, and your dream state is definitely the easiest place for them, the time. And so I went to, what's that, Sam?
I said, I agree.
And most of the passing will happen from like around 3 a.m. in the morning. Most hospital deaths will register most death between 3 to 5 a.m. It's just because that link is strongest. The veil is thinnest, if you want to call it that. But because of this, and they were coming into me in my dreams, I decided that I needed to figure out how to control it a bit more. And I went to a seminar here in Denver with Deborah Silverman and James Van Prague, James Van Prague is a medium. He's very famous now. I believe he's worldwide famous now. He was the one who wrote the storyline for The Ghost Whisperer. So he's a medium, and he teaches how to remote view. And let's see, what is it? It's Spirit Talk. His show on YouTube is called Spirit Talk. And he actually walks you through an exercise, and was able to just follow along in the exercise. And like Sam says, let go.
Yeah.
And, just, and then, I found there's been so much validation. Anyone can do it. We all do have intuition, and it's a matter of just really, it's kind of like a muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it, right? It takes 72 hours to break down that muscle. So
I always viewed it as just knowing things.
That too. Yes.
It's sort of just an automatic knowing. And then the cool thing about it is then you watch it happen again.
Right.
And then you go, affirmation. And, when as a child, I used to see some pretty scary, freaky things.
Yeah.
And then my mother would, take me aside and say, you can't tell people about that.
It sounds like Edgar Casey when you talk this way. You sound like Edgar Casey. I don't know if you know who that was, Sam, but
Edgar Casey is.
Sleeping Prophet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, right. Yeah, I've read a great deal of his material.
Alrighty, you sound like him.
Oh, well, thank you. I'd never been compared to Edgar.
Well,
Casey.
his mom, he saw the same kind of weird stuff, and he would.
Well, yeah, I've seen ghosts and spirits and rotten things walking. And you see various degrees of them in decay. You see skeletons, you see blobs,
and he would talk about
period clothing with wispy, ghost-like streamings in the background of their cloak. And what amazes me to this day is the number of cloaked spirits. They're always cloaked. And it always strikes me as strange. And then you see varying degrees of them. You see skeletons, and then you see muscles, and then you see body, and then you see rot, and then you see cloak, and then they peel back into the previous layers, and then back and forth as they walk. It's freaking weird, and it's in sort of like rainbow colors, where you see them at different depths of blue and orange and red and green, and it all just transitory rainbowy spiritual beings. And I've seen orbs fly around the room, drop and stop and change direction and look around and then fly through the wall. And then there's the micro orbs. They just zip through the house really fast. They illuminate everything, and then they're gone. And then I've had vortexes and rotating winds and leaves and stuff in my living room. And the cat is constantly meowing at our current vortex in this house. She's always meowing. She's sitting right at the edge of the vortex and meowing into it and looking up.
Because she sees it.
Yeah.
It's there.
She's like,
I'm not sure of the vortex that is there. I have a tendency to believe it's extraterrestrial vortex rather than spiritual, or maybe both. It could be one and the same. But in just about every house I end up moving into, eventually there's a vortex in my presence. And it's not something that I would expect or want or wish for or anything like that. But when you walk through it, you can tell because you feel it, and it's electrical. Sometimes it's actually uncomfortably electrical, and sometimes you even get cramps. And when I can see a ghost in front of me, and sometimes they'll just stand there and stand in front of you. And if you put your hand in them, you can feel the electrical burn and tingle and the temperature drop. And then when you pull your hand out of them, you can feel the temperature change, warm back up, and then your hand and your arm aches, like as if you smacked your hand really hard on the countertop of that after ache of the shock force. And that to me, when I see a blob in front of me, I will put my hand out in front of myself, and I will feel their distance away from me. And sometimes they're even closer than I perceive, which is weird. And then, of course, a few years ago, I got face planted by something unbelievably
I don't like
invisible, but I don't think that was a spirit. I really believe that was a cloaked ET. They were saying, because of the blood, they tried to do something on the back of my ear. I think they were going to tag me or re-tag me. And then I broke free of it, and I was bleeding like a stuck pig all the way across the house. And I went and got my gun, and I could smell them, and I could feel their electricity, but I couldn't see them. And I have a heightened sense of smell, heightened sense of hearing, heightened sense of touch. I feel the electric of the cat when she walks up behind me, and about 10 feet away, she actually enters my bubble, and I can actually feel it behind me.
All up in your electromagnetic field, huh?
Right. It is. We are. And enlightenment, it becomes when your chakra towers get developed and more chakras that you study and try to work through. Your space, your magnetosphere becomes larger, wider, and then and this is what happens when I go and I'll do tarot card readings or I'll do a psychometry reading for people, and they'll be sitting at my table in my living room. We're all having coffee or a glass of wine or whatever, and I'll reach for source, and it's hilarious because I can knowingly touch source because you think about it and then there it is. Yeah. And you feel your body electricity go up, and then your hair on your body stands up, and then your toe hair and your eyelashes and everything turns into electricity. And then I watch the people around me, and that's the part where I turn, I look at them and smile, knowing that I've just enveloped them inside my magnetosphere. And then they'll start wiggling in their chairs and scratching their elbows and their shoulder and their cheek and then top of their head, and they're all starting to itch. And some of my some people. Well, no, they're electrically. They too are feeling the electricity in their body hair, and it's starting to make them itch, and they'll crawl and wiggle, and and that's how I know that it actually is quite real, and it does happen. And when my children were little, I would do the hand gestures, and I'd reach out for source, and they'd go, "Daddy, stop! You're making us all itch, and it hurts, and it's and and then. I've done stuff around them where they, Dad, don't do that. And so, a lot of my friends said, Sam, you don't do forest magic anymore, please. Not when we're with you.
This is curious. Yeah. What do you mean forest magic?
Well, I learned about magic.
But what you were doing, you said before that what you did scared or freaked them out, and they didn't want you to do it anymore.
On which occasion?
What scared them?
What you do is you lay out your magic circle, the salt and all of that, and in north, south, east, and consecrating stones, and then you bring your Wiccan tools, your dagger, your wand, and all you bring, depending on the necessary accoutrements you need for the said spell, and according to Wiccan magic, etc. And you never do any negative. In Wiccan belief, there is no such thing as negative dark magic. You don't do that, period. But I've done enhancement spells that I've pre-written on scrolls. Included a looped border, handwritten looped border that takes you days to do. And the trick is the longer that you have your hand on the piece of paper for the multitude longer of hours, and you use special expensive like India ink. You can't use cheap ink out of a pen. You have to actually hand do it, and all of this, and you add gold powder and silver dust, and according to the spell rites. And then you go and you create your power circle, and then you get inside the power circle after you laid your salt, and bring out your enchanted tools, and then you cast your spell in a number of ways. And I've done that with friends, and they experienced some rather unusual things, including bringing forth elementals and other. I did a minor miracle scenario with water running up my knees and foaming out my pant legs for about 2 hours. That was really unusual.
Very.
Now it freaked me out. Everywhere I was standing in a puddle within the first 2 minutes, and I was soaked, and it wouldn't quit. And I was literally dragging groundwater out of the ground up my knees, and it was running out my shoes and up my ankles and foaming out at the kneecaps. And my friends all watched that, and they freaked out. And
yeah, I freak out. That's freak out stuff.
I had created an electrical connection with water, and I was drawing groundwater up. And meanwhile, I've got this electrical lightning from hell in my hands, and I'm like holding my hands out at hip ratio away from me, and I'm feeling the ground, and I'm connected electrically to it. It was like about 2.5 hours. It wouldn't quit. And so after a while, it finally stopped. And then, they said, we don't want you to do that anymore. And we saw some elementals and all this during this little ornate trip. And of course, one of my friends wanted to walk out of the circle, and you're not allowed to do that. So we had to end the spell, et cetera, in kind of a rush. And that's when I stepped out, and that's when the water did its thing and all that. It was freaky, weird. And I've done other things that I won't get into too much detail, but that's just one event.
I can't
appreciate you going into it.
think that your Cancerian placement helped you do that easily.
Moonchild water sign. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, and that led me to, I mean, that doesn't happen. You don't suck groundwater everywhere you walk. Every time I'd move out of one puddle and I'd go stand someplace else in the forest. And then the next thing I know, it's water's running up my tennis shoes, up my legs, under my pant legs, and foaming out my blue jeans at the kneecap.
Wow.
And I mean, we're talking I'm not talking drips. I'm talking a foam spray that came out about 3 inches at the knees. Jeez. And just foaming out of my knees, both legs. And I'm walking around with, soaking wet feet, and it went for 2 hours. And everywhere I moved, it was just doing it and doing it and doing it. I couldn't sit down. I was just walking around going, what the hell is this? And
sounds uncomfortable.
I mean, I'd be like,
it was after a while. Weird.
No.
Well, I somehow connected with water.
Comes out of your own body. I mean, it's charged to your charge, and I mean,
I was drawing water up, up my legs and out at the kneecap. It was weird. I don't know what the hell it was, but that was one of there was other occurrences as well, and that's why after a few times they just said, please don't do this anymore. We're not, we don't want you to do this anymore. Excuse me, cool as it is, but don't do it.
Right. I mean, what else can if you can pull groundwater up with your body and have it come out of your, kneecaps? I mean, what else is going to happen?
Right.
Well, I when I travel, sometimes it's happened about 4 or 5 times in my lifetime. When I travel in a car, we get purple lightning that jumps from person to person to person to car limbs, and you
Do you shock everybody too?
Excuse me?
Do you shock everybody too when they come up to you?
I can't wear jewelry. I can't wear watches.
Do all of you do that too?
Sometimes.
If I get angry, I fry electronics around me.
Right.
Yeah, that getting angry thing is.
I don't get angry very often.
I have to woo soft for real.
Yeah.
Things occur. I don't want them to occur sometimes, but they do.
Yeah, when Shiloh and I go to the store, every time we bump shoulders, I give her a good jolt.
Oh man, I tell you, it sucks. It sucks. People gotta they learn to ground themselves before they touch you.
I hope so.
Well, when I get out of the car, I'll drive to the store. I get out of the car and zap.
Mm-hmm.
I get shocked every time I put my foot on the ground.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Every time I'll drive through town and I'll get out of the car and I get shocked every time.
I've got to correct what I said. That show from Mr. Von Prague is on Gaia TV. There's only one episode on YouTube, so it's on Gaia. So that's where you'll find that. Sorry.
Yeah, if I have sterling silver, I'll tarnish it within a week.
I used to, but I don't know. So.
It's body electricity, the tablespoon forehead thing, And I don't know how many cameras I've fried, and I fry phones. And
there is no spoon.
I knew that. Yeah, I do know that. Yes.
Right, Rebecca? There.
Yes, Neo. Yeah. Actually, it's the young child that told Neo that there was no spoon.
It was the young child. Mm-hmm.
Did you guys ever watch that clip I sent you with Lauryn Hill and how she speaks about the Matrix? I think I sent it to Sam and Rebecca.
We're not in a Matrix unless
we're not
on a hollow deck.
No. What she talks about, you guys just have to watch the clip. It's incredible what she says. She's talking about we're not living in the Matrix like the movie, but
it's even bigger.
She's talking about how, she's speaking about the agents, right? And remember in the movie how people can just become random agents. Okay. And she's talking about how she's trying to, bring that into her life so she can see when people around her, bring that up. But she says the trick is that you can become an agent yourself. It's just incredible how she says it. I'll send it to you.
That's a rather gruesome negative point of view.
Send the video to the
maybe
group
I'm not
chat.
maybe I'm not saying it right. It was really good. It's really cool.
You had
Well,
to.
how you really tell is you look for
Like,
light.
she's like, I just want to be ready to throw. I just want to be ready for him. Because before people were coming at her all the time, she didn't understand, but now she's ready. And
Well, it becomes you automatically over time once you start to trust you,
right?
You get an instantaneous change of point of view because you don't require that other person's approval. So therefore, and if you can see the light in the back of their eyes, the eyes are the mirror to the soul, and I can look at anyone, and within microseconds, I can tell you who their inner child is because it speaks to me automatically. It's almost like way too much information I don't want to know. And if you have a light in the back of your eyes, then you're a good inner souled person. If you have no light in your eyes at all, then you're a disconnected soul, and you could be uncomfortable for yourself, for your person. And I avoid people with no light in their eyes.
Wow.
Me too.
We all should.
Like the plague.
And those people with light in their eyes are usually looking around. And the people that are staring down or quickly staring from right to left are not.
Right, shifty eyes.
Yeah. And if they have the light and they're relaxed and you can see that light in the back of their eyes, then you know. And if you're comfortable, if you're uncomfortable, trust that. If you're uncomfortable for a damn good reason, and stay the hell away from that person.
And don't believe
that goes the same thing with relationships as well.
Right.
And I learned this, unfortunately, because I've gone through, a deal with the children's mother. And the trick is, and at my age, maybe I'm allowed to say this, but if you can actually, if you're in a relationship and you're with someone that you plan to spend a great deal of time and fill your own life with and share your bills and your residency and your laundry and everything, if you can live without someone, do so. If you can't live without them, then stay. But if you can actually, and it's kind of a cruel statement, it's kind of harsh, but if you can live without them, then you need to remember to do so, because then there's a reason that you don't necessarily feel comfortable. Right. And I hate to bring that up in that manner because it is kind of dark and negative.
Not really.
But I have found that in all of these bad relationships that I did have in the past, that is a base example of what I ended up having to learn how to do anyway, even though I was emotionally attached, and I ended up having to learn how to live without them anyway.
Right. That's the worst part.
Yeah.
The hardest part, because you still want them in your lives, but oh my God, and you're thinking about
they don't fit and they don't click, and it's uncomfortable, and there's drama and there's violence or whatever, or other people with drug addictions that you can't tolerate, and alcoholism and stuff like that. I've dated women that I really cared for, but they were so unfortunately over the edge of consumption. And as a bartender, you learn that as well, where you have to, I used to drink like a fish, but I walked away from it because I knew better. Because especially when it's free, then you kind of, it's like when somebody gives you free donuts all the time, you kind of go, I don't want to eat any more donuts, thank you. And that's what it turned into with me. And I, after 2001, I basically just, gave up on going to the bars or even buying beer, or, I haven't been to a bar in many, many years, per se, going out for the evening kind of thing. I haven't done that in 2 decades, but,
oh man.
I just stay at home. I'm just a homebody now and raising my kids. Not that I've had any opportunity to go anywhere or do anything because, we live in a truck stop town and you don't drink and drive. So that would be stupid because I got kids to raise tomorrow and I can't possibly risk that. Yeah. But back to the relationship. If you can actually do your life without them, you should remember that. And if you can't, and if you love them deeply and you want to be part of their lives, then you're devoted to nurturing and making their life better, because that's the only alternative. But if you can, and people get bored after 2 years, and I've seen that in numerous relationships where after 2 years things change, and then that's when you have to ask yourself that 2-year, 7-year question: I apologize for going off the deep end into
No, there's no apology.
relationship.
Sam with the relationship advice, which is actually
don't listen to me. Absolutely, I'm
so
terrible
good.
at them. Yeah,
We're all adults here. We've all been through these things.
Yeah.
Says the hermit in the cave.
In my short time of living, I've learned that no matter what and how strong the emotional attachment is, if the relationship is not healthy, if it's toxic and you're not getting your needs met, it's not
Run.
It's not worth continuing at the risk of losing yourself.
Right.
It's not.
Right, exactly. When you lose yourself, and a lot of people will do that, they'll give up part of themselves, and then there's the other person that does the 2-year lying routine where they sort of say, "Yeah, I'm just like you," and then they revert back to themselves.
It's the mask.
I've seen that often enough. It's like, thank you for lying to me when we first started dating.
Right.
Now you're miserable and blaming me. Yes. Thank you, small-minded people out there everywhere. Let's be adults, not children. Yeah, and and a lot of people don't like me throwing sociology at them. I was dating this gal for years, and her mother was having divorce issues, and I'm sitting here lecturing this older woman about her marriage. And yeah, that's right. Shut up, Sam. It's like you're not a licensed psychologist, so shut up, Sam. But it doesn't stop me.
Like, well, damn, I've had enough life experience to talk about a few things.
That's right. And
where do I get off?
Who I want to be talking to.
Shoot.
When I'm having the problem,
Right.
Who would you rather have doing your surgery, right? The person that just graduated college or the person that's had the actual experience doing it, but maybe not
Yeah, well, I still, sometimes chide myself for occasionally coming off as Mr. Know-It-All far too often. And
that's...
and now I'll listen to the show tomorrow or the next week, and I'll go, you should have shut up about an hour ago, Sam.
No, stop it.
Yeah, you shouldn't feel like that. Mm-hmm. None of us here.
Well, I've been forwarded and pushed all my life that I needed to talk far less than I do. So I'm still burdened by that base premise,
Although,
shut up, Sam. Shut up, Sam. Shut up.
Who didn't have the capacity to listen and understand what it was that you were saying. So,
right.
Well, even after our alien abduction, me and my 3 friends who all got picked up, and we're walking back. We all get up off the ground and we're all soaking wet. And half of my body is wet and the other half is not. I have one wet leg, one dry leg, and that's because they laid me down in a puddle.
Oh shit!
And this was the Grace putting us back, and then they weren't too pleased with us, so they were not too concerned about our redeposit.
Oh,
yeah. And so I get up off the ground and waiting for my brain to reboot as I'm partially drowning in the puddle.
Oh my God.
And spitting water, and half my head is wet, and my entire shirt sleeve and my leg are wet. My shoe is wet, only one. And I get up and roll out of the puddle, and get up, and I'm watching my friends all sit up, and they're coming back online. And we're walking back to our camp, which is quite a ways away over there. Oddly, how the hell did we get over here? Weren't we just over there? And I'm walking through the forest going, guys, something's wrong here. We have missing time.
Oh,
and all 3 of them ahead of me in the trail all turn around. They stop walking. And they all scream at me, Sam, shut up. At the same
We don't want to know.
They just didn't want to hear it.
And 2 of them to this day don't want to hear it.
You can't deny this.
Still talk to them?
Right.
Actually, no, they have all now ceased talking to me. They all think I'm Nibiru crazy, insane.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I guess that would be their shortcoming, not mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm seeing planets. I don't know what they're seeing. I don't know. I don't think they're even looking.
No, probably not.
No.
That sucks.
Well, it's the coolest place on Earth, and if they want to miss it, I guess that's up to them.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine choosing that route. No, thank you.
No, I can't. Well, I'm sorry, but there's something wrong with the skies. I have to know what it is. I can't let this pass. There's something really freaky wrong with the skies and the sun. The light's wrong. Why is the moon wrong? Why is the arc of the sun wrong? Why did the sun start coming up in the northeast as of 2011? All of these questions had to be answered.
Right. You can
It's
actually
always
watch.
over that. It's
So
always
rather than asking someone else, I looked this up myself, and this is where we are.
Well, and you can actually go out. Anyone watching this can go outside when the moon is out and it's a half moon or just not close to a full moon. And you'll see, take a picture at 6, take a picture at 9, take a picture, if you're not up that late, take a picture at, throughout the day, and you'll see that termination line will start rolling, and it never ever did that before. It never.
No, it was always right. It was always vertical. You saw that, and today is yesterday was the first crescent quarter, and they're showing model of a tip half.
Right now, it was half. When I went outside today, it was a half moon. But yeah, you look up the moon schedule, and it says it's just a quarter.
First quarter as of yesterday, yeah.
Right. But yeah, you can watch this. You can take.
And it was never illuminated from underneath before either. It was always on the side.
Yeah. And if you look up Tycho crater, Tycho should be in one specific.
I know the Tycho plane well.
It does not move. It should not move. But that.
On the paw print on the upper right. Tycho plane's on the bottom middle, and the paw print's on the upper right. And once you study that, and then you'll look how it actually rolls and tips.
It rolls.
And never in the history of mankind, through recorded history, has our view of the moon ever changed. We are tidal locked. We always see the same until now.
And it bounces around where it rises.
Not north, south, north, south.
It's all over.
In an hour, it goes from the south to the north.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen it out my north window the last few years, and I've never in my entire life in 20 years living here seen that.
Right.
It was always directly above my house or to the south and from the east to the west. But it's actually sometimes now actually visible in my north window.
Mm-hmm.
Farther north than I've ever seen it before as of 2010, 11, and 12. And Jesus is talking about, the 8 stages, and we don't see those anymore.
Yeah.
And then there's the object behind the moon that we've cited for like 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
A yellow thing that's bigger, which is why we've been having the super moons.
I gotta admit, I thought it was my contacts.
Yeah, there's a bigger object behind our moon too.
Yes.
What is it? Yeah. What are we talking about? This bigger object? A lot of people have been posting this week about it.
The Empire Orb.
Yeah,
it could be another moon because NASA said we had another moon, but then I think they were talking about a smaller body that had a more elliptical, non-regular orbit. So they didn't tell us where and what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But then we know there's another larger object behind the moon because we got numerous pictures of it. Yes. And you can see it by eye up here in Montana. And our moon is white, and there's a yellow object behind it, and it's visible as hell to me. I don't know why nobody else sees it, but we have other pictures. Other people do see it. Not everyone. I got a percentage the other day, and I can't actually attribute this properly, but there's only a small percentage of people that see certain things in certain enlightenment stages, and it was very low percentage of humans. And there's also a very low percentage of humans that actually hear the lower subsonic earth tones like I do. I can hear them, and I'm in that huge percentage of also on my test scores, military test wise, which is why I believe that goes back to you talking about remote viewing. I knew that I know stuff ahead of time, and then the government basically confirmed it for me that my test scores said that I was that way, which is why they were recruiting me, which gives you a leg up because nobody gets rated, and if you are rated, well then you go, well then of course I am, and so that's sort of kind of the leg up that I had, and then I had proof of it over the years as well. But anyway, back to the moon and the planets. There are not everyone sees all of this stuff.
No,
not everybody pays attention to it, and I believe that I see that secondary body behind our moon when others may not, and I don't understand why.
I think it has to do with the psychic sight and perhaps believing.
Like a wizard moon?
Well, sometimes I take pictures and what I see through my eyes does not come up on the film.
Yes.
Right? It does. It's not
I did that with
showing.
binoculars. I put the binoculars up and I looked at it with the binoculars and I didn't see it. And I pulled the
Same
binoculars
here. I
down
did that
and
with my
there it is. I
telescope.
see it plain as day.
The
But I
only
wanted
time
a
I see
close-up
it,
to confirm it, and I couldn't.
I think it's my contacts are all blurry. I'm like, no, I don't. I think maybe it's my contacts. Like, just is it? Is it? No, it's just gonna be my contact.
I can't even see putting those things in my eyes. Ugh.
Yeah.
I just contribute it to frequencies and people being on different frequencies, being able to see and hear.
I agree with you.
Different things. That's what I always thought about. Like,
Like I say, not everybody is going to be part of the transitory stages that are taking place. The folks over on the other solar system, they need their workforce to continue.
Right. That's
So
Claire
I believe
Cognizant.
genetically, there's probably a handful of folks that are going to. Excuse me?
BTW. Claire Cognizance, knowing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think of knowing.
I wish sometimes that I had other gifts, like what the Claire audience and Claire
There's
sentient.
like 5 of them.
When you
Claire
can
smelling,
hear
hearing,
things,
yes.
see things, because just
Careful what
knowing.
you wish for.
Yeah.
I know. We talk about this, but just knowing and not having any confirming pieces is maddening until it comes, and then it's like, oh yeah, I knew this, but just
Okay,
knowing.
then what you do?
It's hard.
What you do is you look at the chakra tower, and then you ask yourself this. You start with step 1. What gift do you want to receive first?
Yeah.
And then you find out which of the chakra tower development that these gifts come from, and then you reach for that and an Om chant and harmonic Om chant in your body and in your throat chakra. When you're grounding and you're touching and you break the magnetosphere around your body and you think of the electrical circle and then you Om in your throat and you create the vibration in your body, you can change the development via the tone that you use, between 428, 528, 6, 7, 8, 900 hertz. You can adjust to wish for your skill to further, and you will learn one stage at a time. And so you pick out which one you want, and then you shoot for that.
Yeah.
You can do
It's a development. There's always stages. Nobody gets the gift right off the bat.
Right.
If you did, you would be bombarded with so much information you couldn't tolerate it, and you'd freak out and end up in a loony bin.
I already do.
Right. Like chance talking about, you're supposed to direct it up towards the roof of your mouth, right? So it vibrates your pineal gland. At least that's what I've heard about. And
well, no, if you basically an Om, you try to do, you study Mongolian throat chant, and that's how to create an Om and a higher pitch wow in your palate. You were right, but you do form it in the palate and the sinus and all of that. The trick is to create the vibration in your body.
Right.
And the vibration elevates the enhancement of the chakra concept in meditation. It has to do with when you're electrically connecting and you increase the vibration, you elevate. It's sort of like putting your foot on a ladder and then taking the first step. And then you find an Om chant. Like I use 528 all the time. That's one that fits comfortably on my throat. And you can do variant tone, high, below, and they do harmonies along with it and back up and down and meet. And this is where a lot of this, you can add sitar music and all that, where they do the variations and you do a melody between and a harmony. It's like the crickets slowed down. Remember that one, Rebecca?
Yeah.
Earth tone harmony, where they sing this melody chant through. And that same occurrence will develop and turn on your chakra tower. So inner harmonics turns on the unused portions of the human brain, and then before you know it, you're having a body rush and every hair on your body standing up, and then all of a sudden there's electrical weird thing that's above your head, and guess what? It glows like, holy cow, is that a halo?
Am I an angel?
Get it?
Right.
Yeah.
That is, and then there's other chakra towers above that will go stellar, astral, and then universal. And
Right.
there's like I'm not sure, there's like 12, or I'd have to relook that up because I haven't looked at that in a long time. But there's other development stages, and then your colors change, and then your harmonics change, and then before you know it, all of a sudden you start noticing everything going on around you, including a fly and a mosquito, and everything slows down, and you have wisdom and knowledge and connection to the trees, and you can smell things, and you can see stuff coming ahead of time, and you feel comfortable, and those things that used to be complicated and unknowable are all of a sudden basic and simple and easy to understand, and I understand everything, and that's
Life.
yeah, and that's how it comes.
Yeah.
Just like in Highlander, I know everything, there can be only one.
Never watched it.
And that's when you astral travel and you can go all across galaxies in your mind and meet God.
Yeah, about that. So I must say
That was an interesting sound.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We have a in the room.
I don't know.
I
It
thought
could
it
have
was
been
you,
my
Sam.
pug.
I thought it
Could have been my
was you, Sam.
pug.
No, it wasn't me.
If it
What
was a
was that?
snorting sound, it could have been my pug.
Yeah.
Maybe her dog.
Rounding voice. Thank you, Doug.
Could have been. Yeah. That was.
He was meditating.
It was probably 528.
I want to say thank you so much for the invitation to come on and be here with you. And I
Are you
have
going to go to your
learned
party now?
so much, and I should.
Then go.
I've taken a couple of calls, and I have like a little bit of yeah. I will go when I will arrive when I get there, and others are just
but
like
then you gotta
on
force them
time
to
is
watch.
late. Early is on time is late, and I'm someone who's had my own time, my own life.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm always early.
I love
Yeah,
I'm
you know.
always. I am a punctual. I am Stalinistically punctual. I absolutely have to be earlier on time.
That
People
sounds
who are late drive me crazy.
Oh, yeah.
OCD.
Yeah, Sam keeps an eye on the clock before the show.
Yeah.
He does a countdown for me. He's like 4 minutes,
Ren and Stimpy.
2 minutes.
I mean, if it's work,
It's time, Stimpy. We have to go to work.
I know.
I was here.
Yes, she was.
Yes.
And
Rebecca,
thank you again.
Thank you
for the microphone, the Christmas, a great, wonderful Christmas present, and for your visit tonight. Excellent. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I just wanted, you mentioned that this was 2023 was going to be the last Christmas possibly that we knew it as Christmas has been, right? So, and then you mentioned that the girls had been wanting those gifts for 2 years. So,
we made it.
I wanted to make sure that I could help with that. And then you never ask for anything for yourself. It's when you're coming on and asking for something, it's because of the house or the landlord, and you need a lawyer for that, or you need
that was no fun.
Car bills, or so you never ask for stuff for yourself.
Well, actually, I don't really. I for the life of me, you know what my greatest desire usually is?
For your kids to be happy.
No, well, that too, but I mean for me personally, it's a new Led Zeppelin T-shirt.
Well, all right, everybody now knows you can all send Sam a new Led Zeppelin
and
t-shirt.
I have probably, I think, 8 of them around now.
What size?
There's really cool tie-dye one I like very much.
What's your favorite Led Zeppelin album?
Led Zeppelin 1 and 4.
It's great.
So just make sure if you're getting a vintage T-shirt.
What size shirt do you wear, Sam?
Yes.
I wear a large to extra large, depending on the cotton. If it's going to shrink after washing, and an extra large.
But yeah,
and I'm not fat. I just have a big chest.
Because it was.
I used to be.
I'm just big bone.
Well, actually, I used to be Superman, and I'm not anymore. Now I'm a guy with big bones and turning older.
There you go. But yeah, you don't ask for stuff for yourself, and since it would go to the podcast, and I mean, it goes to the effort, right? So
you absolutely, it's a treasure. I adore it every time I turn it on.
I wanted to be able to do something for you since you have done so much for us by bringing us all of this, right?
Well, yeah.
So yeah, but next up we got to work with.
And
We
now
got to find
people can
something for
actually
Rebecca
understand me
and
talking, and I apologize for talking over the top of you.
Is
But
that
now,
okay?
before it was literally, I was leaning forward on my elbows trying to talk into the
You
camera and
mentioned
mic.
that. And it's great. It's so good to you guys said thank you so many times, too many times.
Oh,
But
okay,
it
I'll
was,
quit.
and it is quite all right. But I'm glad you're comfortable, and it was for the greater cause, right? So that's what I wanted to do. But again, thank you so much. Everything has been so. Jesus and Rebecca have really excelled in showing, and Leighandra, you've just been incredible with the everything here and bringing up those questions. And Chris, congrats on the admin position.
Thanks.
That could be a double-edged sword too, but
I'm
I'm sure you're going to be.
I'm here for it, so
The help is
I'm
much
excited to be
appreciated.
here.
Well, he's going to learn how to open his own Nevada Skywatcher site,
Yeah.
and
How many do we need though?
he doesn't need to. He
Many
doesn't
as
need
we
to, but he can when to us he's one of the crew already, so he can run his own science.
True. I just I'm wondering, do I post it this one and this one and this one?
know,
and this one? Do I
right?
post different pictures? But,
I do them all, boy.
Yeah.
Well,
You should have seen how many sites I sent this month's site drawing to. I was doing it probably for an hour.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, I did the whole list. Well, I keep finding I'm a member of all these other sites, and the list gets longer and longer. So this time I went on my Facebook page, on my personal wall. I posted the monthly site drawing, and I hit the share button, and then there's this forever list. And so I shared one to everybody.
Yeah.
Including the
Did you do it
random guy.
individually, or did you just do it all at once?
No, I did it individually, one after another, after another, after. That's why it took me
There's
over
a
an
way
hour.
you can
Thank
do
you
one
all.
post to all of them.
Thank
I
you,
need to.
everyone.
Yeah, I probably should have.
Nicole. Thank
you.
you.
Good night. Go to your party.
Yeah. You'll have to come again sometime.
Yes, so
Okay.
thank you.
Yes.
You guys have a great rest of your podcast. Thanks so much.
We will. Okay. Bye, Nicole.
Bye, everyone.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, we all got to stop talking so
Yeah.
somebody feels comfortable about
I
actually hitting the
know.
off switch.
She got a party to go to. That's nice.
I like talking her on. That was great.
Well, maybe she'll force everybody to watch her appearance. Hey, I was on a podcast.
Yeah, she did a great job too. I know she was a little nervous. We all have those butterflies, but you would never have known. You'd never known.
And she's in. She's very strongly into the metaphysical, and she's done her homework.
Yeah.
So that's cool. We finally got her on here.
I've gotten letters from her, and she tells quite a tale. So, and of course, I did read it, and there have been some people that have sent me some letters that were, oh boy. Oh hey, guess what, Rebecca?
What's that?
Guess who's back?
Guess who's back?
Catherine.
Back again. Oh, is she? I didn't know she was gone, really, but it's been quiet.
She showed up on my page again. It's like, okay.
Yeah, well, I think she just
can't get enough of you, Sam. They can't get enough.
We can all hope and pray that Catherine actually finally manages to learn the stuff we share with her for the last I don't know how many years, and actually put all this together rather than freaking out on every little thing that comes down the pike and then having to demand that we answer it for her. And a lot of them are unfortunate conspiracy theories that she panics into, and this is pretty much why I pretty much tried to stop talking to her, because she was driving me insane.
Maybe she just needs some guidance.
Well, you try to help some people, and then they don't listen to you, and then they don't listen to you, and then they don't listen to you. And then you want to help them, and then they act like and they call you at 3 o'clock in the morning because they're suffering on your phone.
Oh no!
And you try to explain to them that A, it's really not cool that you call me at this hour. B, that thing that you had to ask me about is completely silly, and I don't even know where you learned it from. And C, now you need to listen to me and calm the F down.
Right.
Oh, and then they don't listen, and then they come up with something new a month later, and then you can do it all over again.
I have to think that people who are kind of in that boat, but they continuously reach out to you and want to be involved in these groups, like there's a reason for them and they are supposed to learn eventually. Just
let's hope. Yeah.
It's just a lot tougher for some people to get through to the other side.
If you're learning out of fear, then you're learning the wrong science.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta stop. Gotta let
it has to be logical. It has to be common. It has to fit. If it's complicated and frightening and doesn't fit, it's not true.
It's not true.
If you are frightened, then maybe you shouldn't be here. And if you are here and you want to learn, then you'll learn in a calm manner and you won't be frightened by your education.
Right.
Absolutely.
And you won't demand access to all the information all at once. A lot of people, they keep asking questions that they want the information in a basket, right? You know what I'm saying?
Instant gratification era.
Takes a lot of time.
Yeah, there's no magic wand. There's no easy button for this.
Right. They can't even handle all that information at once. Like, just relax. Take one step at a time.
Yeah, they come up with the question, certain questions, they want the answer. Well, you can't answer that, so
it must be a lie.
Right.
It must be a
Or how can you see this? Well, take Sam's, monthly charts and use them. Go out and look for yourself and answer those questions for yourself. I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, this is how, this is how I did it. And
yeah, it's not being rude. It's just very rude. You have to be able to teach yourself to a certain point.
Right. I mean, it's easy to go on the internet.
Point before you can go and ask other questions, because none of it's going to make sense to you if you're not able to go outside and say, hey, there's planets out there.
Right. Oh, I got to do work.
And both of you guys have come to the stage of moderators, and you've also learned that you've answered that same question to 50, 60, 80, 100 people, and you get to the point where you get tired of saying the same thing over and over again, and then you all of a sudden go, excuse me, but you need to think for yourself. Yes. And this is a lot of why we hint at things sometimes and not necessarily hand out the full information right off the bat, because you have to come to a level of learning. You have to. And if you ask questions all the time and then you don't learn it, then you're just wanting answers and not learning.
Right.
Yeah. And you have to want to learn it too. It's not just going to be spoon fed to you. That's why I was really impressed with Christoper, because you could tell not only is he excited about this information, he took the time, because it takes time to learn it, and he did it fast, which makes me know he was on his job. He was studying. He was doing his homework a lot.
Yeah. I had, the support that you guys have given me through this has just been, I can't thank you all enough. I just can't.
Oh, it was your recognizable enthusiasm level that we all saw.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
yes,
we recognized in you that you were asking the right questions. You were attentive. You got right back to us. You talked regularly. You didn't just show up once every 3 weeks or visit once a month. Or there's people out there that barely ever come to our sites, and they should literally do it every day just to even stay up on top of what's where.
Because it's changing every day,
Every day.
And over time, if you get lost, you're gonna get lost, and then you won't be able to play catch up on a lot of these events, and your understanding of the base clouds and where everything is, and the difference between what's now and even a year ago is night and day.
Yeah.
And I have to stay on top of it still. I can't really even take a vacation from it.
No.
Yeah, popping in and out and coming every once in a while, you're not doing a service to yourself or any other members of the group or people who help run the group. It's not good. You're going to be confused. You're going to be frustrated.
Well, that boils down to how involved do you want to be. Are you going to be a citizen scientist, or are you going to be somebody sitting on the fence watching?
What role do you want to play?
Yeah. And I encourage everybody to remember this. If it's simple and it fits, it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's that easy.
Right. Occam's razor, right?
And if it's hard and complex, there's some deception there, and it's probably really deep.
God, the stuff people. I wish I had Jesus here right now. Somebody wrote down one of Jesus's posts, and I forget where it was. I think it was on Skywatcher Anonymous. I maybe it might have been on Newsfeed. I don't know, but somebody had immediately taken Jesus's last message, and they messaged him back, and then started talking about the evil Biden presidency and world crop shortages from the dark government and this, that, and the other thing down the page. And it was a small paragraph.
What
And
does
normally
that have
I
to do
would,
with the planets?
excuse me?
What does that have to do with the planets?
Right. And they went immediately into their agenda. And micro burst about the planets going into there. But, in this time and age, all this is happening. The dark government's going to get us, and this is going to, and the sun and the magnetosphere is dying, and all of this crap down the page. And I rarely will even stop to comment on those. And I actually kind of sort of feel guilty that I did. And that's why I remember it, because a couple of days ago, and I pulled up that one picture that says, to quote Luke Skywalker, everything you just said was wrong. And then on top of that, I said, pardon me, wow, gosh, will you please get another news information source? And then I posted everything you just said was wrong. And because everything this person had said was absolutely batshit wrong. And it was really uncomfortable. And I normally don't. I'll just bypass them and not even comment and look at them and roll my eyes a couple times and move on. But this time I had to get in. That's why I wish I had Jesus here to see if he'd seen that. Because I'd love to see what a reaction would have been. And, every once in a while, it's nice to go back on somebody that's going to troll answer me back. I do occasionally like to play with them.
You do enjoy poking the bear sometimes.
That's cool. I do like to watch what they say, and then I'll smile and laugh at them again.
See how local they are.
Our information is beyond reproach. So anything they're saying, and then they try to attack us with these minuscule little ways, and it's just sort of like, oh, flies, again, flies. Wave your hand and you're done with them. But I do, and I don't do it to be mean. I would actually like to enlighten people first. But if they're blatantly rude, every once in a while, it's nice to be, shall we say, semi-sparky, snarky back. Yeah. Some well-planned out retort, that will leave them speechless. But, and I would love to have a screen capture of Luke standing there telling, what's his name? God, I can't pull his name out. The current dark guy. God, I should know his name. Name block.
The current
last
dark
Star
guy?
Wars. Yeah, the current dark guy besides the Emperor. It's on the tip of my tongue. I'll get his name.
The current dark on Star Wars.
The guy with the new Vader helmet that he broke and then he rewelded.
Ray?
Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren. Okay, sorry. I get that name block every once in a while. I can't pull a name out of my head.
I haven't really watched one. So.
And Luke is, after Kylo Ren, he's had like all these camel walkers and the ship, they're all blasting him like 150 times. I want all the gunships to shoot that guy now with everything you got there. They're shooting him for a minute and a half, 5,000 rounds where this guy's standing. And he comes out of the dust and he brushes off his shoulder. And then he ends up fighting Kylo Ren, and Kylo Ren screams at him. And Luke says to him, everything you just said was wrong. And I'll never forget that as long as I. And when the dark side is talking, handing you all this bitch complaint and negative crap that they're feeding you, and you just calmly say, dust off your shoulders, say everything you just. And another one I love is everything you just said made the entire block around me stupider.
I just lost some brain cells.
I love that one.
I appreciate it.
You just dropped the IQ of the entire neighborhood by everything you just said. Sorry, that's my colorful retorts. And then again, my other favorite colorful retort is, in order to insult me, I must first respect your opinion. Nice try, though. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And I occasionally use those little pictures and go, here you go. And I don't actually verbally insult people. Try not to. Although I do occasionally lose my temper with patience. I actually don't lose my temper. I lose my patience.
Right.
Anyway. Rebecca's up to something.
I've been cleaning house. I've been working on, banning the bots. Did we
have one and I didn't see it?
Oh no! Over on my Facebook group, we're just
I
flooded.
tried so hard last night, Rebecca, to ban the bots.
I know. I have one account that can ban, but a lot of people don't have that option. We don't know why.
Weird.
I don't know why, but
I went online trying to read about it. I know
you shouldn't have to do all
that said if you change the view of the group to private, that it will stop a lot of the bots from coming in. But I mean, I don't know
what Montana Skywatcher was forced to do.
Yeah, but then you can't share. People can't share, and that people I know that would not like. They would not go over with.
So I was reading on, Reddit or whatever website I was looking at last night, trying to find information about, other than on Facebook's website, just the general how to do list. Because thank you for the how to do list, but I don't have the option to do. So, they have a 1-800.
They tend to just come in waves.
They do. Right. Annoying. I'm just like, where are all you armies of people coming for? Like, whatever your intention is, it's not gonna work. Just stop.
It's just funny. These bots are so funny. It's like, first of all, I know it's AI or whatever making it up, but who are these people in these pictures?
Like, whose pictures?
Okay. And then
who are they?
Funny names for all of these names. They're just some weird ass names in there. It's like, what? I can't understand this.
I think how a lot of people's accounts got hijacked. A lot of people got their accounts hijacked, and I wonder if that's where these accounts were coming from. They were hijacking accounts for this purpose later, to do whatever and discredit. They're trying to discredit this information by making people think everybody's laughing. Like one picture has over 1,000 laughs. It's like I can't delete 1,000
It's got 47,000 laughs on it.
That's crazy.
And that's got to stall your feed big time.
Yeah. So if that happens, and it's the picture of the reflection of Isatom's moon, we figured that one picture we showed earlier with the two, they keep posting that picture to the news feed, right? And one of them's got like, I don't know, it's a whole lot of comments and just the smiley face laughs. There's like,
which picture?
I don't know. There's over 10,000 of them. I almost deleted it, but I didn't want to do that until I talked to you about it.
Sounds like a familiar conversation. We literally
you know what I'm talking about.
The picture,
Yeah, I rarely ever even talk to my moderators. They spend their time removing crap that I occasionally don't even see, and then they're busy. And Andy sends me stuff all the time. I haven't talked to Deborah in an eon. Hello, Deborah. I know you're out there somewhere. I know you're living your life in the Carolinas and all. So I haven't seen her in a while. And of course, everybody misses Lucinda. And I haven't really added anybody, and this is all part of why it's a little harder to get onto Skywatcher. But then we've been busy with research and doing all these podcasts, and that is, we haven't dropped Skywatcher 1 or 2 or 3 or any of that. But I am not as typey, I'm not typing out paragraphs to most anymore. And this is, of course, where the comparative drawings come into play, and I'll just hand them a drawing and type a couple brief sentences and I try to give it to individuals that deserve my attention, and the people who are new don't necessarily get a lot of comments from me. And I'll just tell everybody thank you. And I'm gathering from local, and I'm not out pulling in stuff from other people's copyrights on other sites. I stick to our sites. So I've tried to cut my workload down a little bit. And some people I talk to, some people I don't. Gosh, that looks a little bit Texas QB
this is
to
from
me.
Gray Guy. Took us a few tries to get the pictures, but yes, these are. He sent me 3 pictures.
And side orb.
Texas cube. Okay.
Dead center.
Let's look here.
Texas cube.
Yeah.
Side orb.
That. Mm-hmm.
So, left side of our sun, we see the cube and the side orb. Okay. Oh man, I see it.
Yeah.
And it's always at that angle. You know, if you notice that.
And because Atu-Natu's moon is behind it, and the asteroid, there's an asteroid to the left of it, and that appears to be red asteroid with little sister in front of it. And down below it is the spiral asteroid off in the lower left corner.
That's a nice one too.
Reminds me of, that angle.
It is kind of blobby and not as square as it is, but we know what when you find the side orb and a mostly square, that it's the Texas cube, and then of course the dark area behind it we know is Atu and Atu's moon.
Yeah, definitely a drastic cutoff between dark blue and light blue.
Yeah, right.
And the dark blue is curved. You just put that all together.
And this is, a prime example of where a little bit of colorization will bring out unbelievable things that you couldn't see before.
Yeah.
And this is an earlier shot of Saturn's yellow moon, because Saturn's yellow moon is smaller. So I would say this is a month or two old, maybe. And that straight line up the thing is the ion tail dead center in the middle of Saturn's yellow moon.
This is from Grey Guy.
Somewhere under it to the lower right will be where and I see the side orb, the long box cube and side orb.
I saw it yesterday like this, but it was huge. When I think I was taking pictures of Yuri, and I'm telling you, I heard something. I don't know what it was. Tell me to turn around, and I turned around, and it was
Source talking to you.
This thing is so big. This long box cube, I had never seen it. I've seen the Texas cube every day this month, but the long box cube, I have not seen it till yesterday, and it is so big. I can't. Oh my gosh, it's so big and crazy and huge, and there's things flying all around it, and it's just wild. I don't even know what to say. It's like, I thought the Texas cube was cool. This thing is.
Yeah, and you can see an infrastructure where you can actually see inside of it, and and all the craft, and there's always
ending each other in the street.
And there's always Star Destroyers parked around, and all sorts of support craft. And some are going up, and some are going sideways, and some are going away from you, or some are going facing down.
There's
you see
little
micro craft flying around in between all the Star Destroyers.
So cool.
And then you see the ion cloud or the little trail that the side orb leaves behind, and there sits the big ass cube, and then the three lines that shows it's the side of the cube, and there it is in space, and you just know that there are creatures and people and beings on that craft by the thousands.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, after I saw it and came in the house yesterday, I was like, I'm done. I can't. No more today.
Yeah, your brain oatmeal porridge.
Brain overload.
Mm-hmm.
Grey Guy said this was from yesterday, this picture.
Okay.
So everybody knows.
There you go.
And then there's this one, and I'm not sure. Whoa. I'm not sure. Maybe he can fill us in a little bit more about where this picture is from, because
we need some help.
I know. I don't know. How many?
Were you
out there's 7, 8 orbs.
Well, it's most likely asteroids, but they could actually be orbs around the Empire orb.
Oh.
Because look, if you'll see, there is a little eye-like black center to that big open round, and it has that eye, just like the and it's looking away from us to the lower right. But that could be mini orb ships or smaller craft around the Empire orb. And in the startup of our show, you see the light turn on the Empire orb. And it's not on in this shot if this is the Empire orb, and it really looks like it.
Oh.
There's that little white dot as well, which I've seen the array around the circular iris out part.
You stole it. Wait, what? You stole it, great guy?
Okay, he's passing it along. He's paying it forward.
I would have to say
it's
that
like-
really looks like the Empire Orb.
Sam,
Okay.
what about when I saw it, I thought Empire Orb too. But what about the wide hole asteroid?
And that was why I mentioned the iris black piece in the center. The wide hole asteroid does not have that.
Gotcha. Okay.
It looks smooth
Black
and light inside. And you
Hey,
don't
Rocket
see
Man.
that the thinner little straight line iris black spot. That was the first thing I looked for, and you were exactly right to question me. Because that's exactly what the first thing I thought was like, is this the open, wide hole asteroid, which I have a tendency to believe, which may be the blue asteroid. I don't know for sure.
Might be. Makes sense.
But because we haven't been able to prove it, because we hadn't had any more recent close-ups of the blue asteroid versus the, and then I always try to keep that in mind. I even looked where the normal planets were today. But yeah, this really, with that little black straight line inside the circle, I would say Empire Orb.
That's really cool. Wow.
And then the white dot on the edge, on the right edge of the circle, reminds me of that array, because there are 4 lights around that circle that are round on the outside of that circle on my pictures and when I saw it by eye. Now, I didn't see the 4 turn on. I only saw the blue light in the center turn on, just the same way that if you want to do the startup, there you go. You see that light? Watch that blue light.
Yeah.
And I know, because I saw that by eye happen to me. And those little white dots following in afterwards are smaller craft.
So, do you remember earlier when Nicolle was talking about seeing something kind of similar to that, and she said that there was 4 or 5 dots that kind of like went inside of it? I was thinking that she probably saw the Empire Orb by eye.
Or the cube, or depending.
Cube.
She didn't describe the shape.
Oh, she didn't.
I recall. Yeah, I recall her saying something, but she didn't describe the overall shape. And we know that. The micro orbs are drones. Those are like robotic drones. And then there are craft, and then we know there's spider craft. We know there's support craft. We know there's landing craft.
Yeah.
I know there's multiply weird. I saw some new footage recently where this like that child's toy, sort of like when you throw the ball and you'd scoop up the jacks, shaped like a jack in space. It's got 4 prongs and then 2 central, a top cone and a bottom cone in the center of the jack.
Yeah.
And I've seen the we're seeing new spaceships all the time we've never seen before. But
but freaky.
Yeah, there's a lot of and I believe there's a lot of different factions here right now.
Yeah.
Everybody's here for the free-for-all circus. It's like Mardi Gras.
Hey.
Mardi Gras. Watch us. Hey, watch us steal all of the shit from humans.
Too funny.
They're here to give us the tribute to the gods. Are you ready? Everybody come
Right.
collect your stuff from the humans.
Ready or not, shoot, they're here. Right. They
ready or not.
They come for the stag. They go and the passing of Wormwood, the passing of the gods, whatever you want to call it. Tribute to the gods.
Are we just kind of like, accessories though? I mean, they're not. Are we?
Well, we were created to perform a function on the rock factory mining planet that's attached to the other larger, more elderly civilization. We live brief periods of time compared to them. We're literally a patented item that is self-replicating, and we make too many of ourselves, and then every time the cycle goes by, there's far less of us, and we start all over again. And we are internally already genetically taught to have this greed for the commodities and our search for and our knowledge of them, and want and lust for the commodities that we create. And then when we were placed here, we were given wheat, and it's proven in genetic testing that wheat does not come from Earth, and they announced that, I believe, last year, and it came from another planet, and they have that proven. So that was placed here when we were placed here so we could eat.
Right.
And that would be the Garden
At
of
this
Eden.
point, it's not what it was, you know.
Yeah, but it was genetically altered as well, but
Right.
it's not genomically from Earth. And they have proven that there's a gene in there that does not exist anywhere on Earth.
Unbelievable. Wow.
In the strand. And this is, of course, now that we've achieved genome technology, many, many years ahead of what they expected. I think we probably got some help.
What gene is this? Is this the Eve gene?
Yeah, the gene in wheat, the wheat plant.
Oh, okay.
And if you look at the history of the gods in India, they have Shiva and other gods in other religions as well that bring certain plant types from their upper god world to man to feed them, and that fits into the archetypes. And just all you have to do is go watch Symbols of an Alien Sky again, and they talk about it in there as well.
Yes.
But yeah, in the Indian religion especially, it mentions Shiva giving multiple different plants, fruits, and other vegetables to man so that they would sustain themselves. We call it maize. I'm only joking. The South Americans always call it corn maize. That was in a TV commercial. So it's pretty bad when you have to explain your jokes.
Okay.
Oh, man. I see somebody talking about, I'm not sure who this is. They're asking about, did they miss something? I'm not sure what they're seeing, but everything looks good on my end.
Did you notice the last comment I have? It says, Rocket Man, I'm backstage.
That was earlier.
Yeah,
way
it was
earlier.
a long time ago.
Okay.
This song has no sense.
Yeah,
I don't have any more
hear
comments
minutes
since then
ago.
for some reason. I don't know why. That might have gone back to when I was
He's
wigging
still
out.
hanging out with us.
That was hours ago.
Yeah. But I know we're at 7 hours now.
I just looked like, holy cow.
It really does go by fast.
No,
I
like
mean,
4.
to me, the first 3 hours is like really fast.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to want to watch
nothing.
our blogs. They're too long.
We just be talking
are.
and talking.
But we're having fun, so
we enjoy it.
We should cut them up a little bit and then post them.
I agree.
That there was this part. I don't.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what they did with Radio Wasteland when we, me and Chauncey, the host, he would go from one topic to another, and then their production department went through that as well, and then they stuck certain topic
That's right, Michelle.
periods together, and then they put a whole new title page on it, and then that's why I ended up with 87 shows when we did probably 12, maybe 15.
Right. Yeah.
And
I need to go through some shows and
and
spice them up and make some
title.
small clips. Yes.
Yeah, I keep thinking about the new folks out there and how we should somehow go all the way back to the basics and start with the early. Here is a picture of planet Atu in the year 2012. Here is a picture, and I don't want to be that slow. But I mean, it's almost sometimes we have to, because they're so big right now. We can't even teach base clouds very well. But we'll see what happens.
Well, you're understanding the Sky series, even though they are big right now. I mean, that really helped a lot, especially the way you talked about each planet and their base clouds and what they look like.
And I got to use a cursor and my finger, and
right.
Yeah, I watch them now and I'm embarrassed. It's like, oh my god,
Why?
they're so lame.
No.
Some of them I played music too long, and I got the background going, and I got
It's
the
your
microphone.
Way, telling the information.
Oh, it was so cheesy back then.
It worked for me. I'm sorry. I don't think you have anything to be embarrassed about.
Oh,
And I like that it was so basic.
Right?
I like
exactly. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm embarrassed watching them.
Classics. I know.
And, maybe we can I'm not a computer genius, but somehow do an animation or something. And
I loved what Rebecca did with the hand things of the old understand set up version.
That's
I
fun.
love that she did that. That's like, hey, cool, it's my hands, and they're going, it's like, yeah, and then the music add to it, and because that is the basis of where we started, was way back when I'm sitting here, describing with my fingertips, and for a while I was using, a really fancy chopstick, and then sometimes pencils and pointers and my ink pen from my pen and ink set,
Danny Claire,
or crayons.
Oh no,
I'm joking.
He does have crayons.
Yeah, no, I only ate the blue ones.
Oh my god.
Aren't they blueberry?
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
I'm of course kidding. Yeah, I use colored pencils. Thank you. And I got those from Gillian. I'm still using. I used them this week. And I still use those. And I actually had to sharpen a couple of them. And I dread doing that because they're getting shorter.
You're right. Eventually, there'll be time for a new set.
And I think they're frankly irreplaceable because they're nothing like anyone. I bought some here a while ago for Shiloh here in the U.S. and they are not the same colored pencils as the ones she sent me. I mean, they don't even write the same. The ones that Gillian sent me are soft and the colors are even. And the one with the you buy in the United States comes from China, and you have to press really hard, and then the damn thing breaks on you, and then you have to sharpen it again. And you got this big lump, and where you jam your pencil through the paper because it broke. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Different qualities out there.
Okay, it's cough drop time again. That'd be 4. Okay,
how many has it been tonight, Sam?
Yeah,
3?
4. That's why I said this will be 4. And the cough drop count is 4.
4. All right.
It'll be 4.
Well,
it's like the holy hand grenade in Monty Python. Thou shalt not count 3 unless thou immediately goes to 4, then 5. And thou must lobbest the holy hand grenade to smite thy foe, whom not being in my sight shall be smited.
Right. Oh man.
And blown to smithereens in little bits. The holy hand grenade. Yes, you domine. Yeah. And then they have Brother Maynard come out with the holy. Bring out the holy hand grenade.
That voice.
It's like a natural.
You
could do voiceovers, like for cartoons.
Really
yeah, I had often many times wished that I could actually work on cartoons, to do that. And I did have a brief. I was trying to be signed up with Columbia Recording, but I was offered a contract, and I did not take it because I had issues with my child at home, and I couldn't go to Hollywood to do that, so I had to actually refuse it.
Just reminded me of Robin Williams, how good he used to be at all those voices,
Yeah. Those voices.
Yeah,
right.
Yes, of course, absolutely. And I loved Robin Williams and Mork and Mindy and all of that all the way up through his career. The guy was phenomenal. Sadly insane. I mean, he was a very sad man inside.
Yeah.
And that ended up as part of his suffering.
That last comedy, well, I don't know if it was his last one, but came out in like 2008, 2009. What was it called? Weapons of Self-Destruction or something. Robin Williams.
Wow. What an interesting title.
He says about now this is his quote, right? He says something about Sarah Palin's new book. It's in the fiction between nonfiction and the fantasy aisle. I can't do it like he did. But
the guy was absolutely.
He's like Florida.
Brilliant.
Where do we build?
He was absolutely stoically brilliant, and it was all driven through a lot of his own personal pain, and if he could find something morbidly point outable to attack anyone around him because of his own personal fears, it would run through his mind, and that's why he was like tossing them out like dice, because they were always running through his head first, and I think that was personal emotional fear because he was so brilliant.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, there's, the man was brilliant, and then there is that thing where you're a savant and you're actually tortured by your own self.
I was just gonna say that he was too smart, too much of a genius. You have too much of an understanding of how the world really is and how it works, and it will drive you crazy.
And I would bet money that it had something to do with his mother. That's what I see inside of him is his mother affected him at an early age where she embarrassed him greatly, and I don't think he ever got over it.
You see a mother wound?
Yeah, I see a mother wound. I would of course have to talk to the man, but I mean, this is what my sight says to me. It was like, well, excuse me, mother, I'll never do it again, and now here's this. So
yes, let me put on a show.
Yeah, and then I will move on to my next impression is so that I don't get it wrong, you crazy mean bitch. Well, whatever.
No.
Oh. Yeah, that moment where you discover early that your mother isn't the greatest person on the whole planet. Oh,
yeah.
No, not that.
It's a rough one.
Yeah. I had to wait till my late 40s to discern that my mother was a little bit kookier than I could tolerate. Although I did treasure her, my mother, and I respected her, even though she was a rather interesting individual to learn to live with. She was bombed during World War II in Rotterdam, in the Rotterdam bombings in Holland. And I don't think she ever really physically matured after that.
Right.
And of course, war will do things to people. So it wasn't bad, but when she got older, she became a little bit hard to deal with.
Okay.
And we all have. I pray that doesn't happen to me. I hope that I'm a tolerable old part rather than a crazy maniac screaming, "Get off my lawn!" or anything like that. Teenager, I'm calling the police. I don't do that. If it goes on outside my door, I don't care. As long as they don't hit my house with a rock or a stick or shoot or whatever. If it goes on outside my door, I am not going out there to confront it because that's where escalation occurs.
Right.
Yeah. Why go involve yourself? No.
Yeah, don't go out unless check it later, and then after maybe the perpetrator has decided to be distracted by somebody else's nuances. And I learned that when I do live in a double wide, and when you live in courts where other people are involved, you just sort of try to not be involved with the neighbors.
Yep. I feel it.
I learned that too.
And I love my neighbors. I haven't got any bad ones at this time, thank God.
That's good.
But I had some Lulu's many years over a decade ago, where the people would start their snowmobiles at 3:00 in the morning on Sunday night. When you got to go to work on Monday, and then they load their snowmobiles in front of your driveway at 3:00 in the morning, and not just one snowmobile, but 6 of them. Run right outside your bedroom window at 3:00 in the morning. And then right up on top of these, sleds, and behind them, and these guys are going snowmobiling up in the mountain before, Monday morning. So they're going to leave in the middle of the night, and the hell with my neighbors, I'm starting my 6 snowmobiles. And you want to go out there and shoot every one of them, it's like, shut up!
Do that again. That's funny.
What? Shut up!
Yeah. And the
noise.
I know.
Well, I could lay suppressive fire, but
let's not.
I have the capabilities. We have the technology. I don't want to admit to anything over, podcast, live. And no, I am not violent in any way, and I would never shoot at anyone.
Right.
I have no ill will toward anyone, and nor do I have any wish to be shooting at anyone.
I saw
are for defensive purposes only, not aggressive nature. Thank you.
Yeah, right. No, but I saw Michelle posted a picture. I think it was where her neighbors had shoveled her sidewalk, the snow off her sidewalk.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
I thought, well, that's nice. That's how it should be.
Right.
help
Really?
take
Yeah.
care of each other.
Yeah.
So, and they, I have a few nice neighbors that I know of.
Well, some new volcanoes.
I've had both. I've had all
going
kinds
off.
of neighbors.
Ex-president now.
We have some new volcanoes on the planet again. Like 2 went off last week.
Wow.
Again, some biggies,
That's
and
cool.
they're active in oozing the lava. And of course, Grundvik happened again for the 3rd time, but then quit right away 24 hours later. They've got offshore activity offshore of Grundvik. And that, of course, is in Iceland. And there's some new activity going along the Mount Rainier sisters of volcanoes in Washington State and Oregon and Northern California. And of course, what's going on tectonic plates in the San Andreas South from Mexicali all the way to the Salton Sea and then up to Los Angeles area. And then there's some swarms on the Seattle side and Portland and then like Coos Bay, Oregon. So there's a lot of activity. Oh, and there's some whoppers on the other side of the Ring of Fire. And I and many other geologists believe that they are directly connected. Activity on one side actually will affect all the way across the ocean on the other.
Wow.
On the Ring of Fire. And there is some evidence to agree with that. So we do need to pay attention to possible major earthquakes or major volcanic activity. And we know the new storms in the atmospheric river or Pineapple Express is going to continue into California. And then tomorrow, Northern California is going to get hit pretty good. And then it's going to come up my direction a little bit. And maybe we'll get some snow. We need it. Or hell, I'll take rain even. But a whole bunch of real cool shit's about to happen again, and we're getting closer again to the startup. And so these planet passings and this thing in front of us is sort of like egg-shaped lens thing going on. That is probably the base core of Nepesity, bent by a fisheye lens or something.
Yeah.
That hurts to look at. That actually hurts my eyes. Because my brain says no, you don't, and the blotchy white area above would be actually Nepesity planet. You could probably see land masses there. I think I don't believe it's Attu's moon, but okay, yeah, this is more of that rainbow stuff, and these are asteroids. The left one is definitely a very many multiple, at least 4 or 5 different asteroids. And the right one, of course, is Uri onset after sunset. On the left-hand side is Uri, and then the rainbowing. It's the debris, the dust and atmospheric gases and whatever with the sun shining through it, which is why we talked about that in the rainbow effect. This, of course, is an older picture, probably from a few weeks ago. It could be new. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
But generically, that's my first thought. Is it's a little bit old. And there's 1, 2, 3. Those are the bottom ring outcroppings of the base cloud of Nepesity.
Yes.
Neat. Yeah. Especially when you see that band, going clear across the sky. That's really special.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3 is the top is the rings of the band, and the bottom one is the snorkel developing.
I love when it's illuminated and it has like that green glow.
Yeah. There's nothing like that green.
Glow is like.
It is that Nepesity has that very unusual, special green that we've always seen and known and welcomed. And there's nothing green in the sky like that, except for the last decade.
Is Uri?
And you have to argue with your eye. This is the side of Uri, and those are the stripes of Uri.
Yeah. Very cool.
So the left side,
the left side. Yeah, you have to
color.
reverse your eye on this one to tell yourself what you're looking at. And once if you look over at those white, like paintbrush stripes over there on the left-hand middle, those are the stripes of Uri. If you grab that first and then look at the rest of the picture.
Right.
And the illumination on the right at the base above the trees there is the open core of Nepesity.
Wow.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Right over the house.
Oh, right.
Man.
Orange red.
Yeah.
Most
close.
likely normal weather or
Like I'm gonna hit the house or something.
yeah, goodbye house.
Yeah.
Snorkel goodbye,
Okay.
a little vacuum cleaner. Little elephant sucking it up.
Oh my gosh.
And this is Atu's moon, close pass.
Look at it.
Man. So do you think the blue behind it is Atu or is it
No,
our sky?
Atu, when Atu was this big, averagely, Atu was above, or I mean, when Atu's moon was this big, averagely, Atu was directly above it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the 2022, 23 close passes were the biggest and most awesome captures, and going all the way back to 21 as well. And it was just unbelievable. I'd watch it go over and I'd point it out to people and they couldn't even fathom what I was talking about. And yet, it was this repetitive, non-stop, absolute, you can't argue with Atu's moon, period, when you're looking at it. And Christopher's learned about that as that purplish, weird, illuminated, bubbly self to it, and there's no other bubbles like that out there except for Uri, but Uri's a little more chaotic usually. And this rounded illumination up top is Atu's moon.
Beautiful. Look at that.
Yeah.
And the middle illumination above the sun, where at dead center, is, believe it or not, the red asteroid. And it is a cutoff halo from something cutting in from the left-hand side, which is probably Uri.
And
yeah, and what's coming in from the right-hand side, which would be a Saturn's yellow moon, and Nibiru on the right-hand side. So this is a cutoff halo, but you're seeing the upside. You're seeing a lot of refraction light because it's being cut off. You're seeing the rest of everything else because it's less bright.
Busy.
And I'm running to the little scientist room again.
Okay, Sam. Yeah. You can tell, like I said, the lighting is just so off, gray, and I see a lot of like tan color skies, like almost like it's picking up dirt, making our skies look dirty.
Whoa.
Pretty. Look at that. That's pretty.
It is.
I was looking to see like that yellow band at the bottom at the horizon. That's our sky. And
wow,
everything else, I believe, is from Nipicity. Usually that color combination is a Nipicity scenario. But, they're never just hardly one by themselves. There's usually, 2, 3 more.
And then it's kind of like the chunky clouds.
Right.
It is. Yes. Yes. Chunky, like asteroid chunky, maybe.
Yeah, that's how I had a problem with it beginning, because
kind of pitted. Yeah.
You're looking for the planet, but then you have all these other, spheres. I didn't realize they were asteroids in the beginning, but
yes.
Like what? Wait a minute. There's
so much up there.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta be crazy. Yeah. I can't be seeing all of those objects that are around. Look, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. There's another. Yeah. There's so much up there. It's spooky.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. And we're, and in certain cases we have too much light. In other cases we have not enough light. And this is part of that transition, and they're moving and everything's going on. And we were having the reddest skies we've ever seen in our life. And yet look above that, it's sort of a green light illuminated thing. What's going on here? What are we looking at? And that's because the red is actually the normal sky color, and the illumination above us is an illuminated bottom of Nipicity. See the green?
Yeah.
I do. Yeah.
And the refraction is the real light, and that's the sunshine shining on the side of is Saturn, and that's very, very red, and that's why the sunset is red, and the illuminated bottom of Nipicity is so brightly illuminated yet green.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Well, dang.
Nice.
This is a cutoff flaring as well. And you're looking at this Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn, and then back there is Nibiru, but the bell flaring is going so far out that you can't really see it.
And if you look real close, you can see like the little red outline of where a Saturn is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yellow. Real close.
Real close. And I'm wondering
know
if
that because we've seen the pattern over.
You see that?
We know what's on the right hand side currently. So
Very
we
cool.
know this, and when it matches, and we could even be that little white circle could have something to do with the long box cube being somewhere right there, someplace.
Okay. Interesting.
Because we know it's always there.
Look at that sky.
Yeah, look at those unbelievably, monstrously high cumulus nimbus clouds that don't normally go that high.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's something up there other than ours. Half that atmosphere is not ours.
It kind of looks like a dust storm in the background, too.
Yeah, and look at the difference between the blue in the middle and then the yellow rest of the horizontal sky.
Yep.
The yellow is the normal color. The blue in the middle is a planet.
Oops. Look at that.
I have an exact match to that.
It looks
Yes.
kind of probably like ion tail behind Saturn's yellow moon. I can't even think of what other clouds that could be. I don't even recall seeing clouds like that. So it looks like ion leave behind clouds, and if the sun's farther over to the left. I don't know. I'd be guessing here.
Right.
When I saw it,
like the silly zone.
It was like that, but then the sun was way over here. Like that. And that was probably a year or so ago.
Atu's moon.
Look, it's huge.
Yeah.
Straight up is Atu's moon, and probably this is probably Urea onset clouding or normal Earth clouding mixing.
I see one little curve right here.
They're not always planet clouds. We have to take into account some of these are ours.
Yeah.
Although they are acting very, very weird. I see that Jesus is talking.
Hey, Jesus.
But that was a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
And it was like 428. Sorry, my scroll has not moved since the last message I have on chat.
Huh.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I take it back. I was on the wrong one. I take it back. Last one was 823, so we're right there.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it was my mistake. If I was clicked on the wrong darn column. Hello, look at that.
Yeah.
Looks like a bird.
It does.
And yeah.
But look at the dark area,
has an Egyptian symbol picture.
Wow.
Remember that comparative that you added to the Egyptian stuff?
I do. The wings.
What do you know this to be?
It's Saturn's yellow moon.
That's
correct.
Yeah.
And that's the faceplate. The push cloud, when it comes into us, that is the base cloud of the Saturn's yellow moon. And it could also have the long box cube and side orb in front of it to make it look like the bird. I don't know, because that's could be the long, the red behind the front blip.
Well, I sent the picture from yesterday to you guys. It's just I can't.
You did.
And it was weird too because when I took the picture, I didn't choose. I don't mess with the filter, right? I just take the picture.
You took this picture?
No. I said I sent in one with the long box cube that I saw yesterday.
Oh, okay. Good.
I'm just it was weird because I took the
Where
pictures
did you
and
send
then
it?
I went and reviewed them, and half of them were black and white. Like I didn't choose to do that. I don't know why that happened, but
Weird.
Yeah, it was weird. So I just sent them to you like that.
Well, sometimes those black and white pictures pick up on a lot of details. So
right. I mean,
maybe it was meant to be.
I guess.
God, this is an amazing picture. It's rather interesting.
Yes, I see it exactly.
Right.
It's like
I mean,
it's
got.
we haven't seen this before. It's like a falcon. This is actually
right.
cool.
It is so cool.
Do save a copy of this.
I was going to
Rebecca.
say, I'll send you a copy. Yes.
Very interesting.
Too.
I will.
And that one
do you have that the one with the straight lines with the flame-like clouds of his Saturn yellow moon with the three flat lines? Yeah, on the face.
Your drawing or a picture?
One of my drawings, right?
Oh yeah, she definitely
And
has.
you've used it tonight. It's the one where we talk about the flame-like clouds.
Yeah.
Grab that. See the wings. See the body of the red blobs of the wings.
Yeah.
I do. Yes.
Okay, not the body in the middle, but pay attention to the red line behind that make up the base of the wings closest to the body. Now go to that picture.
1, 2, 3. I see it.
All right. I about got it, Chris. I see 2 pictures. Wait,
It's the drawing with the flame-like early is Saturn's yellow moon with the real pokey, sharp, flame-like cloud of the moon in the Saturn.
Right.
We used it earlier on the podcast.
Let me get it. You're talking about this drawing, I think. Wow, that's not it.
It's funny because we were just talking about this in Messenger, and I was asking, are we going to start seeing more of this exact?
That.
Wow.
Yeah. And if you interface an object in the middle that would fill in the body in front of these straight lines at the bottom here, right where it says Watcher 1 and 2, then that would fall into that pattern literally.
Wow.
Because the wings of the falcon are going around the face of Saturn proper.
Okay.
And if you go back to the falcon picture again, see the dark area is the Saturn's yellow moon.
Oh.
Yeah. Top right hand corner.
This is like the ion tail, where the ion tail is splitting around the Saturn's yellow moon. But whatever that center bird-like beak, body, feet, and tail thing is very likely ship-related or object or green asteroid. That could be the green asteroid. Just crossed my mind.
I wish I could see a fuller scale picture because what is making it illuminated?
The light is shining from underneath it and above. And because it's already the bushes are dark, it's already past towards sunset. So the light is angling upward and illuminating it from underneath.
Well, that's the only time I've
seen the wings and the body as the shadowy area because of the angle of light.
Yeah, the only time I've seen it light up red like that is at sunset. So,
well, refractive light from that angle is where the Saturn is very, very red, so it changes everything red.
Wow.
I got it, Chris. I am loading it now. It took me a minute. I had to resave them. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
but I got it. There's 3.
Cool picture. We have not seen a falcon before. We've seen plenty of dragons, and we've never seen a falcon picture before. And now we're gonna have to start looking up at old Egyptian hieroglyphs again, and look for the falcon.
Yep.
Okay.
See what they were telling us about a falcon.
Right.
We know that the lion is Nibiru, and we know that the dragon is the salamander or the tan asteroid group or wormwood, whatever you want to call it, because worm, of course, means dragon.
Right. Yeah.
Year of the
fiery phoenix. Right. I agree. I need to make a example.
We have a phoenix crop circle with a square head, and we knew that to be the Texas cube and parking itself in front of Atu's moon, which was the circle and the beak was, we knew that was the beak of the square head was the object cluster group, and then it had a circle next to it, and we knew that was Attu's moon. And so it matched because at that time, that's when the Texas cube came out of hiding and then parked itself right in front of Attu's moon when it was right visible dead center and the same size as the hieroglyph and the crop circle. And I went, holy shit, it's a time marker telling us what's about to happen. And it did.
Sure did.
And, you know, and I've known for many years that these crop circles, a lot of them, they're directly trying to communicate to those of us who can read them. And I seem to be able to read some of them because they tell me they do tell me things, and I've been able to read a few of them.
We haven't had any new crop circles, have we?
Well, I use my orbit model. I've got a crop circle that I've listed the planets next to that we use all the time. And yeah, we've used a lot of crop circles over the years that have just fit so perfectly we couldn't argue with it.
Because I followed them, and I haven't seen any new ones recently. I just thought about that.
Yeah, we haven't been getting the British announcements either. They've sort of kind of died out. And we used to get people sending them all the time, and we haven't seen any recently at all.
No, and I feel like there's a crop circle season where there's a lot.
That was the 1990s, right?
I think there's a shadow banning of information.
Crop circles all the time.
And then they don't communicate for a while, and then they start back up, and then
nothing new to tell us. We should already know everything. Yeah.
I figured.
Yeah, how do we warn the newbies? We don't need to warn the newbies. Let them,
Yeah, let them look at the old stuff.
Yeah, let them figure that out. Well, okay. Well, how avant-garde this is.
I don't know. This is an Isatum and the long box cube. I think this was Yuri, but I don't know how I sent you this one.
Oh, okay.
Let's see the other pictures I sent you.
Okay.
That is
that one.
Oh, this was okay. This was the one from Virginia. What it was from March of 2022, and I sent you the chart.
Okay,
they get cut out.
If this is 2022, then
sorry.
And this is the edge of Yuri. And the Tan asteroid group, Salamander asteroid group on the edge of Yuri.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
That's that inset thing that is literally the same as the Boxing Day event. And that's the thing right there that we worry about come March beginning of this year. Except this year it's going to be way bigger.
Oh, no.
Way bigger.
I mean, it seems like the last 180-day cycle never ended.
That's what I was thinking.
I was like, what? They're going to get closer? What? Yeah.
Yeah, well, the asteroids have been so over the top of us that they pretty much predominantly, they went from onset in the morning and then they go over the top of us during the day and then into the north sky now for the first time in the west sky when they pass Earth. Before they were always in the east, southeast, and then southwest come the day. And then with the new transition of where the planets have moved to above us and beyond us now into the light, where we're seeing facial illuminations on them during the day. Now they're moving into the, into the northwest and then north and then northeast sky as they rotate in a circle, yet higher up. So it's a whole almost complete different ball game, but the same thing is going to be coming over the top of us from the northeast, and then it'll run past us the opposite direction of our weather, and then rotate to the west, north, and then northeast sky and back around again. And so I don't know how it's going to work, but we should see some really interesting storms out of this new beginning of the 180-day cycle come March. We'll see. I have no idea what's going to happen this year.
Right. So wait and see. Kind of.
I resent them to your messenger.
Oh, okay. Do that.
Yes.
And then I'm
I
trying
already
to
did.
I gotta back out for a second and come back in because
Okay.
I have pictures from Nancy and they're not loading. I mean, they're ready to show,
man.
but they're not here. So give me a moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've had a couple of patch outs too with my internet where it's rotating again, where I see a stalling picture.
Yeah, this is the first day I've had a real problem with it just cutting out. So
well, the internet is affected by the coronal mass ejections, and we did get an X class went off.
yeah, I guess it's been crazy.
Like 4 or 5 days ago, so we could get a remnant of that still. Earlier, I was surprised earlier that I did have as much trouble as I did, but it went away. So it clears up. Sometimes it's 10 minutes, sometimes it's all day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, some of those images coming from the sun are just incredible. And it seems like it's nonstop, these coronal mass ejections. And
well, the activity of the sun has changed since literally a year and a half, 2 years, about a year and a half ago. And then the material and the coronal segmenting started increasing again, and they were wondering why we were so odd. We weren't meeting the 11-year cycle, and it was all completely wrong. And I'm sure that had to do with the larger star behind our star pulling the material facially off from it. And then the rotation came around, and then for a while, then all of a sudden we'd see a coronal hole go fully around the sun, which we didn't see for a very long time. And then we started seeing these outbursts and backflows again off to the left. So the activity changed, and that's where Rebecca and I were talking in the backgrounds that we were noticing that the sun activity was increasing and changing. And we were also taking into account planetary placement. So we figured we were going past the halfway point, and which is what's led us to believe now that we need to keep watching to see solar separation. And we think we are seeing evidence of it.
Wow.
But we can't prove it until we prove it. So
right.
So this is from Nancy Greenler. You know Nancy.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
We know
Nancy, do you know where she's located? I asked her in the comment. I don't remember.
I believe she's in Idaho.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right.
She's a longtime member of Montana Skywatcher, a very valued member, a cherished friend.
Right. I know her and Carol Ann are trying to get a trip together this summer, so I live vicariously through them and their vacation plans.
Yeah,
so it's fun.
I always chuckle because we talk about that in the best laid plans of mice and men, and me, I can never find 5 minutes to go to the store, let alone cross the country.
Like that sounds like fun.
Well, we were even
the time she's really nice.
We were planning. I was planning on taking the girls over to Idaho to actually go to this really expensive park, and I was having second thoughts really strongly about the amount of money A would cost, coming up with the money, B, C, putting the car through that. And right before if we would have gone a couple of days earlier, we would have ended up in the middle of Idaho with a dead car, because right after that's when my car went to hell this summer. Because it did. I mean, it up and died on me big time this summer. And we would have been, halfway to Idaho going up the mountain passes, and that thing would have died on me. And then I, of course, wouldn't have a car at all. And we would have ended up somehow, having to be shipped back to Montana without our car, because they would, the towing fee alone would have wiped me out.
Oh,
well, it's a good thing we didn't go. And then I bought them a summer pass to the local swimming pool, and they loved it just as much. So I saved all that money, and we didn't go anywhere, and they loved it. And then we got, and then of course we had a fundraiser to fix the car, because the car just up and died on me this summer. Major 3 things: the water pump went out, the radiator went out, and then something else big went out all at the same time. And it was just way, it's like, okay, go buy a new car, but and then of course nothing was anywhere near a highway ready car for under $6,000. So I figured, okay, I have to fix this damn thing. It's a good car. But it's 22 years old, so yeah.
I know.
I'm resurrecting a 22-year-old car.
Well, let's see. Mine's at
I don't have a car,
4 or 5. What's that?
I don't have a car, so I don't know why I'm laughing at your 22.
I know.
It has really low miles. It only has 165,000 miles on it. It's a very, very low mileage car.
You're like, I didn't have a car to laugh at. Yeah.
This is a family car that sat in somebody's garage for years and didn't get used as an extra, I think.
Just die on me like that in epic ways.
And we would have been stranded out in the middle of the pass. I'd gotten at the top of the pass and blown that engine.
my God,
you know,
no.
something because the radiator just was, you know, so thick of crap. It was full of stuff and you barely could breathe. It got hot on me. We boiled the oil dry going across town. And yeah, it was a nightmare. And I'm so lucky that engine is still functioning. Oh yeah, and then I had to because it got so hot, I had to replace the head cover gaskets and everything and all of that. I mean, it got so hot you wouldn't believe. And the moment I noticed it, I shut the car down and we got home within a minute. Right, I noticed it and I thought, oh shit, we got to go home. The car is really heating up, and I was only a mile away from the house, and so I drove it home. And then we lucked out because if I'd have had to drive it anywhere or leave it on the side of the road, it would have been a different story. We just saved that engine from blowing up.
Yeah, right. It can happen that fast.
And because the mechanic said, "Man, there is next to no oil in this car whatsoever." And I went, "Wow."
That's what happened to me. I took the oil change, and they didn't put any oil back in.
Yeah, I believe that's possible too.
They didn't put any oil back in the engine after I drove off, and it blew up on the freeway.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
it was
terrible.
This is a lawsuit. Don't you just love it?
No, they told me that I signed the bill, so they weren't liable. I just hung up the phone.
Well, I would have got my lawyer immediately and said, "The hell with you. We're coming to sue your ass anyway." Period.
You know, right? Yeah. The mechanic told me if the engine had been mounted the other way, it would have killed me. Because he showed me the front of the grill, right? It like detonated. The engine block was like molten. It had like a 3-inch diameter hole in it, and you could see like the ejection pattern come out of the front of the like bumper. You know, it was bad.
I had a transmission blow up on me one time while I was doing 50 miles an hour down the highway, and it actually went through in two pieces. One went down, one went up through the hood, and I lucked out. It didn't get me.
Right. I mean,
big piece of the whole transmission casing was gone.
Oh my God.
And this one of the splines inside just exploded, and you got flying shrapnel everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Been there, done that, yeah. But anyway, we're completely not doing sky watching.
Okay.
7 hours 49 minutes is hard to stay
Right.
on stuff.
I know. Put my eyes open.
I got to head out.
I think we should actually wrap it up.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Yeah, we're all lollygagging here. I mean, I'm like half here.
I know.
Gosh, yeah.
That's
everybody like, subscribe, hit the notification button.
I wanted to thank Nancy for sharing her pictures with us. We'll go over them more in depth next show, just so we know what we're seeing here. And then Chris, I got your pictures, and we'll do them first for
I'll post them
Tuesday's
up on
show.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
we'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back Tuesday night at 7 Central. And
are you going to be with us again, Leighandra? Or?
I am not, but I'm planning on being back with you guys next Saturday and hopefully most Saturdays moving forward. So
good, yeah. People. Some of them may find out that doing 2 shows a week gets a little tiring.
Yeah.
Whew, it's busy.
Yeah, it takes me a little time to recover tomorrow, and
right.
all that.
I do too. I usually take a day after that day.
I'm guilty. I did not do dishes today. I'll have to go do dishes right now.
Right.
It's time for Star Wars. Star Wars time, Sam.
Yeah, I will turn that on. Absolutely. Well, if I don't, I'll be talking to you guys until 5:30 in the morning.
I know.
Right. I see. Yeah, go play Star Wars.
I was talking to you, Leighandra, the other day, all in the middle of the night.
Conserve your energy.
I was in there talking to Leighandra while she was asleep too, and I'm going, "Hi, well, you're here at the university.
I know.
You've been working so hard here at your scholarly job, and then I know you can't talk at work, so I'll meet you there." And then my dream faded over to me trying to leave the university area, and then coming up to her house, and I'm so tired from working so hard, and then my
lay down on the kitchen table.
Yeah, and then I'm looking for my car again. I do a lot of dreaming, wondering where I park my car. I hate that. I have this. I used to own this really expensive Italian sports car, and I still dream about that damn thing to this day. And I'm always forgetting where I parked it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, I got my keys. Where the hell's the car? And it's one of those love-hate haunt you for the rest of your life
Right.
because I
You
let
wake
the car
up and you're
go.
like, oh, not again.
Right.
Yeah, and I have to laugh at myself that I keep dreaming about that damn car. I haven't had it for. I got
That's
rid of it
great.
in '97. So you know, and I'm still dreaming
years
about that
ago.
Italian sports car. You know.
Good night,
And-
Michelle.
Yeah. Anyway, we
Good
can
night,
wind it up.
Michelle and Audrey and Robin. I have a picture that she sent me too, so we'll catch up on that.
Cool.
Robin and Chris will go first for Tuesday night, so
And we're at the end of my Coke
Yes.
anyway. So.
it's time for a new can.
No, I've had plenty, and
Star Wars.
this one's warm. I don't want any more.
Oh
It's already
gosh,
bubbly
Oh,
enough.
no.
as
Take a
it is,
break.
you know?
water.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, guys.
Sparkling
Well,
water.
we'll go ahead and end it here then. And like I said, you know what to do. Come back on Tuesday night, and we'll
That's
pick up
right.
where we left off. Right.
Been a
Okay.
pleasure.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank
Good
you,
night.
Chris, Leighandra, and Sam.
Everybody.
See you later.
Okay. Bye-bye, guys.
Good night, Rebecca.
Thank
Good night,
you.
Sam.
Mhm.